How is it going, everybody? Today, we have Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Here I am today, joined with JimDavisMTG. How is everybody doing? I'm super excited to see what the new historic metagame looks like after Innistrad Midnight Hunt. What do you think about this tournament, Jim Davis? And give us an overall what you expect to see, what cards maybe you're excited about seeing. Give us some insight on your end, Jim.
I'm excited because for me personally, the focus has been entirely on standard. You know, big rotation, Eldraine leaving, and all that. So now we're kind of turning our focus to historic to see. We saw the Arena Open last weekend. Not to toot my own horn, nothing, but the Mono Red Madness deck that I played was doing pretty well for some people. It was kind of an exciting new one. And then now we get to see this whole new influx of cards from Innistrad. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of considers. And I'm not really sure yet, honestly. It's going to be exciting. It's kind of I haven't really looked at the cards from the historic angle yet, mostly for standard. So we're going to see how things flesh out and see what goes where.
Yeah, I've been working on a few decks myself, and I've been playing some standard too, and it seems like, from the standard perspective, which is way different than historic right now at this point, there's a lot of cool werewolves decks, there's a lot of cool spirits decks, spirits cards that I can see seeing play. I know we have a spirits list that will be seeing play in this historic tournament right now, so excited to see where some of these cards lie. I tried to see if there's some cards that I can fit in my Niv-Mizzet Reborn deck, of course, because they know I just love my Niv-Mizzet Reborn. Trying to see if there were some cards that I can slot into some decks, but I'm excited to see if some of the cards make the cut for historic. Historic is a very I would say unforgiving format sometimes, especially for new cards coming in from standard sets. But there are some cards that can really crack the historic format here. One of them specifically being Delver of Secrets, which is a brand new card here introduced from Innistrad Midnight Hunt. So I'm excited to see that card. Also some Dragon Rage Channeler action. Maybe there's an Izzet deck with both of those cards in it. Speaking of Delver of Secrets, which is iconic card. Do you see that card kind of being in Dragon Rage Channeler decks? Maybe what do you expect to see out of that card in historic right now?
I'm a pretty big Delver naysayer. I played a lot of Delvers in my day in Legacy, but two major reasons. One is that there was no Brainstorm, there was no Ponder, no Brainstorm anymore, I guess, right? No Ponder. Historic does have Memory Lapse, so it does, have sort of that cheap counterspell that standard lacks. But without Brainstorm or Ponder, Delver's pretty unreliable. That's problem number one. And then problem number two is power creep. Have you seen Dragon's Rage Channeler? It makes Delver of Secrets look like Merfolk with the Pearl Trident, So the question here, of course, is, are there enough tools to make Delver good enough? No Brainstorm, no Daze, things like that. And then is Delver even good enough if it is good enough compared to things like Dragon Rage Channeler and Friends, So I'm a pretty big Delver of Secrets naysayer, huge naysayer in standard. And I think in historic, as long as Brainstorm remains on the suspend list, I think Delver is going to be mostly a non-factor.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of Jeff Hoogland stream, and he was playing a Delver of Secrets deck. And mind you, it was in standard, but he's talking about historic when he was talking about this, and he said, basically, why would you play Delver of Secrets when you have Dragon Rage Channeler? And I was thinking about that, and I didn't really play Legacy or Modern and things like that even before Dragon Rage Channeler was a card. And then Delver of Secrets is kind of like Dragon Rage Channeler's baby, right?
Yeah,
I don't have much experience playing in Modern or Legacy, and I know that you do. So, as far did Dragon Rage Channeler just take Delver of Secret's spot?
Yeah, Dragon Rage Channeler is everything Delver has always wanted to be, because the big thing is that you have cards in Magic that are enablers and cards that are payoffs, right? And the big thing in the last few years has been a lot of the enablers are also the payoffs, and Channeler just does it all. It obviously you need to try and get Delirium to turn it on, right? To make it enable it. But it also just enables itself because it's constantly putting cards in the graveyard while also filtering your draws for the cheapest possible cost when you're already doing what you want to be doing anyway, which is just cast spells. So Dragon Rage Channeler is just an unbelievable card, and it doesn't really need much help because it gives itself the own help. Whereas Delver of Secrets is just like, yo, it's your top card instant or sorcery? No? All right, I'll see you next turn. So Delver needs a lot more hand holding than Channeler does.
You said how cards are becoming the enabler and the payoff, and Dragon Rage Channeler is a good example of that. but is the closest thing, I mean, this is probably outlandish, okay? Medium take here. But as far as enabler and payoff, like the new, like, isn't that like exactly what Uro was?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Uro, like, I guess didn't necessarily put cards into your graveyard for itself, but it just velocity-wise got the game rolling to a point where you were just drawing more spells and casting more spells and staying alive. And that was kind of the problem with Uro, where Uro actually did everything. You know, most cards are a threat or a small recursive element or card draw, and it was just all three at once all the time. So yeah, very, very similar idea. Where cards like Uro, Dragon Rage Channeler, just sort of like new age of Magic design, where the cards, you don't need peanut butter and jelly. Every card is just a full sandwich by itself.
I mean, you said it perfectly right there. I'm looking into the tournament here, starting in round 1 in a few minutes here. As far as the tournaments that are as far as the deck lists that are currently in this tournament right now from the streamers that are playing, irregardless of that, if you could pick a deck playing Historic right now after Innistrad Midnight Hunt, what would you be playing?
I mean, I gotta say, I really do like the Mono Red Madness deck that I played last weekend in the Arena Open. It's just an awesome mix of, it's aggressive, but it can go long, it can interact really well, it's doing powerful things. You know, we're seeing a lot of these sort of new, you know, design cards in it, Dragon Rage Channeler, Unholy Heat, and Friends. The Madness cards are really cool, but you don't always use the graveyards. It's a good mixture of things. I don't know if I got anything from Innistrad. I haven't like really looked at the card list super closely. I would imagine it probably didn't. That's what I would personally play. Just isn't a very fun Innistrad Midnight Hunt answer. But personally, if I had to play a tournament right now, that's what I would play.
Well, Midnight Hunt comes out, doesn't give me a Midnight Hunt answer. What kind of commentator is this?
I know, right? I know. Boring.
Right, so,
the boring, you know, I could have given some like, oh, I would play the werewolves, this, and that deck. But yeah, I mean, that's my honest answer. Honesty's never fun. Honesty's never fun.
It's always the actually there's a card in that deck that I think is worth mentioning that you didn't name, is Pyromancer, right? Discard 2 cards, draw 2 cards, also has Recursion. Like, that card's in the Madness deck too, or maybe you're not playing it.
Oh, there's 4 of that card. Yeah, that card's phenomenal.
Oh yeah, the whole name is something Pyromancer. I forget names all the time. It's something Pyromancer. It's a great card.
Seasoned Pyromancer.
Seasoned Pyromancer. I almost said Young Pyromancer 3 times. It's just not that card. Now that deck got Blazing Root Walla, things like that. But let's go ahead and focus towards this tournament. If you have MTG Melee up and you can see the tournament, and what decks are being played, what deck do you have a couple favorites on what you think could take the Stream League 6 home?
I'm gonna have to open up that tab right now. Sorry, I was in the.
That's okay. Being unprepared is fine. no. All right. So, from this tournament, we have a bevy of awesome tournament players, also content creators and streamers playing in this tournament. Arne Huschenbeth playing here as well, which is a top 8 tournament competitor. We have Ali Eldrazi, amazing streamer, bunch of different people, Talia Vess in this tournament. So they have chosen their favorite decks, or, you know, a deck they think they're going to win, cough, cough, Jeskai control. And we're going to be looking at some of the deck lists here to see what we think will take the cake. For those of you who haven't seen a Stream Leagues event before, done 5 of them in the past. It is proudly sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. You can type in !! Cool Stuff in the chat to get 5% off your order by typing in Jim Davis. Or is it Jim Davis at checkout or James 5 at checkout?
For me, it's Jim 5.
Jim 5 or James 5 at checkout, whichever your favorite one is. But speaking of this, the winner of the top 8 will contain $1,000 of prize support from CoolStuffInc.com in store credit. And CoolStuffInc.com is awesome because you can get everything. There are sleeves, there are deck boxes, there are binders, there is sealed product, there's new sets, there's pre-releases, there's pre-orders, singles, basically anything you can think of, you can get from CoolStuffInc.com. Had to show that there. But looking at the deck list here, I don't know. I think I'm a big Ali Eldrazi fan in these tournaments. He's played in a couple other Stream Leagues before. He's top 8'd one, top 4'd the other one. I believe he made the finals with Niv Mizzet Reborn against Mono Black Aggro on the last one. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Ali Eldrazi's deck here. He is playing 5 color, go figure. And we have a Tameo in this deck as well. 4 Territorial Kavu, and my favorite card, Niv Mizzet Reborn. How could you enter a tournament and not play Niv Mizzet Reborn? Can you answer that question, Jim Davis?
It's a hard one to answer because it is so fun. It's just the best Muldrifter of all time. Instead of being a 2/2 for 5 that draws 2 cards, it's a 6/6 for 5 that draws 5 cards, and they're always spells too. So yeah, it is a very, very fun card. Really, really awesome design.
Now we have a Hydroid Krasis. We have a lot of 1-ups here. 1 Klothys, 1 Orcus, 1 Hydroid Krasis. We have a Faceless Agent in here as well. That's the interesting card. You can't get this card off of Niv Mizzet Reborn, but you can play this card and like to seek a creature or the most prevalent creature in your library, and that would be Niv Mizzet Reborn, right?
Yeah, or the Kavu. But the cool thing there is that, yeah, it's sort of like a weird goblin matron that either finds you 2 of your best cards, Territorial Kavu or Niv Mizzet Reborn. And that's really cool. You know, it's when you see Faceless Agent, you look at it, it feels like a tribal card, obviously. You play it in your Merfolk deck. Basically, you play it in whatever tribal deck you want to play, and it gives you a little extra bonus, especially if your tribe is a little more, out there and doesn't have as many cards in the deck. But here it's being used a little bit differently and kind of abusing the seek mechanic a little bit because there only are 4 dragons, there only are 4 Kavus, so it's going to find one of those 2. So you have this sort of weird matron effect. It's 2/1, it comes into play, it's card advantage, you can block something, make a trade or 2, and then it guarantees you have one of your key cards.
Yeah, that's like the most interesting thing I've never even heard. Like, I've heard of this card, of course, but I haven't seen it being used in this way. It'd be crazy to have like 3 Territorial Kavus in the deck and just always get the Niv Mizzet Reborn. But Territorial Kavu is such an amazing addition to this deck. Because speaking of cards that do everything, like Uro and Dragon Race Channeler, this is a 2-mana 5/5 that also exiles cards from your opponent's graveyard and also discards cards to draw cards. Like honestly, what more could you want?
Yeah, I think I remember reading like a Sam Black article where the first version of it also had like a disenchant effect on the attack trigger also, and they had to tone that one down a bit. But yeah, very much a 2021 design, just like it's a threat, it's big, it does all its things, it's just kind of like just a full package.
All right, looking at another deck here, we're going to be having round 1 starting in just a minute. Let's look at a different deck here. We have the Niv Mizzet Reborn. He's done very, very well in the past. Let's look at something else here. We have JimDavisMTG here playing one of his favorite decks. He said he couldn't enter this tournament without playing Riding Regisaur. So we're going to be seeing some big dinosaurs here in this tournament as well. We have 4 Riding Regisaur, 4 Llanowar Elves, just playing Golgari. We have like a Golgari Stompy-ish style deck. Scavenging Ooze, Pelt Collectors, Werewolf Pack Leaders. Let's see if there's any cards from the new set. I don't think there is. We have a Collected Company, Primal Might, Ranger class, bunch of lands. Yeah, just a straight Golgari mid-range deck. I mean, this
found one. There's Infernal Grasp in the sideboard.
Oh, there is? There's 2 Infernal Grasp in the sideboard.
Infernal Grasp.
There we go. Infernal Grasp in the sideboard. So, I mean, that card is honestly, I think, might just be the best removal spell in Historic. Like, maybe Fatal Push in decks that can utilize it. But if your deck can't utilize Fatal Push, like, is Infernal Grasp the best removal spell in Historic?
I'm actually pretty low on this card.
Really?
I think that using it in the context of this deck is exactly where it wants to be. Because I think that you always want to be casting this card as long as you are the beatdown. If you are ever not the beatdown, you never want to cast this card. Because the life loss is sort of like a reverse Lightning Helix. So I think this card is extremely powerful in very proactive decks, making this the perfect home for it. I think it's a card you can't really just slot into your deck as like a Doomblade. Like, you need to make sure that you have a very proactive plan, and the life loss is not going to hurt you. But if you do have a very proactive plan, then yes, it is very, very good. Just no worries. You know, the creature can be black. The creature can have a counter on it. The creature can be legendary. You know, no caveats at all. Your creature's dead. End of story. And then if you're aggressive, the life won't matter. So I think for aggressive decks, it is a very, very good addition.
Right. I didn't think about it actually in the context of like hard control decks because I don't play those decks. But,
sure.
or if I'm playing a control deck, I'm playing Niv Mizzet Reborn as kind of a control shell. And you wouldn't play that card in Niv Mizzet Reborn because why would you play that when you could be playing either Vanishing Verse or maybe even Lightning Helix. But in these aggressively slanted mid-range decks, playing black, maybe like, of course, especially in like Death Shadow decks would be perfect, right?
Yeah, it is very good.
That is the ideal card ever printed for that deck, right? Or not ever printed, but like it's just way up there. The stock goes even higher by losing 2 life off that card.
Yeah, that's a really good spot for it as well. I think this is the kind of card that's going to overperform in older formats and underperform in standard because the life's going to matter a lot in standard. But in a format like Historic, where things are very fast, cards like Rotting Regisaur or these big, huge threats are coming in really quickly. That's where it's going to shine, and also possibly is in farther back formats as well.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to get started with the Ninja. We're going to get started with the Ninja, and the Ninja is currently playing against. The Ninja will be currently playing against Medicus Dota. The Ninja is playing Jeskai, go figure, and Medicus Dota is playing Blue Red Phoenix. Give us a little snapshot of Jeskai versus Blue Red Phoenix as we enter this match.
I mean, this is like a classic Historic matchup, right? These are two decks that like at multiple points have been like the best deck in the format. And the Phoenix deck has the recursive elements, which is very nice, as well as the fast curve. And then the control deck obviously has things like Lightning Helix, Anger of the Gods, or whatever. So kind of a classic back and forth matchup. Should be very interesting. Going to be very important for the Phoenix player to get out early ahead of Teferi, and very important for our control player to be able to use cards like Anger of the Gods and things to exile things permanently.
All right, now I see the Ninja here has a hand of 4 lands, Memory Lapse, Archmage Charm, and Anger of the Gods. I mean, I could say what more could you want, but literally what more could you want? We have the Irrigated Farmland coming in tapped, which does make the Sulfur Falls here come in untapped, which is awesome. Irrigated Farmland does count as a Plains Island.
Yeah, the interaction between dual lands and these the tap lands and the buddy lands is very important for control decks. Being able to have that perfect mana, not take too much damage, it's huge.
Especially this Irrigated Farmland being able to be cycled if the Ninja doesn't have to use Memory Lapse is also super important. We see another Faceless Looting being fired off here. We know one thing that Medicus Dota probably isn't looking for lands. There was 2 lands dished off of this last turn.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, and then smart play by Ninja here, recognizing that Memory Lapse. Now, if this is a turn where Dota could play a 3rd spell and return Phoenixes, lapsing looting makes more sense. But here on turn 2, not much to worry about. And looting is, there's cards in the graveyard, whatever, it's fine. It's going to take time, cycle the farmland, and kind of keep rolling and hold that lapse for a better spot.
Now, if I'm the Ninja and the control player here, I'm okay with drawing lands right now. I can always choose to cycle this Rogren Triumph now if I don't have to use the Archmage Charm. A lot of blue mana in this deck in order to play Archmage Charm. What do you think? Do you think there are any cards that you should definitely take out of your deck if you're playing a 3-color deck playing Archmage Charm? Give us a little snapshot of what you have to do to play Archmage Charm in your deck.
You should be playing 0 to 1 lands that can't cast it. I think it is extremely important if you're playing Archmage Charm that almost every land in your entire deck can cast it. No Sacred Foundries, no Clifftop Retreats, no colorless lands. The card's great, but you gotta be able to cast it.
Now, Historic is getting better mana over the months and over the years when new sets come out. You don't have fetches, which does make it a little bit harder to cast Archmage Charm, so you really do have to take some mana considerations here. Which means that, I guess, Field of Ruin and cards like this become better because you're not playing a mountain and you're not playing a plains, right?
That is true. Yeah, so you gotta go lesser on basics, of course. You lose that on a bit of your utility as well, and that land's gonna be a little awkward because there only are so many lands tapped for blue. But between the triomes and the farmlands, those kind of pick up the slack on the 8 duels and 8 buddy lands you can play, but are in the blue, red, and blue, white colors.
What are you thinking right now? What do you think the Ninja's thinking right now? Actually, like, Medicus Dota isn't really doing much, just casting Faithless Lootings. There's no pressure on board. There's no dragon. It's still at 20 life on turn 4. What are you thinking if you're the Ninja here?
If I'm the Ninja, I'm extremely happy right now because these looting's a great card. Don't get me wrong, but it is card disadvantage. So turn 1 looting, turn 2 looting, turn 3 flashback looting is not exactly the most promising start from our Phoenix player here. And now on turn 4, finally getting on the board but Ninja has 7 cards in hand. Ninja even has the Anger of the Gods, so if the Phoenixes do come back, Anger will mop that up. Anger mops up Channeler too. It's going to be hard for our Phoenix player to kind of like get things going without walking into the Anger, and if they don't get things going, then there's not enough time to get in before Gearhulk. So right now, I'd say our control player is in a phenomenal spot.
Right. I feel like in order for Meta Custodia to have a nice block, that Dragon Rage Channeler would have to come out on like turn 1 or 2. Turn 4 Dragon Rage Channeler isn't too exciting. Right,
and the problem is like now our control player is already set up. There's mana untapped, there's counter spells, there's things to work towards, there's Anger of the Gods. You know, it's very important for the Phoenix player to get in those first few turns while the control player is setting up, and then put them off balance, kind of go from there. So those first 3 turns just kind of spinning wheels is not a very good spot to be for our Phoenix player.
Especially the Ninja being able to hold that memory lapse in hand for this entire time, never having to use it. It's just like my thing is when I'm playing against a control deck, I always want them to use the memory lapse as soon as possible, especially if I already have my land drops, because like it's very deflating when like it's the higher and higher mana cost and they could just cast it freely with also doing their other play. I mean, Teferi goes down and then you know they still have that memory lapse, a plus, and then at the end of the turn you know they still have that memory lapse. What if they didn't have that memory lapse and you just played into it on turn 2 or 3?
Yeah, and part of this is just Ninja kind of agreeing with our commentary here, where there hasn't really been a spell worth memory lapsing, which goes to show the weakness of our Phoenix player's first 3 turns.
Now, one thing going for the Phoenix player is they can do damage in a hurry. They can do damage out of nowhere. But with 3 Gearhulks in hand, I don't know if that's happening in this specific game.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for our Phoenix player is that there isn't actually an answer to this Channeler or Phoenixes yet, except for Anger of the Gods, which is sorcery speed. So if there were to be a flurry of Phoenixes entering the battlefield next turn, you know, I mean, they're going to get some damage in. Now, of course, the Gearhulk can flash back the Archmage's Charm and just steal the Channeler. Isn't really the best use of the Archmage's Charm, but it can kill it if necessary. And at this point, Ninja's so flush with resources that kind of throwing away a charm like that really isn't so bad. So we'll probably see the Phoenixes back here, but I think we'll also probably see the Gearhulk steal this Channeler, slow things down a little bit, and then just buy time for the Anger.
What are you looking to memory lapse in this spot if you're Ninja? Because you're just looking to not die, right?
Yeah, probably nothing. I'd be hard pressed to imagine a spell being cast this turn that was not Torrential Gearhulk. Wow, so no Phoenix return either. I mean, that's pretty interesting. That the Dota's hand must be pretty bad.
If Dota's hand's bad now, it was probably bad the entire game. Like maybe it was like a keep that wasn't a good hand trying to quote unquote get there with the 2 Faithless Lootings in hand, possibly.
Very, very possible. Yeah, I mean, seeing the Phoenixes not come back this turn is pretty weird. Let's see what the mode is here. It's gonna draw 2. Yeah, so this is a standard control play here. Just like trust your deck to draw some cards. Keep drawing cards. Keep going. The Anger can be cast here to kill these Channelers, but kind of want to save that for the 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard too. Mm-hmm. So we're in this weird spot where there's 9 cards in hand, but there aren't really the best answers to what's happening right now. So we'll see. Also, Gearhulk just turns the corner really fast too, so this can just turn into a Gearhulk attack for 10 kind of scenario as well.
Yeah, there's always that weird dance of playing against control decks, especially the ones with Gearhulk in it, because you know that Gearhulk's going to come down at some point if you can't stop it, and then all of a sudden you're just dead in 2 turns, right?
Right. And it happens very quickly because the Gearhulk usually will counter a spell or kill something, which is already a huge tempo swing, and then it's just like, oh, they're untapped, they have 10 power in play, I'm dead.
Right. So you have to play that weird dance where like you also have to attack them while also keeping back a card to just jump a Gearhulk. At that point, you're just not in a good spot at all.
It's an interesting choice here. So the Anger can get fired off here, and now a little more vulnerable to the Arclight Phoenixes, but the Memory Lapse could possibly break up a 3-spell chain if that spell needs to involve cantrips or whatever. And it's also kind of weird because Dota's hand seems bad from last turn because the Phoenixes didn't return last turn. Mm-hmm. So what spells are going to make them come back this turn?
They would have to draw like maybe a looting off the top. Well, Opt is a good draw.
Yeah, so pretty easy heat here because now there need to be 2 spells in response to keep a dragon alive. And then even the Phoenix's return here, you know, even Gearhulk just flashing back the heat to kill one of them should probably win the race. I think if we see a looting flashback here, we're going to see this memory lapse.
Yeah, I can't really see what else would be happening for Meta Custodia right now. Considering
so again, this is very, very interesting because you lapse this if there's no 3rd spell, the game's basically over. But you're also memory lapsing a consider here, so it doesn't feel too good if they already have the third spell.
Well,
I guess they have the
they
looting and the
guaranteed have
graveyard
it,
as
right?
well. So yeah, so definitely you can let it resolve.
Now, Consider is one of the cards from Midnight Hunt that we see here that is actually a pretty good card for Phoenix here, right? In Modern, you have a card that kind of like mills one and draws a card. Isn't that a card that's in
Thought
Modern?
Scour, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
mill,
like,
mill 2, draw
yeah,
1.
Consider is like your Thought Scour of Historic, which like isn't that bad.
Consider's insane. Consider's like gonna be playable in Modern.
Yeah.
It's probably the best cantrip in Historic. It's probably gonna be, while not that exciting, the most impactful card for Eternal formats from Innistrad Midnight Hunt. That's not a count against the cards in Midnight Hunt. It just Opt is already a good playable card, and it's just much, much better than Opt.
Right. Just having that option to bin a Phoenix or something for Dragon Reach Channel or something for Delirium is just a little bit better than Scrying.
Yeah, and this is a pretty interesting spot because Ninja can't die here. Really needs to be aware of that. And Ninja wants to be able to cast Gear Hulk and also lapse a spell. And you can't really, if you Gear Hulk now, you can kill a Phoenix with the Bolt, but you have to shock in a land. It's a really awkward kind of song and dance because 8 life is not a lot here. And, a shock or two, a burn spell or two, and this game could end in a very awkward spot for a player who's very far ahead. So Ninja needs to be very careful here.
There's also a new card. There's a new shock that if it goes face, you scry one. Do you think that, does this Phoenix deck play that actually?
I mean, the deck's played shock before, so I mean, it's just a straight upgrade. It's kind of weird. Like there's a few like straight upgrade cards in the new set. Unsummoned, shock, and opt are now all obsolete. Unsummoned and shock now have scry effects, and then opt of course goes to the graveyard too. So yeah, I mean the new shock is great.
Now if some like this is what I was saying in the beginning of this game here. Like Medicus Dota had a bad hand, but like Phoenixes can get there in a hurry. Now Ninja's game plan is like, please don't die, right? And like, if these Torrential Gear Hulks can get through, then it's fine. But Ninja's pretty close to dead here.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough because there aren't many things that can block these Gear Hulks safely and also live through the Archmage's Charm. I guess Sprite Dragon can do it, or hard cast Phoenix. I guess like a storming entity as well. But I mean, there's just so much mana available for Ninja and card draw and everything else. While also Ninja just is currently winning the game next turn. The dead on board right now for Dota, and needs to find some sort of blocker. It's gonna be tough. At 5 life for Ninja, it's probably enough.
Hitting the iteration there seems a little bit weird to me. Like maybe you cast the iteration and look at the next 3 cards, see if you can get a blocker.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously things need to be done here. Oh my god.
Okay.
So the problem is the memory lapse. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's one mana untapped. So this will do it, but I mean, doing it here is just killing 1 Gear Hulk for almost all your resources. So still a Gear Hulk in play. No answer to the second Phoenix yet, technically, but many cards to draw.
It's interesting that Medicus Dota is in a spot where like they can actually take this game, which is really something I would not have thought about in the beginning of this game. Like, turn 4 Dragon Reach Channeler, not something you want to be doing.
Oh my god. All right, so
wow,
that was a great last card to have. All right.
How about another Gear Hulk?
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, the Ninja hasn't drawn a single Lightning Helix yet. Has drawn very little spot removal. Drawn all 4 Gear Hulks. I mean, now you gotta just draw cards and pray, right? I mean,
wow.
Nothing to flash back. So the only option here is to draw 2 with Archmage's Charm and, tap a top of deck for your Lightning Helix. Would be a cheesy win if
yes.
If Dota could pull this off.
Yes, it would be a cheesy win, but the line was found.
For sure, yeah. It's the Dota fully recognized that this game is going to be a cheesy win. That's part of being a good Magic player, understanding the fact that when you need to just put your chips out there and hope it works out.
Don't be afraid to cheese. You've heard it from Jim Davis himself.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you're not winning the game if it goes long, and there's a Magma Opus. That's not going to do it.
Wow.
This game's over. Just the kind of game that Ninja's going to look back on and be like, oh my god, how did I lose this game? I think the big thing was that Anger of the Gods. Like I said, when Ninja burned that Anger on those 2 channelers, those Arclight Phoenixes are still in the graveyard, and didn't need to use the Archmage's charms to draw as many times as possible. Could have used the charm to steal one of the channelers. It wouldn't have Delirium, at least not at that point, but it's still just like a Doomblade. And when you're already flush with cards and ahead, a Doomblade's better than more card draw because you avoid the ability to get cheesed out. So this is what Ninja's gonna look back on and not be too happy about, I think, how those early turns played out.
Right, and the Ninja definitely has gotten really far in these events and has done really well with it. And he always usually plays Jeskai control or Dimir control or something like that. He's a very, very, very good player, and it just shows that Phoenix can really just be a little bit grindy and just get a win out of nowhere in spots like this. That we just never thought that Meta Custodia ever had a chance in this game.
For sure, yeah, and Ninja, no qualms against Ninja's play here because they're playing just sort of your standard control game. When you cast like Gearhulk and you decide to draw 2 and not steal the channeler, that's just level 1 control play. You just want to keep drawing cards and keep going. The cards didn't come, but the problem is that the reality of the situation was that the way this game's going to be lost is by being cheesed out. So don't play your normal game. Just play the game that says, I don't want to get cheesed out because I can't lose any other way. So I think the crux of that game was flashing back the charm and drawing 2 and not stealing a channeler, thereby having to use anger, thereby allowing the Phoenixes to get you if you don't draw anything, and then thereby not drawing anything and losing. So there's many, many steps from that point, where you could easily just draw a Lightning Helix or something like that and won the game anyway. But I think that was the crux of the game, that one turn.
Yeah, being forced to use that Anger of the Gods and the Phoenixes just being there till the end of the game was really the thing that brought that game down for the Ninja. Let's see if the Ninja can put the pieces together for games 2 and 3 here. I would say that specific game, if I'm the Ninja, that's my game to win. That was my game to win. All I have to do is not die in this game. It turned out that the Ninja died, so now games 2 and 3, a little bit more pressure on the Ninja here.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely, and I think that in that game, I would say that 80% of the time, Ninja just draws a Lightning Helix and wins the game and never thinks twice about it. Yep. But that's the spot where you get that little edge where you kind of hedge yourself from losing that 10%er, losing that 15%er. That's where the highest level professionals, they don't lose those games, those thin margins, even when they get unlucky, because they find the way to make sure they're not going to get unlucky. Yep. That was a very unlucky circumstance there. Drew all 4 Gearhulks before drawing 1 Lightning Helix. It was a weird game, but you got to plan for those weird games too.
Also, there could have been a lot of cards drawn, right? I mean, Teferi, another Anger, even Prismari Command could just kill the Phoenix with no cards in Meta Custodia's hand.
Oh yeah, there were over a dozen or more draws over 6 or 7 draw steps, for sure that would have won the game. But again, you got to plan for that eventuality of I'm not going to draw an answer for 6 turns, but I'm flush of resources if the game goes longer. What should I do? So It's definitely an interesting game.
Right. I did remember saying, when on turn 4 or 5, I was like, well, I mean, all you got to do if you're the Ninja here is just not die, right? The only thing you care about is not dying.
Yeah, and then also well played by Dota too, recognizing that a lot of the times I'm just going to run my spells in here and lose anyway. Yep. But I got to just run them and hope that 10%er happened, and there it was. So
Yep. That's just good sight by Meta Custodia, realizing that he was in that position to have to go for it there.
Absolutely. Yes, and then that's just the making sure you don't lose those 10%er games, on the winning side is important for a good play. The other side's true as well, where understanding when it's all right, here's my cards, here's my Arclights, I'm just going to cheese you out and hope you don't have it, because that's the best way to win. I don't want the game to go long either, so here's my cards, hope it happens. I did.
All right, we see this hand a little bit short on mana here. If we draw a land, we can cast this Archmage Charm to draw cards to try to draw some more lands, but looking a little in trouble if we don't find another land from the Ninja side.
Yeah, I mean, with Memory Lapse and Helix, there's a lot of play here as far as buying time. So hand looks pretty good for Ninja, and of course Narcissus is also very, very good against the Arclight Phoenix deck.
A little bit better Faithless Looting than last game on Meta Custodia's side.
Yes. Big turn here. I don't really even know what There's nothing. And now, of course, things are a little bit different too, because now Dota gets to bring in some counter spells as well and interact on a different axis than game one. So that becomes the scary part for Ninja, where now, you know, that Anger of the Gods could be countered by something, you know. So the game's going to slow down a little bit here.
I'm thinking a little bit for the Ninja side. Drawing that land's pretty good. That's what you were talking about, playing that one land that doesn't cast Archmage Charm. I mean, we're in that spot,
there
aren't
it is. There it is. It's not going to come up that often, but when it does, it's going to be absolutely backbreaking. You know, any blue land here, say go, end step charm, or counter something, or helix something phenomenal. But now you can't. That line of play is no longer open. So that's really tough. I feel like Ninja's currently cursing themselves, like, oh, the Sacred Foundry, God.
Like, why did I play this card in my deck? I mean, granted, they're probably playing it because they need their white sources for Helix and also need the red sources for Anger of the Gods. But come on!
For sure, yeah, exactly. You know, it's tough. So gonna go for the Narset into 6 cards with 2 open mana here. And there's your negate. So like I said, so the Arclight player now getting sideboard can actually have more tools to deal with the things from our control player.
I think the Ninja was taking the route of hope they don't have a counterspell, and then the looting is turned off. Lootings and extra lootings in hand are turned off. Narset's very, very good against Phoenix. Yeah,
no question. And then Dota seemed to realize that as well, because turn 2 go is kind of a weird play for the Phoenix deck. So good awareness on Dota's side, and then Ninja's just like, all right, here it is. You know, if it resolves, it's great. If it doesn't, that's fine. Hand's still pretty good. Still have a reactive spell, still have a card draw spell.
And right on time, drawing the untapped blue source. We wish they were just opposite.
Yep. And now we can see how Dota in game 1 kind of needs to just like get on the board and do the things. In game 2 and 3 with the counter spells, Dota can kind of shift back a little more into a little more of like a tempo control kind of role, pick their spots, cast iteration, draw cards, cast lootings, you know, and kind of just like let the game come to their pace rather than try and push the issue against Teferi and friends before things get too late. Mystical Dispute's a great card too. Also, the ability to counter Gearhulks or Teferis for 1 mana is huge. So we got 2 more Phoenixes in the bin, and now we see a Soul Guide Lantern from Dota, which is an interesting possible answer to Gearhulk plus Opus and things like that. Kind of interesting card to bring in, honestly. It's not a proactive card. It's not a spell or instant or sorcery for Arclight. So showing a lot of respect to Gearhulk.
Now, in my experience playing like tempo-y mid-rangey decks against Gearhulk, is that it's a bad matchup because you have to deal with a control deck, but you also then have to face down a 5/6. What's important with the Phoenix deck specifically is that every threat's a flyer for the most part.
Yeah, and also just the ability to counter Gearhulk too is huge.
That's
you know, the Mystical Dispute in particular, you know, countering their 6 mana spell for 1 mana is just absolutely backbreaking. You know, the Gearhulk's kind of card where if it resolves, it's very hard to deal with all the pieces of it. But if you counter it, you manage to stop everything before it actually triggers or whatever. So counter spells are a big one against the Gearhulk. I think we see more iterations here, and now we see our Phoenix player ahead on cards against the control player, with also multiple Phoenixes in the graveyard too. So now fighting from 2 angles here, where actually winning the card advantage fight, and then having the Phoenixes here as well waiting in the wings.
Also, Soul Guide Lantern to stop the Magma Opus and the Gearhulk is very smart as well. Also, not only is it smart, but it's also good because sometimes Soul Guide Lantern could be like a card disadvantage card until that time that you need it comes up, and sometimes you just have to draw from it because you need to. But the fact that there's a lot of cards in Metacustoda's hand and there's a Soul Guide Lantern in play, that's really good.
Yes. It's funny because Ninja could try and steal it with Archmage's Charm and you know, stop the graveyard stuff, but it can be sacked in response, obviously. That'd be pretty cool to steal it and then exile the Phoenixes, but...
Oh, oh my, why did you have to tell me that? Now I want it to happen, and it's not going to happen anymore. Oh my goodness.
It would require Dota to fall asleep at the wheel, but it would be pretty funny.
Sometimes you have to choose your lines, Jim. My line requires Metacustoda to fall asleep at the wheel. Okay, play to your outs.
All right, well, there's the 4th copy of Arclight Phoenix. Now, this is good and bad because there's an Anger of the Gods in Ninja's hand here. So this is a 12 ball worth of damage, but now everything's gone. And Phoenix is not a May. It must come back. So I'm actually questioning the wisdom there of wanting to discard the 4th Phoenix and put all the cards into Anger of the Gods, and then of course Dispute can be up, but Negate cannot. So Now Ninja's at 6, but every Phoenix is gone, and it's going to be hard to sneak those last few points through of his Helix and his memory lapse.
What kind of kind of kind of PogChamp is the Ninja doing right now? Exiling all 4 Phoenixes with Anger of the Gods. How often do you just get to do that? Usually when all 4 Phoenixes come out, you're dead, right? Usually when all 4 Phoenixes come out, you just die that turn. But like,
yeah,
he didn't die, went to 6, and also got to Anger of the Gods 4 Phoenixes. That's like the dream, right?
All right, so here's plan B, but again, now this turns on the memory lapse. Now we're going to see a Narset come down, which is also very good. And if his Narset comes down and stays in play, I mean, it turns off a large portion of the cards in Dota's deck. Now these opts, these considers, these lootings are all really awkward. You can always opt in your opponent's turn, but now the Crokeyz Drake won't draw a card when it comes into play. Looting does almost nothing. This is a real, a real problem. And now lapse off the top here. Things are starting to look up for our control player.
Now we see kind of like a tipsy-turvy thing going on between Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, Metacastoda looked out of it, steals the game at the last second. Game 2, the Ninja looks kind of out of it with all the card advantage on Metacastoda's side, and then all of a sudden, the Ninja starts to turn the corner. So let's see what happens at the conclusion of this game.
Yeah, and I think that the real choice there was to bin that 4th Phoenix. Was that necessary? Could the Phoenix have been held? Player on the Anger, and then plenty of resources to get back the next Phoenix anyway. So, we'll see. It was definitely a gambit, and we'll see if it pays off or not with extra damage, and see if the remaining threats can take this down for Dota.
Maybe it's okay to do that if Metacastoda had an extra untap land and maybe had another negate in hand or something. Then that would be very good, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe even then you don't want to do that because maybe the Ninja also has a counterspell plus Anger in hand too. So maybe you also don't want to do that either.
Yeah, the reality is that, like, in a post-board game, now that Dota has counterspells and a little more card advantage, stuff like that, Dota can play a bit of a slower game, so Dota can wait. Just maybe do 2 Phoenixes at once, chip away a little bit, and defend with counterspells. So it was a very aggressive play. And we'll see if how it ends up working out. But Narset here is doing some work.
Yeah.
Just finding the Helixes, Unholy Heats. Heat's not there yet on Delirium. We also have a Magma Opus here ready to hardcast. Now, again, Mystical Dispute's been up all game, has not been cast yet. So up every turn except for the turn that Narset was cast, where the Ramanap Ruins is up. So Dispute's still a very possible card as far as hardcasting Opus.
Got another Lightning Helix. The Ninja, realizing how he lost the last game, does not want that to happen again.
Yep. All right, so Heat will finish off the Narsets. Now, Dota's cards are back on as far as drawing cards and friends. But interesting spot here. This is all about Mystical Dispute because Ninja can Magma Opus, kill the Crokeyz Drake, make a 4/4, draw 2 cards, etc., etc. But if there's a dispute here, it's going to be backbreaking.
Mystical Dispute, let's go!
I'm saying Dota's got it.
Cross your fingers.
There it is.
Oh, we had it. I mean, it's still an uphill battle, kind of. Metacastoda, but there are 4 cards in hand. Still has that Lantern. Top deck Gear Hulk, the double Lightning Helix and the Crokeyz Drake could have happened. Could still happen. But we also do the Gear Hulk, so now we're kind of like, do we do these Lightning Helixes when Metacastoda's tapped out? We do know that Metacastoda has negate, or do we just go for the Torrential Gear Hulk?
Yeah, the problem, of course, is the Soul Guy Lantern in play, so the Opus is not actually available.
Yep.
So, look, it's not as good as a draw as it looked. When I saw it, I was like, oh my god, when it's gonna go. But yeah, I mean, probably still has to just double Helix to Drake and keep playing. And I think at that point, Dota's just ahead. Dota's got 4 cards in hand, 2 lootings in play. And this Gear Hulk is sort of neutered. However, it is also just a 5/6, which is rather large and does attack, but.
Do we see another Crokeyz Drake? Is there? I feel like there has to be like another Crokeyz Drake or another or like a Sprite Dragon here to, push Metacastoda past the finish line. There's literally nothing in play right now. It's a threat.
Yeah, but again, like I said, it's sort of interesting because now Dota has sort of like almost taken the control role away. Because there's more cards in hand, but still card draw coming. Dota's just way ahead on cards. We've seen multiple iterations. Still 4 cards in hand. Here's a Channeler. You know,
Dota smartly playing a land before the iteration, knowing that there's not going to be a land in exile. Smartly. We get a card in hand. We get a Dragon Rage Channeler. That's effectively a draw 2 from this expressive iteration. Mystical Dispute in hand. I mean, maybe that comes up. There is only 6 mana on Medicus Dota's side, but Mystical Dispute's definitely not going to get it here with 4 mana available.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little dicey. Of course, Gearhulk can come down just as a 5/6 and start swinging and try and race, but Sprite Dragon is a pretty hard card to race.
Also, it's a little hard to race because Torrential Gearhulk has to get 3 attacks in unless there's another Lightning Helix off the top for the Ninja. And that might just... 3 turns, I think, is like a little bit too much.
So I think this is a little bit of a misstep here from Dota. Sacrificing the Soul Guide Lantern in response to the Gearhulk itself. Now, if Ninja had like a Helix in their hand or an Unholy Heat or something like that, they could actually cast it still in response to the Gearhulk, and then flash back the spell they cast. Probably should have waited for the Gearhulk to come into play and target.
And that's actually going to be relevant here, right?
Right. So now, exactly. So now the Dispute's going to target Sprite Dragon, and the Gearhulk can now target the Dispute and then target Sprite Dragon again.
Wow.
So heads up play from Ninja by playing the Gearhulk in response to Sprite Dragon.
Oh.
We'll just see another Dispute anyway. It's not going to matter. Yeah.
Wow.
As I said, Mystical Dispute is very, very good against the control deck, countering basically all the major threats, and completely changes the dynamic of the matchup, where the Phoenix player now has this sort of get ahead early plan, as well as the way to stop what the control player is doing.
Good draw, because you get to kill the Sprite Dragon before it becomes a 4/4, which is relevant, or a 3/3 actually, because Unholy Heat doesn't have Delirium yet. But I mean, if I'm the Ninja, I think I just fire this off right now on that Sprite Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. Before it can grow from instance, but even then, like now there's still Ramanap Ruins, there's still Dragon Rage Channeler, still 3 cards in hand and 2 lootings in the bin, and Ninja's got a lot of work to do here.
Yep, the Ramanap is going to put it at exact lethal next turn with the Dragon Rage Channeler, so the Ninja's going to have to draw a good card here. But just every time I think the Ninja's going to turn the corner, it's just like the Phoenix deck just does something to put the control deck in a bad spot, and then just takes advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of cards in Dota's hand. It's just cast 3 iterations this game. Just got way ahead on cards.
Wow. Now, do you expect that to be the norm, or did we see kind of an anomaly match there?
I think game 1 was an anomaly. I think that game 1, the Jeskai player is definitely ahead, especially with main deck angers and things like that. That was, as we said, Ninja's game to lose for sure. But I think game 2 and 3, the Phoenix is definitely favored. Once Mystical Dispute comes in, once Negate comes in, all of the Phoenix's players' threats are very resilient and cheap. And then, between the Arquettes coming back, Dragon and Dragon Rage Channeler costing only 1 and 2, and then these cheap counterspells where the control player has to resolve it's a Fairy or a Gearhulk or one of these big cards to do their thing. And the Phoenix player is very, very good at stopping that, while also playing cheap threats and drawing cards.
Yeah, one of the things about playing a control deck that doesn't have kind of mass exile, like a Rest in Peace or something, that I don't think that the Ninja was playing. One of the problems with that is that there's so many expressive iterations and so much card filtering, and so the Phoenix deck always gets exactly the cards they want to get, like most of the time. Sometimes you get those anomaly games like game 1, right? But something that's so hard to play against the Phoenix deck as a control deck is that sometimes you just have to draw what you need off the top, because the Phoenix deck has so many ways to draw discard, expressive iteration. Like, yes, the Jeskai deck has those same cards, but not as many of them, and everything's kind of recurable. So you kind of have to do the thing that the Ninja did, and was in a great spot actually, by casting that Anger of the Gods, exiling every single Phoenix. But Medicus Dota's sideboard was prepared for that and has additional threats in that sideboard as well to kind of counteract that. But the main thing in this game was actually just all the counterspells that were played. Usually in Phoenix decks, you want to use all of your spells on your own turn to bring your Phoenixes back.
Right.
But in that specific game, it was okay, like you were saying earlier, for the Phoenix deck to kind of do this little mid-range thing, a little tempo thing, hold back a little bit, play your threat, attack, counter like a Lightning Helix, counter a Gearhulk, counter a Mystical Dispute, whatever. And Mystical Dispute was definitely the MVP of that game.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that what you said there is totally correct. That's why game 1 is rough, because you want all the cards in your Phoenix deck to be proactive, because if you cast an opt, cast an opt, and your third spell is a mystical dispute, you can't recur your Phoenixes, you're like, ah. So you really want all your spells to be able to be castable in your main phase. But once things board, you don't need to go that fast. You can pump the brakes a bit, use your counter spells. And the other important thing too is expressive iteration. Typically these Phoenix decks, and typically Delver decks in general in older formats, have the issue where they have tons of card selection, but very little card advantage. Brainstorm, Ponder, Opt. These are all cards that they just give you one card. They never give you more than one card. They help you select cards so you can kind of put your lands away and keep drawing spells. But you're never plus material. You're always just kind of finding the right things at the right time, playing a threat, protecting it, and killing your opponent. Iteration changes that. Because iteration is bulk card draw. It's just 2 mana, draw 2 cards. And in that game, we saw 3 iterations cast, which allowed the Phoenix player to keep up with our control player on cards, which is absolutely huge. So iteration's a big change for these decks as far as their ability to go longer and actually draw cards rather than just select cards.
That's a good theory behind what happened there, because we saw that iteration was cast getting a Dragon Rage Channeler and a potential Mystical Dispute. What if the Mystical Dispute actually wasn't in hand? Was able to get that threat and have the counterspell in one card, and usually the Phoenix decks can kind of go on forever, as I usually like to call it on stream, because every time they cast Expressive Iteration, they're turning that card selection into card advantage, like you were saying, and it's just so hard to keep up with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
How far do you expect the Phoenix deck to go in this tournament?
I mean, one of the safest things to do in a week 1 tournament with a new set is just to play the really good established deck. Everyone's trying out the new zombie decks and the new spirit decks and stuff. And, well, your Phoenix deck is still really good. And then in this scenario, the Phoenix deck got a pretty big upgrade in Consider, which, again, looks so innocent. It's just an op with a little bit of an upside. But that's exactly the kind of card the Phoenix wants. And Consider's going to hit a Phoenix and put it in the graveyard, 10% of the time or whatever it is. That's going to change the numbers a bit. It was, aside from just being a great card, where you already would have played Opt, and now you can play Opt and Consider and decide how many cantrips you actually want to play. So this is one of the best decks in the format, getting a reasonable upgrade from the new set. It's not exciting, it's not flashy, but if you want to win, it's a great place to be.
Right. One of the things about Consider that that you already considered, you're feel free to laugh. You don't have your little laugh thing, do you? Right now, no, you don't.
I can hit it if you want.
Do it, hit it. Nope, didn't do anything.
Can you hear that? It might be noise gated out because you can only hear it through my microphone, but it was there. Yeah. It was there.
Okay, as long as it was there. One of the things to consider as well. I need to stop saying that word. Anyway, one of the things to make note of, is that
ponder.
One thing to ponder about and to brainstorm about, to iterate about. Anyways, is that you said it was a better op or upgraded opt, right? Well, they were already playing opt, so just to have an even better opt is even better for that deck also. So there's a few different feature matches that are still playing. We're gonna try to get them in a feature match right now. We are not currently available to feature. There are 2 matches still going on. We have MTG Girl still playing against SvimXN MTG. SvimXN was the winner of Stream League 5. So the winner of Stream League 5 is currently still playing as MTG Girl, and Harvey is playing against Berserksea. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can watch those. We cannot currently watch those right now. But let's go ahead and take a quick snapshot on what MTG Girl and SvimXN MTG are playing. So let's go ahead and check that really quick. MTG Girl right now is playing Mono Black. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? MTG Girl is playing Rat Colony Tribal.
Hold on, I can't see it. I gotta find it. There it is.
Now, unfortunately, for all of you, we're not able to show this right now. But there are 25 rat colonies and 2 Lurrus of the Dream Den as the only creatures in the deck. That's funny. We have 3 Vanquishers Banner, 3 Bantu's Monument, a couple Thoughtseas, a couple Malakir Rebirths, and that's it.
See, I'm very excited to see this deck list, and Melee is refusing to show it to me. It keeps showing me the stream. I found it. All right, yes. That is a deck list, if I've ever seen one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 unique cards in this deck. 10 unique cards. 16 snow-covered swamps, 25 rat colonies, and then a smattering of other cards.
Now the smattering doesn't matter. It's just rat tribal. You know, Faceless Haven's a rat, folks.
That is true. That is very true.
Wow. You know what card's not in here though? The card Ali Eldrazi's playing, the Faceless Agent. You would think that's more copies of Rat Colony, isn't it?
Find some more rats.
Wow. Wow. Okay, well, now I'm excited, and I hope MTG wins the entire tournament. It just says mono black. It doesn't even say rats. I'm assuming like a mono black aggro deck, you know, with the Thought Seizes, with the Gutter Bones. With
for sure, yeah.
I'm expecting that, and all I see is 25 rat colonies. Well,
the important thing here is that there's also only 2 Thought Seizes because you got to make room for rats. You can't like cut into your rat count too hard. So, love it, love it.
Also, no Inquisitions. Who needs Inquisition when you have rats?
Right, just rat them up. The more rats, the better.
You know, Ratatouille, just cook a soup. We also have Sphinx and MTG, the winner of Stream League 5, playing Orzhov. Now, we see Esper Sentinel, Luminarch Aspirant, Thalia's Lieutenant, 4 copies of all of those. 3 copies of Thalia Guardian of Thraben and Elite Spellbinder. A couple Dauntless Bodyguards, a couple Thraben Inspectors. So we see this is an Orzhov Humans deck. With a Yawgmoth Thran Physician in there for some card advantage. We have a General's Enforcer to make sure that our things have Indestructible. We have General Kudro of Drannith, a little bit of a Lord there that also exiles things from the graveyard. I think is very strong in this format. If Phoenix is going to be a deck in this format, General Kudro is kind of what you want to be doing. Also, there's a lot of flashback cards that are being played. Faithless Lootings. Definitely a lot of cards to be exiled with General Kudro of Drannith. We have a Giant Killer to be searched for with the Ranger Captain of Eos. We have Abzan Battle Priest, Brutal Cathar, and Jaren Corrupted Bishop. So those are some new cards, aren't they? Brutal Cathar is a new card, isn't it?
Yeah, the Brutal Cathar, the Jaren, kind of quite the variety pack of spicy one-ups here for sure.
Intrepid Adversary, Micaeus, just like a lot of cool one-ups there. 21 lands, and so those decks are facing against each other. I mean, honestly, I don't think Orzhov Humans has a chance against rats.
Well, of course, the true tribal deck showing humans who's boss. Yeah, the one thing I do love about this humans deck is 1 Mana Tithe. You got to have the one in an open deckless tournament. That's the kind of card that puts the fear of God in your opponent's heart because you only have 1. You kind of like can't really play around it, but if they have it, it's really, really embarrassing. So I love the 1 Mana Tithe in the open deckless format.
Right, that's actually something that I think people don't really utilize a lot. I mean, they do also. I've seen it a lot. Is that in an open deck list to have like a 1-of in your deck, in your main deck, and maybe like a couple 1-ofs in your sideboard, like really like your opponent just has to play around them now since it's open deck list.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a good way to kind of exploit the count against open deck lists is often that it stifles innovation, right? And I'm kind of like obviously for online tournaments it makes sense, but I prefer to have closed deck lists whenever possible because I love cute sideboard jukes and having cool new tech and like I like your opponent being in the dark. Mm-hmm. So the corollary to that is if it is open deck list, how do you kind of gain that edge? And a way to do that is play a spicy 1-of or 2. Put your opponent on their toes, keep them guessing, and they have the information, but they can't use it super well because you only have 1 Mana Tithe. When's it going to be?
I mean, you got to Mana Tithe that rat on turn 2, right?
What's up?
You got to Mana Tithe that rat on turn 2, right? Have to.
I'm losing you. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't hear me?
You're good now. I'm sorry.
Okay. You have to Mana Tithe the rat on turn 2, right? You can't just not Mana Tithe that.
Oh, well, if you're not Mana Tithing a rat, then what are you Mana Tithing in general?
Exactly. I mean, exactly. Like, you don't have a choice to do anything else. There's 25 rats in the deck.
Right. Yeah. So I think Mana Tithe is the kind of card where you take your shot when you take it. Like if you got the shot, take it, kind of thing.
Or you're holding it in your hand until they have 18 mana. They pay all the 18 mana, then you get them.
Yeah. I mean, if you do wait, it's the kind of situation where you damn well better be right. Because if you are right, you're a genius, but you better be right.
There was a spot actually where I Elite Spellbindered the Rogue Draw spell, the 4 mana, the one that becomes 4 mana. So it was 6 mana, and I also had Redain on board, so it was 8 mana. And I had Mana Tithe in my deck. They end step 8 mana, draw 3, using all of their mana, and I got Mana Tithe.
That's a good one. They should have a Mana Tithe Hall of Fame. Everyone can submit their good Mana Tithes. I've had a few good ones over my career for sure. A card I love playing, and everyone should submit their Mana Tithe Hall of Fame. And you can just walk down the hall. If you're having a bad day, if you're ever, feeling sad, you go to the Manatite Hall of Fame and just smile the whole way down the hallway at all the good Manatite dunks.
Right. All right. So it looks like these matches here are going to come to an end. We are not able to show them on stream right now, but we are going to be starting round 2 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com, hosted by myself and JimDavisMTG here in just a few minutes. We'll see you in round 2. is it going, everybody? We are starting round 2 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Here we have Jim Davis with us. Let's go ahead and talk about this first feature match here in round 2. We have Eric Coomber, which is Tiscrubbly in Mono Blue playing against, or Mono Blue Spirits, playing against Echo TV, playing Gruul. This deck also has a lot of different cards in it. And there's a few cards in it that actually make this deck playable from the new set. So let's go ahead and talk about some of those cards. What are you excited to see from the new set from this Mono Blue Spirits deck?
This is going to be a cool one because of how things are going to line up. So our Gruul player is not playing normal Gruul. No Bone Crusher Giants, no Burning Tree Emissaries. This is a werewolf deck with 4 Nightpack Ambusher, a bunch of new werewolves. And this is going to play very interestingly against the Spirits deck because the Spirits deck wants to play at instant speed, which means day and night are going to be flipping a lot. So this is going to play right into the werewolves player's plan of wanting to have the werewolves flip. So this is going to be a really cool dynamic matchup.
Now we see a few new cards here from the Spirits deck. We have 4 Patrician Geist, which is a card that just came out. It's a 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Spirit Knight. Has flying, and it's a Lord. Other spirits you control get +1/+1, and spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast. There's not going to be any, as far as I know, spells being cast from the graveyard here with the Spirits deck. But it also just is a Spirit Lord. We already have Supreme Phantom in Historic, which is a 2-mana 1/3 flyer that have other spirits you control get +1/+1. That's 2 different lords, which is something you really like to see from a tribal deck.
Yeah, having that 5th or 8th lord is very, very important. And it's definitely not like it's a little bit of a hybrid of a tribal deck and like the mono blue kind of curiosity tempo deck. 4 Curious Obsessions in here. Want to get that obsession thing going with the counter spells, but definitely makes the creatures in the deck, which are a little weak, much more impressive.
Yeah, it does have those Curious Obsessions. There's a couple of copies of, as 4 copies of Curious Obsession. We see a little bit of counter spells here with Lofty Denial. We have Archmage Charm being played in this deck. Do you think this Archmage Charm is a little bit too expensive, or is it right up our alley here for the Spirits deck?
It's pretty flexible, and the good thing about Archmage's Charm in this deck is that this deck is often weak to like 1-drop aggro decks. So having a 3-mana control magic is a pretty nice side thing to have. You can steal a Death Shadow or a big Champion of the Perished or whatever. So having that ability, or tokens too, is a nice thing to have. It's a very flexible spell.
You can also kind of ambush your opponents, especially taking a Champion of the Perished. A lot of those cards are ground creatures from your opponent's side of the board. So being able to take one, even being able to take one post attack or pre-attackers, right? Just to take, and it might just not attack.
Absolutely. So this is where the interesting part of this matchup comes into play here, is that Nightpack Ambusher has Flash. So it's not often you get to see the Gruul player play at instant speed against the mono blue tempo player. And again, we haven't seen a werewolf yet, but there are multiple werewolves in the deck as far as flipping back and forth goes. So this is a much more interesting matchup than your usual just Gruul smash. So this is pretty cool.
You're usually used to seeing Nightpack Ambusher in the Gruul decks, but also with blue in it. There's no blue in this deck, folks.
Right. And the thing is that the Ambusher, the blue deck doesn't really deal with things very well, of course. So we're going to see the Ambusher get phased out here, which will prevent the token from making a token. But it's still in play, and it's probably not going anywhere. There's actually no removal in the deck aside from 2 copies of Petty Theft for Brazen Borrower. So Ambusher's here to stay, and then Ambusher plays perfectly into the plan of just saying go over and over again, and a devastating smashing too. This is going to be very, very difficult for our Spirits player to get out of.
Yeah, now all Echo has to do is nothing, right?
Right. The thing is that, typically these sort of Gruul aggressive decks are very good against the mono blue tempo-y decks. The mono blue decks tend to be very good against, control decks, combo decks, things like that. But with this Gruul deck having the ability to also play things at instant speed and utilize that sort of area of the game, this seems like it's very much in Echo's favor. Oh my God.
Wow.
There's top right, fast as possible.
Get out. Probably get out.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one. Now we're going to see some sideboarding here, of course. Essence Capture. Selective Snare is a really cool one. That's a blue and an X. You can bounce creatures that are the same type. But again, I really think the flash elements of this Gruul deck, whether they're better than Bone Crusher and Friends, in the format as a whole remains to be seen. But in a matchup like this, they line up really, really well.
Oh yeah, I know. And also the fact that Nightpack Embusher has like synergy with the rest of the deck too, which is pretty cool. And also there's new Arlen, right, from the new set.
Yep.
I'm sure it's in this deck. And it makes wolves, and it's +1 lets you cast your cards at instant speed also.
Right. This is the most flashy Gruul deck I've ever seen. And take that from multiple angles, if you will. Definitely, this is a cool build, and it's certainly getting paid off here with this lining up really, really well. And now also the Gruul player gets to bring in a Braid, Magma Spray, Run Afoul. There's really cheap removal spells to keep the mono blue player off balance. The mono blue is a deck where, spirits or no, it needs to get on the board to kind of get ahead. So those bounce spells can be kind of tempoed. You can kind of win the game that way. That's going to be very, very difficult to do with now Magma Spray and friends coming in as well.
Yeah, if it was already a bad matchup in game 1, it's probably even worse game 2 and 3, right?
Yeah, I don't think that the mono blue player is getting enough here to really make up for it. And they're actually, if you can believe it, 0 copies of Aether Gust in this mono blue sideboard. Aether Gust being one of the best sideboard cards, printed in, I couldn't even tell you how long, so.
Yeah, since like almost ever.
Right, and that would be the spot where, okay, well, at least they have Aether Gust, they can kind of do their thing, and that gives them that removal spell they didn't really have. This is going to be very difficult. Yeah, so you see Essence Capture here. Good card, but you got to have, for these tempo sort of counter spells to work, there needs to be a clock in play too. There's your threat, but things got to get rolling and you got to get ahead.
Special coming down here. Yeah, it responds. Nightpack Embusher. No Rattle Chains. No Brazen Borrower. Trying to get in here. Get that pressure on the battlefield. Rattle Chains here as flash. Go ahead.
Pretty interesting choice though, because for a number of reasons, A, didn't capture the wolf, and then B, didn't play the 2-drop, because if the 2-drop was played, then this turn could have been 2-drop and Sailor. So gets to nab the new Werewolf Legend, but we have a 2/2 flyer against a 3/3, and then not much else going on as far as interaction. We can see double Rattle Chains here. We can see a Petty Theft. Maybe we see a Lord off the top. We can see some racing, but we're gonna see what Ekkel has. All right, there's Stormseeker, and again, no more counter spells here. It can be Petty Thefted, but it's coming back next turn, and these Rattle Chains aren't exactly the fastest threat.
One thing I do want to mention about this deck here from Ekkel's side is that Reckless Stormseeker is very, very good right after you play Werewolf Pack Leader.
Absolutely.
Because it triggers Pack Tactics as soon as on turn 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've played in the previous format, try to go Pack Leader on 3 and then 3/3 Haster on 4. It's like Arnie something or other. It's a Legend from Kaldheim. And the new Werewolf is just much better. Reckless Stormseeker is really, really good. All right, that was a huge draw. So now at the Obsession, now there's actually that extra push towards drawing cards, getting the ball rolling, kind of making some forward progress here before Ekkel can get off the ground. Again, only spirits in hand though, so no interaction now, no way to bounce things, no way to counter things, no way to kill things. It's going to be a race, and racing against enormous Gruul werewolves can be difficult.
Let's see what Ekkel decides to do here. Maybe it's nothing to try to get down a Nightpack Embusher.
Yeah, we'll see. Most important thing for Ekkel here is getting on the board. And I can definitely see an Ambusher here in response to this Borrower. Yep, there you go. So this is not an angle that most Gruul decks usually have. Now an Ambush is in play. It's huge, and it makes the Pack Leader huge. And we're going to see, the Geist come down. Here are the Lords. Here's the swing. It's a pretty big swing, and that is 7. So there is lethal for our Spirits player. And a counterspell or bounce player would be huge.
That's exactly what we're looking to do in game 1. Just not able to get on the board fast enough, not able to deal with opponent's creatures fast enough. That Brazen Borrower really did a lot of work here.
Yeah, the Borrower and the Curious Obsession are definitely the key cards. The remaining creatures just aren't that important, because they're sort of there. But the ability to interact with the board, draw some cards, and unless Ekkel's got something nice here,
are we gonna see like a chump block or something? Maybe Tiscrubbly plays around the out of Ekkel having 3 damage somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it is open decklist, and there is no burn in Eccles' deck.
No Embercleave either?
No Embercleave, no burn. There's the pump ability on Pack Leader, which is definitely, that would be 10 damage, but of course there's 11 points of life here. So we're going to see a block.
Yeah, I think Scrubbly just taking the easy way, like make sure you don't die to anything that's like unknown, even though their whole entire deck list is known, but crazy shenanigans can happen. We already have lethal on board with our other creatures if we block, so let's just do this.
Yeah, definitely. And then once that Rattle Chains comes down, I don't really see a way out for Ekkel. You know, one Abrade here would keep Ekkel alive, but not in the face of Rattle Chains. So there's a post-combat Stormseeker, which is a little interesting, honestly.
If they were going to, I think that was just like a little bit of either an oversight or just cast it. Nothing else really to cast that's relevant. Because like if Echo really wanted to make that full attack, they'd cast a Stormseeker pre-combat. But at this point, I just don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly some stuff happening here as far as priority goes. There's an Abrade, but again, this isn't really enough. This is still 3, 6, 7, 8. So I think that's going to do it. Unless, I'm sorry, there's one copy of Run Afoul in Eccles' deck. It is not there.
Oh, that would be interesting.
That would have been spicy.
That might even be lethal for the Gruul player if they had it.
Oh, would have won the game on the spot. Absolutely. Yeah. So, but unfortunately, the one Run Afoul not there. So we see a little bit of a surprising win there for our Mono Blue player, being able to sort of out aggro the Gruul deck, which should, in theory, be outsizing them by a significant margin. But the one timely Petty Theft, one timely Curious Obsession, and then just enough to cross the finish line. However, now our Gruul player is back on the play, and our Gruul player also has a chance to draw Llanowar Elves. And again, if I had to put my chip somewhere, it's going in the Gruul side here, on the play, all the flash stuff. And again, if the Gruul player is able to get out ahead, it's going to be pretty difficult for Ekkel to, for the Scrubbly to kind of buy that time and get things going. But there's Selective Snare, which is a cool one, which is definitely a cool one.
Yeah, we have enough lands, we have a good curve. Like, if there's a time that Scrubbly can win this game on the draw, it's definitely this.
The Scrubbly seems to agree that Selective Snare is very exciting, letting us all know about it.
It's the content play.
Another one.
Okay, it's the content play.
The problem here is that there isn't really much of a clock. So we see a Sailor and a Borrower, no Obsession, no Lord. Change is a good draw there, because now there's a bit of a curve too, but bounce spells don't mean much if you don't win the game in the next turn or two. So we'll see how this goes.
Might see that same play as last game. Nope. I like the fact that we're seeing a lot of new cards in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Eccles' almost entire deck is new cards. It's pretty wild. So this is interesting. We're going to see a pretty aggressive Petty Theft here, with Lofty Denial available, as well as these two Selective Snares. So, and then here we go. Here's the spray. So the big thing about that second game was no real removal from Eccles' side. So the board kind of just got there. It was flying, and then it just won the game. But now we're seeing the spray, and then kind of a weird play too, because now Eccles is able to just recast the Pack Leader because I was in combat. So reset the Pack Leader for the turn, but that was really it. So we'll see. Here's Herald to tap it. Herald is a pretty good draw also. But things are coming down. Selective Snare is pretty good here. It is 3 mana, bounce 2 creatures. But again, these bounce spells aren't as exciting when there's no clock, and a 2/1 flyer isn't much of a clock. So this looks good, but it's important to recognize how bounce spells affect a game of Magic. Bounce spells are inherently card disadvantage. They are tempo advantage. But if you aren't utilizing the tempo, then it comes back to card advantage. So we'll see how this plays out. Still at 17 for Ekkel.
Double Pack Leader here. Let's see if we have that green source. No mana open for Scrubbly, which is what you want to see from the Gruul side. So see what happens here. I mean, if I'm Scrubbly, I'm ecstatic here at how this game is going on. And we do want to, the dream, I think, would be to draw like one more untapped land here.
Yeah, if untapped land allows for Chains plus Lofty Denial, that's kind of the issue too. By playing Snare there, is that now his denials are down, and now there's just 2 more creatures available. So obviously Snare lines up well against the Wolf token, but there's just not a lot of aggression coming through.
So if you're to Scrubbly here, do you just flash the Borrower or Rattle Chains? Just to, like, you tap down the pack leader, pack tactics doesn't happen here, and then just try to get in with in the air like we did the last game.
Yeah, that's probably got to be the plan, but the problem is it's somewhat of a flimsy plan because the creatures are kind of flimsy, and the power on Eccles' board is just growing and growing and growing. So now I tap pack leader, attack for 2, and now I imagine here's an ambusher. So there you go. So now we see 11 power on Eccles' board, and we can see a snare again, but this is still only an attack for 4, and then the creatures come back down, and we'll see if it's enough.
I mean, there's a world where Scrubbly gets there. I mean, 11 is not that much.
Yeah, and I mean, this Nibblegast Herald is also very, very good. This is sort of like the tempo we need to kind of tap things down, buy some time. And, right now it comes across for 7, counter the next spell, attack for 5.
Especially if we get the new Lord or something next turn.
Yeah, a Lord would be huge here, because a Lord would appreciably change the clock. All right, so we're seeing Herald taps, board growing.
Actually, a Lord is exact lethal. There's no removal spell.
It's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that is true. Here comes Arlen.
All right, still lethal if we get a Lord here off the top.
Okay.
Land is what we want,
No,
though.
but I think the snare's got to pull it off. This is a pretty good snare here. You can bounce all of the tokens and kill them all, or bounce Ambusher, force a recast. Time is all that's needed right now.
Wow, this Selectus snare. I mean, we saw them show it to us for the content.
Yeah.
Not attacking with Nibblegast Herald here.
That's a little weird. Yeah, you just got to go face here and try to win the game. So, I mean, once again, Eccles in a spot where dead on board needs to present lethal.
Need removal.
Yeah, the lack of removal has been a pretty big issue here. We also saw the Magma Spray cast very, very early on that 1/1 flyer, and I think that's going to come back to haunt Eccles tonight if Eccles having some dreams about Magic, because if that spray had killed the Nibblegast Herald, this game would have been probably pretty easy to win.
What if we had seen a spicy Cinderclasm there?
Yeah, there it is, though. Wow, I'm very impressed. Going into this match, I mean, I would have bet everything on the Gruul deck.
Oh, same.
I wouldn't have a house anymore. So because not only I think is Gruul just naturally favored against mono blue tempo decks in general, the way this Gruul deck is constructed with all these flash threats, these werewolves, but definitely the Scrubbly drew the right amount of interaction, and those snares were super, super clutch. So pretty crazy match there. It was an exciting one.
We're going to go over to either Arne playing Blue Red Phoenix against John Likes Games playing Big Red, or Ali Eldrazi playing 5-color Niv against Harding playing Teamer Flash. Go ahead and try to see if we can find one of those here in a second. What do you think? I mean, obviously, Teamer Flash is a pretty good deck to be playing. We saw all the tools that can be played in that Gruul deck with the flash threats. We add in a couple Gear Hulks here and there. Add in a couple Magma Opus here and there. Teamer Flash looking pretty good in Historic right now. Yeah,
it's the kind of deck where when it gets ahead, it's kind of like the really big version of the mono blue deck we just saw. Where you're flashing, you're countering things. When it gets ahead, it's lights out. Once they get that ambusher and play it untapped, I mean, sorry, if you're not already at least on the board in some way, you're probably not winning. The problem, of course, is getting to that point, and there are a lot of fast decks in Historic that can get on the ground early and prevent them from doing that. So it's going to be a real question of how much can the teamer player control the first few turns of the game, and then can they get to that huge spot where they play Ambusher or they play Gear Hulk and then they untap and then go from there. Magma Opus, of course, is super cute in this deck because we, of course, have Gear Hulk plus Opus. That's great and fine. But the treasure just allowing for a turn 3 ambusher is also absolutely huge.
Yeah.
So this is a deck with one real goal in mind. Get Ambusher in play or get Gear Hulk in play and then untap. If it gets to that point, it's going to be in great shape.
All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get into Harding 33's match with Teamer. And we have this on turn 6 right now in game 3 against Ali Eldrazi. playing Niv Mizzet Reborn. Currently has a Territorial Kavu out. Let's go ahead and get that to you right now.
It's a mid-sized shark.
It's a little above average, you know. 7 mana into a shark is kind of the same power and toughness as a 2 mana Territorial Kavu. Must be nice.
Yes, yes. All right. A lot of cards for Ollie here. Of course, Archmage's Charm is pretty good. We also see Hour of Devastation, which is a pretty sweet one. Doesn't see a lot of play.
No, it doesn't.
Pretty awesome card. Doesn't actually answer, of course, the Niv Mizzet itself being a 6/6. So kind of an interesting one to bring in, honestly. I mean, it deals with Planeswalkers a little bit, which is nice. But
maybe just like the Kavu is enough of a problem.
Yeah, perhaps, honestly. I mean, that's the thing about these teamer decks is that they don't deal with fat creatures very well. You know, the removal spells are obviously damage based, Fire Prophecy, Prismari Command, etc. So when the big ones come in, five or more toughness is pretty big.
Discarding Orcus. I love Orcus in that deck because 7 mana or 6 mana into an Orcus can bring Territorial Kavu back from the graveyard with haste.
Yeah, Orcus is a cool card. It's definitely a little clunky and expensive, but it is real good when you cast it.
Especially with, I've had a lot of success playing against all the humans decks, and even playing it for 5 mana to wipe every X1 is amazing. Also, because Elite Spellbinder has 1 toughness, even like a lot, almost, I think it's almost every creature in the human decks that are going on right now are creatures with 1 toughness at some point. Like, yes, they can grow from other +1/+1 counter cards, but a lot of them have 1 toughness.
Absolutely, yeah. And then, of course, it's also the 5/3 flying trample, which is freaking huge too. So
yeah. So it's just by far the best card to have if you don't have just a Deafening Clarion or something.
All right, so big play from Ollie here, countering the card draw spell, and now we're seeing a lack of options from Harding's side, and we're not going to see this Hour Devastation.
Yeah.
I guess there's only 1 red in play. Could have shocked him with Steam Vents and gone for the Hour.
I think that's what I would have done.
Can't ignore the Kavu for too long here. It is pretty big.
That's a clock.
The advantage you get from attacking with it is, of course, you're just having it have gas all the time. So any land in your hands now, hopefully a spell. And activating Mantras is great. But again, as I said in the intro to this deck, the teamer deck really can't fall behind. And now we're seeing a spot where the Kavu gets to attack. It's actually going to eat an Opus from the graveyard to disallow possible Gearhulk shenanigans.
Yep.
Sort of like dotting I's, crossing T's here, and putting a lot of pressure on Harding to really do something impactful next turn.
Right. The thing I love about Kavu is he just plays every role. Okay. It's a, what is it, a 4-turn clock? That's an insane clock for 1 creature. It's a 4-turn clock.
2.
It draws cards. It costs 2 mana. And specifically that deck, there's so many Triomes in it. And it exiles a graveyard. Something I mentioned in round 1 or before Stream League started today was that Territorial Kavu does an amazing job at doing all these roles, exiling creatures from the graveyard that can come back like a Gutter Bones, exiling spells that can come back from Torrential Gearhulks, like that Magma Opus that we just saw. There's a lot of amazing qualities that are good in a Magic card and a Magic deck here.
Big spot. Oh, we have a connection.
That Territorial Kavu just plays all the roles. But, Harding had the foresight to wait for the second Kavu.
Yeah, I mean, it's that, as we talked of open deck list, that's only a 1 of that 1 Hour Devastation. Kind of a somewhat odd card to bring in, and maximum paid off there. But here comes Niv Mizzet, and once again, the issue being that Niv Mizzet is very, very big. 6 toughness is a lot, and I don't know if there's a real answer to this Niv here.
Yep, no answer to this Niv Mizzet here. Torrential Gearhulk can cast a spell out of the graveyard, can cast an Archmage Charm to draw a couple cards. There is a Dovin's Veto in hand. There is a Vanishing Verse that can come down next turn to take out this Nightpack Ambusher. Game's looking pretty over here, especially if there's a Lightning Helix on the top of Ali Eldrazi's deck, or in the next 3 cards after that, due to that Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, Dovin's Veto is the major card here. The ability to counter whatever could possibly stop this. It's sort of funny. Now Ollie is the tempo deck. Ollie has the threat in play and the counter spell in hand, and that's usually all she wrote. So I would be hard pressed to see Harding out of this game. The one fear, I suppose, is like a Shark Typhoon, but Vanishing Verse covers that too. So looking pretty good for Ollie here.
Now, there could even be copies of Prismatic Command in Ollie's deck, which also does the damage here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ollie's pretty happy to just chill here. I don't think going for the win is necessary. You can just leave the instant up, and then if there is a tap out for a Gear Hulk or a tap out for anything, then you fire off the instant at that point too. And Ollie's, I think, patient enough to realize that. So you can iteration here or not, and just chill and just take the game next turn.
I think Ollie is going to chill based on playing that land there.
Yeah, or another threat.
I like having two lethal attackers as well.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty heads up play, and then not being greedy at all. Just casting it for 3, just making sure it's lethal, making sure it lives through any sort of 2 damage effect, which there aren't many of, I guess.
Making sure to hold up the Vanishing Verse and the Dovin's Veto.
Exactly. So covering bases, putting 2 threats in play. And we got a Hail Mary here from Harding. To be fair to Harding, there is a lot of power on the battlefield. There's 11 power. So, there is perhaps maybe some sort of path here. But here's Archmage's Charm to counter the Crokeyz.
I don't even know if you worry about this, right? Because we have Ollie has lethal now. If it counters the Crokeyz, that's fine. Then you just Dovin's Veto or Vanishing Verse a blocker for Niv.
Yeah, the problem is that there isn't really an answer to this Niv Mizzet. Especially with Veto and Verse covering basically everything.
I think the only thing you need to worry about is Magma Opus, right? Like if you Dovin's Veto that right there, and to make the Crokeyz resolve, a top deck Magma Opus could actually be a problem with tapping the Niv Mizzet.
Yes, that would buy the time I think necessary to win. And same idea like what I was saying before, where like there's a lot of power in play. So what can they do with that power to kill me? And you're absolutely correct. Opus here, just tap the blocker for 1 turn, buy a little time, get it, and sneak that win in. So you got the desperation cycle here, but what do you get? It could be anything. It could be a Triome.
Could be a counterspell.
Yeah. All right. So there's your memory lapse, and that'll do it. Ollie takes it down. In what, in theory, should be a pretty good matchup for the Flash player because Ollie's deck doesn't really get going super fast. But the problem is, if Ollie resolves literally anything, it feels like game over. And the Kavu's just so cheap. Territorial Kavu is just so inexpensive that it can come in under counter spells. It's huge. It's hard to kill. So Kavu felt like the card of that match, even though we didn't see all of it. Felt like the most important card by a lot.
Right. Now, unfortunately, we're not able to show you that Flash matchup for too long since we entered that in Game 3. We have a match in Game 2 right now. It's going to be Arne Huschenbeth against John Likes Games. Arne Huschenbeth is playing, looks like, is it Dragon Rage Channeler? We have Seasoned Pyromancer here. We have Brazen Borrower. We see an Ox of Agonis against John Likes Games' big red deck featuring Brash Taunter. So let's go ahead and look at that really fast and watch the end of this game. We are currently in Game 1 as well, so let's go ahead and go look at that for John Likes Games.
Ooh, boy. Brash Taunton. This is quite the brew here. Also, Fiery Emancipation. Trips Brash Taunter in hand. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty wild game state to walk into. It looks like things might be over here for our mono red player, though, with Chandra already on 7. Yeah, Arclight Phoenix, Den of the Bugbear, Channeler. The Relic can exile the graveyard for Channeler, but 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's exactly lethal. Burn spell or bust here. That's not quite gonna do it.
How about a 2-mana burn spell?
Yeah, that didn't specify. Didn't specify.
Oh no. All right, well, that spells defeat. Okay, is there some kind of weird omen on us where right when we enter something, someone dies?
We are the harbingers of doom.
Yes, we are the defeat reaper. We can go ahead and see if we can find another match here afterwards, so that we don't see someone just lose right as we enter their battlefield.
It's kind of fun though. I mean, being the harbinger of doom is like a pretty cool title.
That's a good.
Come to your game, and one of you will lose.
All right. Well, do you want another chance at this? Do you want another chance to be the harbinger of doom?
Let's
go. Let's go. We see Veggie Wagon playing against the real Killadub here. and it's about that time. Are you ready, Jim?
Gong, gong.
It's about that time.
All right, so we got Borrower Herald. Yeah, quite the Delver Secrets has flipped.
Wait,
I
what?
call the
Hello?
presses. Somebody call the news. But yeah, looks like I mean we got a dispute here. A Hermit that wasn't flashed back because there's a Grafdigger's Cage in play. The old self-own. Love those are rare. Those are rare. And with a lot of cards to play for Kilodub here, I mean this looks pretty good.
This is the second Spirits deck in this tournament. I didn't know there was 2 of them, but I'm happy to see it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, there's some cool new cards for it for sure, absolutely. And then cards like Nimblegast Herald are sort of like there's that jumpstart effect of like, wait, what? That card's legal? It's a cool card. Saw I'll play it standard. It's just a pretty fun card as far as like tempo flashy stuff. Not overtly powerful, but very cool synergy card.
Do you what would you choose between Spirits and Merfolk right now if you were to play either one of those decks in Historic?
Probably Merfolk. I think the new Merfolk God is just like unbelievably good. I don't love Merfolk as a deck in general, but I think the Merfolk God and then playing for company is quite good.
I did catch the Merfolk. That's going to be a part of the content.
Merfolk?
Yes, you said that. I know you did. if we can, yeah, you said Merfolk. I can just see all the Merfolk just buffing up and just holding a bunch of forks in their hands.
I want to watch this. That sounds great.
It does. It does. We see a Brazen Borrower here. I mean, it's probably over. Malevolent Hermit here, trapping the cage a little bit. We see Kilodub is at 3, but we have more than 3 on the back end, backswing here.
Yeah, we're looking for a misclick here.
No misclick.
Didn't happen.
No misclick.
And Doom is served once again.
Look at that. You got a chance to be your Harbinger of Doom again.
This is great.
It's fun, right?
Are there any matches left we can visit and watch?
Let us try. Let's see if we got going on here. Wait, we have a match in game 1.
Game 1?
Yes. All right, so no Doom Harbinging here. But we have a match in game 1. So let's go ahead and go over to Chris Kavartek.
All right. False alarm.
They are playing.
I think it's a false alarm. Maybe we have a draft match here.
That is not it. I promise you, it's not it. We're going back for ourselves. Okay, that is not what we're going for. That is a draft match. We are. What if we
transcend and we can take our Doom saying beyond this tournament and out into the real world? Just ruin games of Magic as much as we can.
Just tell Chris Kavartek to scoop.
Yeah, like sorry. Doom has arrived. The game is over.
Yeah, your game's over. We're gonna go ahead and see if we have any more matches left here. It looks like Berserksy and Caleb Durward are still playing. Let's go ahead and see if we can go over to one of them. One Memento.
I don't see them.
All right, looks like they are not available to be seen right now. Let's see if Rent and Upumpa are still playing. Don't you worry. We're getting as many matches as possible to you. Does not look like Brent is still playing.
Christmas.
What out of the decks that we have not seen yet? I know there's a lot of decks in Historic, but out of the decks we have not seen yet, what are you excited to see?
I saw a zombie deck in the deck list. I didn't see who it was, but Champion of the Perished is there's some new zombies were added from Historic Horizons. Digraph Colossus, a couple cool ones, but Champion of the Perished is the really exciting one. Really is. It's probably one of the best, if not the best, zombie one-drop available. I mean, Crypt Breaker is also great, but as we see from humans, Champion of the Parish, just giving the deck an ability to get big fast is a really, really important thing. And Champion of the Parish is just great. So Would love to see some zombies. Probably green for company as well, I think. I mean, see if I can find the deck list. But zombies is pretty cool. Excited for that. And again, also excited because I wanted to see the Historic Horizon zombies, but haven't really seen those yet. So Champion of the Parish feels like the final piece.
Oh yeah, I played against zombies. The other day on stream, and I got destroyed by Champion of the Parish. It was like a 16-16. They just played so many zombies.
Right, and zombies is also a deck that's very, very good at just like putting a lot of stuff in play. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the cards are legal, honestly. I'm looking at the deck list now. Crypt Breaker, Digraph Colossus, Undead Augur is a new one from Historic Horizons. Also, it's very good. And then Liliana's Mastery, Dark Salvation. A lot of the pieces from the old standard deck are here, and then augmented by Champion of the Parish, and then Undead Augur. And Undead Augur is a really good card. It's a black 2/2 zombie wizard. Whenever it or another zombie you control dies, you draw a card and lose a life. So it's effectively just a 2-mana Midnight Reaper. And that's a huge upgrade over a 3-mana one because it allows the deck to kind of grind, keep drawing cards. Between that and Crypt Breaker, tons of ways to draw cards here. And that's why I like playing I played a lot of a zombie deck in Standard when it was legal. And with Crypt Breaker and Digraph Colossus, it felt a lot like Goblins does in older formats, which of course I love, where it's sort of like this creaturey board control deck that can go fast, but also grinds really well and kills creatures really well. So between Dark Salvation killing creatures, Crypt Breaker drawing cards, Digraph Colossus going wide, a lot of play to it in that respect. And I'm stoked to see it. This version is mono black, but I think splashing for company is also a very good thing to do as well.
Right. We have currently Christmas here playing against someone that we've already seen in Meta Custoda. Playing the Phoenix deck that we already saw Meta Custoda win with against the Ninja last round. We see the Collected Company Gruul here going for a Cindervines play. Already has Voltaic Brawler, Gruul Spellbreaker, and something that you don't usually see in Gruul is Paradise Druid.
Yeah, definitely getting a little more aggressive here. And then Cindervines, of course, usually used as a disenchant here, but here playing the role of sort of Eidolon of the Great Rebel. Just going to ping it for every iteration, for every opt. Sort of like a much more aggressive and gruely Narset, where it just punishes the Phoenix player for playing all of their cheap cantrips.
Just say grueling?
Grueling. I just made grr sounds and then just drooled out of my mouth, and it kind of came out the way it did. So
that's what I saw. I saw that.
Yeah,
Collected Company here, waiting in the wings here. We know that Meta Custoda from the previous round plays Negate, so let's see if they brought a Negate in. Probably not, though, since it's a creature deck.
Yeah, I would assume not. I mean, a couple Amber Cleaves, a couple companies. I could see maybe like Spell Pierce if you're feeling like you really need to like get some sort of tempo advantage against the cards like Company and Embercleave, but Negate feels a little hard to leave up. We'll find out. It does resolve, and it's a pretty good one.
That's a very good one.
And we're looking at life totals being 20 to 10 here. Everything's coming up red and green here for Christmas.
What are we looking at as far as outs for Dota?
I don't think there are any. I'll be totally honest. I mean, like with Cloythus now too, indestructible, and the problem is that there's just such a wide array of sticky threats here. Cloythus is hard to remove. Cindervines is hard to remove. Even this attack alone is coming in for a large amount. It's hard to envision like a single card that could deal with everything here. And with 20 life on Christmas's side, there is no way like a win get cheesed out here. You know, like looting, double Phoenix, bolt, whatever. This is a lot. This is a lot.
Looting, double Phoenix, bolt. We're in modern, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I maybe some Fire Blasts. I don't even know. I'm just trying to find options that may not be there.
Fire Blast, some embers, some flamethrowers.
Yeah. Something. So now at 7 life again, and Cindervines and Cloythus, even if like Dota were to play a card that just said kill all your creatures, you can never play a creature ever again. There's still 2 damage coming across every turn from Cloythus. And then for Dota to do anything, they got to cast spells, and Cindervine says no to that too. So real tough spot to be in, and very good diversification of threats by Christmas. Creatures, Cindervines, Cloythus, other company. The world is Christmas's oyster right now.
Now, pointing to something that's usually not seen in Gruul, what do you think about Gruul playing Paradise Druid?
It's interesting. Definitely plays well with company, of course. Get the deck list up here and take a little bit of a peek at it. Come on, Melee, you
I
can
think
do
it would
it.
make a little bit more sense, a lot of sense if there was actually a 5-drop.
Yeah, it's a little interesting because there really aren't a ton of things to ramp into. However, just like playing your spells quickly is reasonable. Much lighter on lands than most usual company decks here. Only 21 lands. So it is more company hits. It is more things to play off Burning Tree Emissary. So it makes sense in that sort of like abstract sense of just like cast company on turn 3 and then just a creature that's also a land, that's also a company hit, that's also a emissary play. So it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I would love to hear the thought process behind it. But it seems to make sense.
Right. I also like casting Collected Company on turn 3 is very appealing.
For sure.
So maybe that's I mean, yeah, like you said, even if you go Burning Tree Emissary into Paradise Druid, all of a sudden next turn you can just play Collected Company. Like
Absolutely.
that's also a thing as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. So and it feels like they're almost there in lieu of lands because 21 lands is pretty light for a deck trying to cast the 4-mana instant and curve out. So seems like that's the kind of the idea here is that go down on lands a bit, go up mana creatures a little bit, and just have more threats and more hits. And I mean, this game is just, it's Christmas in October here. Somebody called it was Jack the Pumpkin King from Night Before Christmas, right?
Oh,
Christmas on Halloween. I don't know. I only saw it once, but we're in the stage of the game where I'm referencing old movies because there's nothing else to analyze. The game is unbelievably over, and good on Dota here for trying to tough it out.
Listen, Dota has experience toughing it out. Okay, that game 1 against the Ninja earlier in round 1, that's toughing it out as well. And being able to get the Phoenixes across the finish line in game 1 of that first round was definitely a good indication of how far Metacustodian was able to take it in this game.
For sure, yeah. I mean, definitely, you stay in the game or in a tournament, you keep playing for sure. But that was a shellacking.
It wasn't game 3, so we didn't get to see the game that Metacustodian actually won. But that game 3 was yes, definitely a shellacking.
Yeah, it feels like the Gruul deck's pretty favored too. I mean, the clock is very fast. And then, of course, main deck Calythis, main deck Scavenging Ooze, 5 total main deck graveyard hate cards that are already just like good cards in general.
Right.
If the Phoenix player can get down a fast, Crackling Drake or some sort of like, fast draw with Sprite Dragon, sure. But it's pretty hard to get ahead on board of the Gruul deck playing Llanowar Elves, Burning Tree Emissary, and so on and so forth. So.
Right. So I believe that was the last match in round 2. We were going to meet you on the other side in a few minutes with round 3 coming soon. I'll see you soon. All right, everybody, welcome to round 3 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We are going to be featuring Chris Patello here, playing Teamer. It's going to be a Teamer Gear Hulk deck, one of the deck lists that we've seen a little bit of before. This one's featuring a couple cards that we have not currently seen in the other Teamer deck that we saw. We have a couple copies of main deck Shifting Ceratops.
It was interesting because there's only 2 main deck Nightpack Ambusher and 2 main deck Ceratops, with the other 2 of each in the board. So it feels like a scenario where we're seeing a sort of like a pre-sideboarding, where clearly the ambushers are still wanted for other matchups, but Chris feels like there's going to be enough matchups against whatever deck Ceratops is good against to want it in the main deck.
Right, are we seeing just the nod against wanting to be favored against Jeskai, since Lightning Helix and Prismara Command can't deal with the Ceratops without having 2 copies of them?
I suppose, yeah. I mean, it feels like a bit of a risky choice, honestly, for a tournament like this, where it is a Stream League tournament, so it's a little more open than your high level ladder. It's gonna be kind of fun decks like zombies and 25 rats. So metagaming like this is usually more utilized for like high ladder play or small field, like very very serious tournaments. Mm-hmm. So I'm a little surprised to see the main deck Ceratops, not just bringing the best main deck to the table, but got a target and wants to hit it. We'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, that target is not going to be hit this time because the opponent is mono red Brash Taunter. So Shifting Ceratops is a 5/4 for 4 that may occasionally gain haste or trample. Basically a draft common. A good one at that, but
yeah, Shifting Ceratops is good draft common against the Brash Taunter. Well, maybe the trample comes into play against Brash Taunter in a couple of these games, because Brash Taunter is a 1/1.
Yeah, very true, actually. Yeah, the fact that the trampling over for 4 and only dealing 1 damage to yourself is pretty reasonable. There's no doubt that Ceratops is still a magic card. It is a large creature with some abilities. So, when in doubt, throw a big creature at him. So we'll see how it lines up, though.
I mean, you are not wrong. It is a large creature with some abilities on it.
Yes.
All right, so right now we see a pretty amazing hand, actually, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is super solid. I mean, Growth Spiral is obviously one of the best cards in the deck as far as getting you to your bigger spells quickly. You got a removal spell, a card draw spell, perfect mana. Couldn't really ask for more.
Yeah, this is a hand that I don't even think about. Like when I'm playing on ladder, I just snap keep.
And Search for Escanta is a great draw also, honestly. Now there's something to do with all this stuff. Ooh, Lapse. Memory Lapse in particular is going to be exceedingly good against this mono red deck. Has some big plays in it. Fiery Emancipation, Brash Taunter. These are cards that get wrecked by Memory Lapse. Now it's important to note, 3 copies of Chandra Awakened Inferno in this mono red deck, which cannot be countered, and it's going to be the kind of an ace in the hole here. But the question is, will that be enough?
Seeing like mono red lands on the other side with a Mind Stone just gives me flashbacks to that mono red Ugin deck that was going around in like Standard a while back.
Mm-hmm.
We see a Search for Escanta come down. Expressive Iteration not played this turn. Holding up that Memory Lapse for a potential, Brash Taunter. Maybe even a Chandra Torch of Defiance also.
Yeah, I love this play here. Get Search online as fast as possible. Start filling the graveyard. Might get lucky and spike a card for Gear Hulk, and now Iteration can be cast. Make some land drops. Get Archmage's Charm going. Get Memory Lapse going. Chris is in the driver's seat for sure here.
This iteration gets like maybe a second iteration, or Prismara Command actually looks pretty spicy, like dealing with this Mind Stone. There's already 4 lands in place, so like Pummeler, like John Lance Games is probably gonna get to 6 mana at some point. I don't know what getting rid of that Mind Stone would do. They can also draw a card from it, so it doesn't feel kind of good. I mean, I guess if what are you taking right now if you're Chris Patello? Well,
the command makes sense. I mean, as far as card advantage goes, you don't need much more card advantage. 6 cards in hand, Search ready to go off. Make the land drop, take the spell, and keep rolling here. There's also Golden Guardian as a 4/of in this mono red deck, which is a 4-mana artifact creature to get shattered as well. So, but there it is. There's Chandra on turn 5, and Chandra's the ace in the hole. uncounterable, pretty hard to kill, gets pretty big. Of course, Girl can attack it, Unholy he can target it, but those emblems really do stack up.
Like, I think if you're Chris, like, you're pretty darn scared against this Chandra, right?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be Gearhulk this turn. And the reality is that Pummeler's got 4 Abrades in the main deck here. And if his Gearhulk comes down in desperation to try and kill the Chandra, Abrade takes care of it. These emblems might just go all the way. You know, once that 3rd emblem comes down, that's an unbelievably fast clock.
You know, you're pretty good for Chris Patello right now?
What?
Shifting Ceratops.
That is true. That is true. Just give me the 5-mana haster. Let's go. All right, so casting Growth Spiral. And it looks like the Abrade's locked and loaded here, ready to fire. Unless Pummeler is considering Scavenger Grounds. Nope, there's your Abrade.
All right.
And Growth Spiral gets cast. Support to note that removes a card for Search for Escanta. So Search is a little slower now. And now it just comes down to the fact that, like, there just isn't really an answer to this shot. I guess I'm sorry. Now the 4th card type is in the graveyard for Unholy Heat.
Artifact,
so now
right?
We could see Heat plus Prismari Command. But even then, the emblems are already there. And there's now an 8-turn clock waiting for Chris, absent of everything else. And however,
oh my
this is pretty
goodness.
interesting. So a lot of things happening here. We see Scavenger Ground removing Delirium. We also see not enough red to cast Prismari Command. Could he use Command to make a treasure and then cast the other red spell too? But Chandra's still there.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Not sure if that was a misstep on Chris' side as far as like sequencing, as far as playing the command first to get the extra red.
Yeah.
But now Chandra's back to 4. The Ambusher can't hit it, but again, those three emblems are a lot.
Wow. That Scavenger Grounds that's probably the best Scavenger Grounds I've ever seen outside of being in Commander.
Yeah, that was pretty. And it's funny because it wasn't a ton, but it was exactly what was needed at the time. It's just 2 extra loyalty on Chandra to keep that ball rolling.
Oh, and then now we have to flash in this Nightpack Ambusher to try to deal with the Chandra this way.
I would love to see a kicked Shivan Fire here. There are 3 copies of Shivan Fire in Pummeler's deck.
Kick it.
5 mana. Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow.
This is a pummeling on all fronts.
That is his name. I mean, Chris Patello in shambles right now.
Yeah. And the reality is that I don't think this game is winnable for Chris, even if Chandra is removed from the battlefield at this point. And then if Chandra lives for another turn, the 4th emblem is just like overkill. You know, right now Chris is on a 4-turn clock. Chris needs to end the game in 4 turns. There is no way to stop these emblems, and no life gain in Chris's deck either. And does not currently have the tools to do this. So
what about the land attacking like them?
Oh, the Hall of the Storm Giant? Still a 3-turn clock, you know. That could be a path, you know, as far as, you know, winning the game quickly. It is very, very large. For future turns, you know, the Bugbear can block. Obviously, any blocker makes that not very good either. And it also just, like, taps Chris out. So now, if a Brash Taunter or any creature is played, that's an issue.
Is this, like, it for, like, Chris this turn? Potentially?
I mean, it's getting there.
Like, Prismari Command plus Unholy Heat gets rid of the Chandra, but, like, getting rid of the Chandra doesn't really do anything anymore.
Right. The emblems are there. Also, Bugbear's there, too, for more damage. Yeah, this game is pretty over.
So, definitely something I didn't expect. Chandra coming down on turn 4 or 5 here. Turn 5, right?
Turn 5, yeah.
Chandra coming down on turn 5, unable to be countered. His Memory Lapse still chilling in hand. That's just not what you want to see when you're Chris Patello.
There's also Fiery Emancipation. 3 copies.
What?
Here in Pummeler's deck. And Fires will, if a source will deal damage, it deals triple. Each emblem is its own source. So it turns each emblem into a bolt. So the problem is if Chris taps out to go for this big, you know, giant attack or whatever, and a Fire Emancipation resolves, the game also ends. So Chris has quite the task ahead of him here. I personally do love Chandra Awakened Inferno. I think it's an awesome card.
Yeah, say I do too. Yeah.
I think it is relatively underplayed in formats where it is legal, because it just does this. It's literally soloing Chris. Chris has an unbelievable amount of cards available. Flip as Kanta has almost everything he could want, and it just can't beat this single card.
Right, right. I actually played as a top end in the sideboard in my Boros midrange deck for playing against counterspell decks.
Yeah, just like the perfect card.
Mm-hmm. The thing that happens sometimes, though, what you have to be aware of when you play Chandra is that in these decks that play Memory Lapse and counterspell decks, they also play Aether Gust, and they also play Commit Memory.
Oh, that's very fair, yeah. And Gust being a big one for sure. And we're going to see there's actually no Aether Gusts in the Teamer sideboard either. Did everyone did they ban Aether Gust? Did I miss the memo? What is going on? I think you missed
it. I think Aether Gust is actually banned.
Aether Gust is one of the best sideboard cards in the format. I don't get it. There's no Gust anywhere.
Is there Commit?
You know what happened? Everyone got to the tournament site and the dealer was sold out. All the dealers were sold out.
Oh, or people bought them out at the beginning of it, and
sure,
it hiked up the price to $300 per copy, and they're like, nah, I'm not paying $300 a copy of Aether Gust. So,
because that's the card. I mean, I haven't been to a paper Magic tournament in 2 years, but the card everyone wants is the Dispel, the Aether Gust. You know, this whatever that niche sideboard card is that dealers brought 10 copies of, they sold out immediately, and everyone needs that one sideboard card. That's always the cards needed. It's never Steam Vents. It's never Scalding Tarn. It's never Tarmogoyf. It's always the weird common sideboard card.
Yep.
So that must have been it, because I can't really figure it out otherwise.
What are we playing in sideboards right now that's not Aether Gust then, if we're not playing Aether Gust? Is it just like Unholy Heat doing the deal here?
I guess. I mean, we're going to see a Braid, Anger, Unholy Heat, but no way to deal with Chandra here. No Commit Memories, no Aether Gusts. Obviously, you can Unholy Heat it, as we saw in that game. But that was an impressive showing for Chandra there. Just the solo.
Sneaky impressive showing for Scavenging Grounds.
Yeah, very true. Very true. It would have been interesting if the grounds didn't work that turn and Chandra was killed. There were 2 emblems, right? It would have been cool to see if Chris could have gotten ahead of those two emblems. But of course, with it, not working,
4 emblems.
That's not close anymore. But all right, so Chris putting the ambushers back in. Now, ambusher is going to be very good. Of course, at 4th toughness is very important. We see 4 Braids. We see Spikefield Hazard, Anger of the Gods, Sweltering Suns, all in this mono red deck that all can't kill a Nightpack Ambusher. And also the red deck's playing mostly at sorcery speed. So it's not going to be easy to deal with this Ambusher or the counterspells. Chandra can kill it, but it can be hard to resolve. That's really it. There's no real way to kill Ambusher effectively with the sideboard. 1 Storm's Wrath. That's really it.
Now, one card we did want to see in that game to kill the Chandra was Shifting Ceratops. And you see what card that Chris is not siding out.
Yeah, they're coming in, actually.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense, honestly. Reality is that Chris has got to win the game. If Chandra comes down, it's got to be killed, or Pummeler needs to be killed. So
we were going to turn into this rampy mid-range deck right now for Chris Patello. And honestly, that's not a bad idea. Especially since we know that there's a lot of Abrades in John Light's Games' deck. Abrade does not kill the Nightpack Amateur, also does not kill a Shifting Ceratops.
Absolutely. So good, definitely a good choice here, focusing on those. And then this hand looks a little light. I think it's actually perfect, because with 8, there you go. With 8 4-drops in the deck, you already have the Spiral. Just draw one of them. So
here we go. We'll see Nightpack Ambusher turn 3 happen here, and then try to run away with this game. Hopefully the John Light's Games doesn't have interaction for it. Then we can also go like a Growth Spiral or Magma Opus into Torrential Gear Hulk, which we're probably going to see Magma Opus after this Nightpack Ambusher comes down. And this is like the exact curve that you want if you're Chris.
Yeah, this hand seems basically perfect. Not really messing around here, because you can't counter Chandra, and this deck this hand isn't trying to do any of that. It's actually just playing a bunch of threats that line up really well against the red deck, and then gotta skip Ambusher entirely and just go for the Opus, probably on the upkeep from Gear Hulk here, which is just devastating.
Unless there's an Abrade here on end step.
Be a pretty heads up play. Drew the land anyway.
Well, it would be heads up play to use the Abrade there. Drawing the land anyway would just I would just scoop at that point if I'm Trollex Games. Like, yeah, they had the land, so.
Yeah, I mean the problem is like, are you beating the Gear Hulk the next turn kind of thing, you know? So
Probably
this
not.
is just this is a shellacking. This is just already over. What are your thoughts on Magma Opus as a card in Historic?
That's satire. You're baiting me. No. No, Magma Opus is insane. Especially since there's a couple different cards that can cast it out of the graveyard. There's Mizzix Mastery. Also, that I think I've seen a couple copies of Mizzix Mastery in some a historic deck list, like 2 copies in the Jeskai control decks if they're playing the Gear Hulk version. In this Teamer deck, I don't think Chris is playing Mizzix Mastery, but being able to just ramp very efficiently into Torrential Gear Hulk, especially if you have that Magma Opus in the graveyard, it puts itself in the graveyard. I mean, you're rarely ever casting it for 8 mana. So with that being said, it's even better.
Yeah, my question was less, is it good, and more, do you feel like it's a fun or healthy thing to have in the format? Like,
oh yeah,
it's not the kind of thing that I think should be banned in any way, but it feels like, given that it was literally in the same set as Mizzix Mastery, and it's just such an obvious curve, like, all right, I just play this on turn 3, on turn 2, and mastery it on turn 3, or I Gear Hulk it. It just feels like kind of like a lazy, kind of like design.
It feels like deck building hand holding in a way.
Right. It's just very, very like, this is a clearly extremely obvious thing to do. Here it is. Have fun with it, I guess. It doesn't feel it feels very, very easy to pull off, and the effect it has in the game is just monstrous. We saw in that game, wasn't even close.
Yeah, it wasn't even close, that game. Like, there's going to be a lot of games like that where you just win because you have the curve and your cards are just way better than your opponents, especially because you're also playing them ahead of curve. We saw the growth spiral there, and you can also do the same thing with just discarding Magma Opus and making a treasure and doing it that way.
Right.
Now, it's going to be the games where you don't have that, where you don't have like that kind of hand-holding curve there, are going to probably be the make it or break it for you in the Teamer deck. Like, if you chose to play the Teamer deck, you're going to really remember those hands where you just don't have it, right? And in the hands that you do have it, you're going to probably win. But can your deck do very well when you don't have it is also a question I think that needs to be asked.
For sure. I think it's why we see only 2 copies of Mastery in the Jeskai decks often, because you don't want to draw Mastery without drawing an Opus for sure. But it's just so powerful to have access to. It just feels so easy to me. It feels cheap. That's my
Yeah.
it's just so easy to do, and it curves so easily. And it really is lights out against creature decks too. And even in that case, that was a turn 4 upkeep Gear Hulk, tap your lands on Pummeler's 4th turn, So
Yeah.
wow.
That
Speaking of
yeah.
ahead of curve.
It kind of reminds me of a really card that I like in Pioneer. The Emerge Squid. I can do something similar to that.
Oh, Elder Deep Fiend?
Yes.
Yeah, that card's pretty good. This game is also just a total runaway here with a turn 3 Chandra on the play. We're talking about cards ahead of schedule. And
Wow. Yep. Wow. I mean, Chandra is this turn going to go to 6 loyalty. We might have to ping it with a Prismari command, like, to just make it not ultimate.
yeah, I mean the Ceratops here having haste, if a land is drawn, would have been huge if we had the other Chandra here as well. But Bone Crusher, ready to play some defense for Ceratops.
Wow. I mean, this game's like, is this game over? Like, is wow. I mean, it kind of feels like wow.
I think a land being drawn for Chris this turn would have made this a game, but now that has not happened, I think things are looking pretty good Pummeler here. Chandra's defended, Bonecrusher blocks both Ambusher and Ceratops pretty well. There is Opus Gear Hulk, so there is a possibility to just like Prismari command, loot some cards, make a treasure, Opus, sacrifice it, make a treasure, untap Gear Hulk. So we're not going to see that though. So we're not going to see the main phase Prismari command here try and dig for lands. We're going to see a discard and a passive a turn.
You know what? I think we're going for double Opus to guarantee the Gear Hulk without drawing a land.
That's reasonable. But now I see a Rolling Vortex.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. The
also
flavor
a Scavenger
text,
Grounds.
The flavor text of Rolling Vortex is going to come into play. Everyone read that card, chat. Everyone read this card. If a card is cast for 0 mana, they domes them for 6, doesn't it? Or 4?
That's 5.
It's 5? Somewhere in the middle?
Oh, look.
Hey, look, another
You know what makes
shifting
this hand great?
Ceratops.
A 4 shifted Ceratops, yeah. Yeah, the thing is also Scavenger Grounds is up too. So,
Wow. I mean, the card of the day, Scavenger Grounds.
yeah, I don't know. I think from Chris's turn, I really like the main phase Prismari command. Draw 2, discard 2, shock Chandra, and then try and draw a land. So you can play a land, cycle Opus, and then hopefully draw another land. And just like right now the hand is so bad that there just isn't really a way out. And now we're at a spot where we're just trading off our Ambusher. Now we have to Prismari command the Chandra anyway. No. Gonna go for Ceratops here. So this is the please God don't have any spells in your hand play.
How's that gonna work out, Jim?
Probably not well. Oh, that's a spell. That is definitely a spell.
Storm's Wrath in the Planeswalker deck. Well, chose the good time to use it.
Yeah, that is a cantrip, which is gonna be very good for finding spell number 3 here for Chandra. So
oh man, it's just you love to see it though. You love to see it.
Look at this hand.
This is just comical at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean that is a lot of 4, 6, and 8 drops. That's for sure. So yeah, I think the turn that the Ambusher was cast that felt like a turn where you can play Ambusher here. It is certainly okay, but that's not a winning path, Whereas Prismari command, let's just muck this hand up a bit, draw some lands, and make some sort of forward progress. Yeah, we could miss, and it looks pretty bad for us. But overall, the best chance to actually win the game, it felt like trying to improve the hand here.
Like I feel like you just like had to take the risk in doing that. It was like the main phase for Smart Command. Like at that point, like my theory is if you're so far behind, like you just need to do the most risky, greedy plays possible and like hope your opponent doesn't have it.
Absolutely. And it shocked the Chandra for 2. So it took 2 turns off the Chandra ultimate clock. And it's not like there isn't plenty of gas in Chris's hand. If the game goes on and Chandra doesn't ultimate, there's plenty of things to do here to get things going. So even with the Vortex, stopping the Gearhulk, Ceratopses, they have text and they are pretty big. So I don't know, tough spot there for sure. Obviously, turn 3 Chandra on the play that resolves the nightmare of any counterspell kind of flashy deck. So
right.
Chandra did a job on both sides of the ball there, both Chandra 4 and Chandra 6.
Do you want to be a Death Baron right now?
Let's do it.
We're going to go over to Caleb Durward playing against Rint. Rint has already won game 1. Let's go ahead and get here before, so that we can actually be the Reaper of Death here.
Let's load it up.
We're going to, Caleb Durward here is playing against the new card, Rune of Silence.
Ooh.
Is it called Rune of Silence? No, it's called,
Curse of Silence?
Curse of Silence, there we go. It makes a card that you name cost the opponent 2 more to cast. And you can, when they cast that card for 2 more to cast, you can choose to sacrifice the card to draw a card.
Okay. A Portable Hole does seem very good against this board. And we see the Vesper Lark Withering combo with a Meathook Massacre in play. That's the full combo. So of course it looks like the curse is naming Vesper Lark, but a mana off the top will allow. I'm sorry, the Vesper Lark can be evoked too, right? Just evoke it and then Withering it. So it looks like we're lined up for the combo next turn.
This is the first time we're seeing Vesper Lark combo. It's not a very popular deck on ladder, but when it goes off, it really does just win the game. Does lose to certain graveyard hate cards, and graveyard hates everywhere. But there's certain situations like this where you can just do it all in the same turn, which is really nice. Especially if your opponent doesn't have something like Rest in Peace or something like that to turn off the combo. I mean, as soon as I say Rest in Peace, I mean, hello, how are you, Rest in Peace?
Wishclaw Talisman is a risky card. Is a risky card indeed. So Caleb had to use Talisman on his own turn, and then of course gave it to his opponent, allowed Rest in Peace to come in, and this is looking tough here.
Is the game plan for Caleb right now just like Vesper Lark attack with flying?
It's probably find more Portable Holes to kill the Rest in Peace. I mean, there's only one counterblast on Talisman. So we could see a Portable Hole here. Meathook Massacre X is 2, also just kills the Wolf and the Weaver, which is pretty nice as well. And now the problem is that Rint has the presence in play too now. So now the ball could start rolling on this Enchantress Engine. So interesting spot here. Options for Caleb are to Wrath, are to fire up the talisman and get a portable hole.
Vanishing Verse, that still works.
Same idea.
Gonna wait till Rint's turn here. Rint draws a card. See what they have cooking in hand here. Got a Sterling Grove that gives everything the threat shroud. Perfect time for Vanishing Verse.
Yes. Of course, the Grove can search for an enchantment, but it goes to the top of the library. So unless there's a 1-mana enchantment here to draw a card, or sorry, it can be more than that with the Weaver in play. Whatever card Grove can get cannot affect the game yet. So big spot here. Is there a enchantment in Rint's hand or not to find another copy of Rest in Peace?
We see a new card here from Caleb, the Meat Hook Massacre. What are your first impressions of this card?
It seems pretty good. It's obviously a cool combo piece here because it's like a removal spell, but it's also a combo piece. I'm a little surprised here, honestly, that Caleb didn't just kill the Sanctum Weaver with this extra copy of Withering. It feels like this game would be locked up if the Weaver wasn't there. But right now, Weaver is tapping for 4 mana, which should give Rint the enough things, to get the ball rolling if there is another enchantment. So I'm very, very surprised with Caleb leaving this Weaver alive, given the extra copy of Withering in hand.
Now, in my experience playing against the Sanctum Weaver enchantments deck, is that I've gotten blown out every single time, and I cannot make this up. I get blown out. They start drawing like 8 cards a turn, and somehow I like wait for them to deck out, and I just die before that. Sanctum Weaver taps for so much mana. It's just unreal how many cards that deck draws sometimes.
So it wasn't an enchantment; it was a cycling land. And again, if Caleb had killed the Sanctum Weaver on Caleb's turn, the mana for this play wouldn't have existed. So wow. I'm very, very surprised at this. I don't really understand why Caleb would want to keep both Witherings in hand. Vesperlark can evoke as well, so I'm not really understanding.
Oh, I mean, that's the reason why you don't do it, right? Is because you're just going to draw the enchantment removal on the spot.
Yeah, I guess if now we get to try it again, but once again, passing the turn with not killing Weaver, I just don't understand what the thought process is here.
Now, obviously, Caleb is more 5-head than all of us. Okay, so he knows what he's doing.
Right, that's why I'm so perplexed. Caleb's obviously very, very good, but it looks like Rint is bricked on the enchantment anyway. So,
oh, there we go. We draw Portable Hole also.
I mean, if it's gonna be nothing but heaters, I guess. Sure.
Is there anything in Rint's deck that's at instant speed that could possibly be cast right now?
I would have to look.
Maybe this is just. Wait. This can't be the game, right? Oh, yeah, it can be, because the Meat Hook Massacre... Oh, wow, correct. That's a really, really good card for this deck. Not only is it removal, but it's also a way to win the game.
Exactly, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so ends up working out, of course, but again, that extra Withering never actually did anything, so not exactly sure why I didn't target the Sanctum at some point in those previous few turns, but worked out for Caleb.
So I'm being told here that the Sterling Grove that was on the board protected the Weaver's enchantment from dying to Withering, which is the reason why they didn't do it.
It was at one point,
but then it got Vanishing Verse,
before
right?
And after it.
Yeah, it got Vanishing Verse.
Correct. So there are points before and after the Sterling Grove being on the battlefield where Caleb could have killed the Weaver, and just chose not to over multiple turns, which is very interesting.
Obviously, they knew how this game was going to pan out, and didn't make that decision on purpose, of course.
Work perfectly.
We see this in the sideboard here. We see Leyline of the Void. Don't really see that card being played in Historic a lot, but we see it here. Really good against Phoenix. Really good. I mean, obviously, it's just an amazing card in general. But for some reason, Leyline of the Void just isn't played in Historic usually. Especially, I haven't seen it on ladder in probably over 6 months.
Yeah, the big thing about Leyline is that it's really good against absolutely broken graveyard decks where you have to have it on turn 0. Decks like Dredge is a real big one there. And those decks don't really exist in Historic. The graveyard decks they're like Arclight Phoenix. They use the graveyard, but if you play a Leyline, they have plenty of other ways to kill you. And ley lines are a huge cost. I personally hate ley lines because I always draw it on my 8th card. You know, it's the kind of card where if you expect the game to go longer than 2 or 3 turns, it's just really rough because you never want to draw it. You can't even cast it most of the time. So it's kind of like an all-in graveyard hate card, and there aren't really many all-in graveyard decks in Historic right now.
Right, especially because decks that are all in the graveyard, kind of like in game ones, like Phoenix or maybe even this Davriel's Withering deck here, can kind of pivot in games 2 and 3, right? Because Phoenix does bring in other threats. They have Stormwing Entity. They have Sprite Dragon, and they have the 4 Toughness Dragon. It's not actually a dragon. Crackling Drake. Weird that drakes aren't dragons, but they kind of, all these decks kind of know what's going on games 2 and 3 with the graveyard hate, so they just pivot into other threats. Which,
well, the thing is that that's not even a pivot because all those cards are in the main deck anyway. You know, so the decks just have plenty of other ways to win. It's not like there's any one deck in Historic where I have no graveyard in play. I literally can't function. You know, whereas an older format's Dredge actually just can't function if there's no graveyard.
Well, actually, this specific deck that Caleb's playing doesn't function if something's in the graveyard, but other than that, yeah.
That is true. This is a very, usually the versions I've seen of this deck are much more like aristocrat-y, creature-y based.
Yeah.
But the upside to that is that Caleb is playing cards like Portable Hole, Vanishing Verse, and has the ability to remove a ley line or to remove a Rest in Peace, which is kind of cool too.
Yeah.
So cool version of a deck here from Caleb.
I really like Meat Hook Massacre, and taking the control role because you do get to play Meat Hook Massacre and you don't have to play cards that, like a creature that's a 1/1 that pings, or a 1/1 that if something dies, you know, ping your opponent or drain your opponent when something dies. That's the version of the deck that I remember seeing. Because the Meat Hook Massacre came out, it allows you to play this control role in the deck to have that card just sitting on the battlefield and also part of your win condition.
Yeah, super cool. Because most of the cards that were part of the win condition were not very good. You know, Blood Artist, just a very fragile creature, doesn't really do anything. And Meat Hook is, like you said, it's a removal spell, and it's not fragile. It's very durable, actually.
Right.
So.
And usually Fracture here isn't really played in Historic either, but we see Fracture being played here. One cool thing about Fracture is you do get to kill Planeswalkers with it, I believe, unless I'm wrong. I think you do. And it kills artifacts and enchantments. One of the reasons why I don't like it is because it can't kill creatures, but you probably, like, in this deck that Caleb's playing, you have a lot of things to kill creatures, like Meat Hook Massacre and Davriel's Withering and all these kind of things.
This is great. So perfect draw there with Massacre and other combos lined up. And we killed the 2/2. And of course, Rinse turn wasn't very good there. It's making a 2/2. So Rinse hand seems pretty bad. We'll see if Cycle here also says it's not very good. So we'll see if
I look for Rest in Peace.
The thing is that even off the top here, Spike the Rest in Peace, but Fracture is just waiting in the wings also. Even the Talisman's waiting too. So Caleb's got everything covered here.
Land also.
Even with no Fracture, Caleb could just go play land, Talisman for Portable Hole, the Rest in Peace, Vesper Luck, Withering, win the game. So didn't even need the Fracture.
Here we go. Evoking it. This should be the game.
Yep. So this is a very cool version of his deck. It does feel like Meat Hook Massacre was a piece that was missing from his deck. It looks very impressive.
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this deck took the entire thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm impressed. What is Caleb's record currently?
I don't know, actually. Double check that. That was just extremely impressive.
Yeah, that was for sure.
We didn't get to see game 1 where Rint did take game 1. But other than that seemed very impressive.
Caleb is now 3-0.
Yep. I mean, I would, like I said, I would not be surprised if he just runs the table here.
Do you want to make our picks? Do you want to each pick a player?
I'll pick Caleb for this.
What? There's my idea. All right, fine. That's fine. I'll pick someone else. I'll pick someone else. You wanted to pick Caleb. That's why you said this. Is there a friendly wager going on here? I hadn't decided yet. You can have Caleb. I'm gonna take a look down here, and I'm going to go with Chris Kvartek, who is obviously a phenomenal player, and is also playing the mono red Madness deck that I played. So I got to be a little bit of homer here. So I'll pick Chris Kvartek, who's currently also 2-0, and it looks like Chris is still playing against LA Dragon in this round right now.
You know what we could do? We could just neither of us we could neither of us pick Caleb, and then watch Caleb beat all of our decks.
but that guarantees a loss for us. I want to guarantee a win, you know?
All right. So if I'm not going with Caleb, you can take. Actually, you know what? Are you sticking with your guns in Chris Kvartek? Because I can pick someone else.
No, I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna pick Ali Eldrazi. I can't not pick the the Niv Mizzet Reborn.
All right, so we're gonna both pick our homer decks.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
fair.
Yeah,
So
we have to.
we'll pick our homer decks. Caleb's gonna win the whole tournament, and we're both gonna be wrong. Sounds good to me.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at the one you just mentioned here. Let's go ahead and look at Elliot Dragon here playing in game 2, with his looks like a blue-white deck, blue-white control. It looks like.
Let's take a look.
Actually, this is not on ladder, is it? I don't know the name Siege.
Correct. Yeah, this is a ladder match.
All right, so we're not gonna watch that. We're gonna watch somebody else, of course.
I mean, it looked. All right, so that match just finished, actually. So it had not finished when I said that. Now it has finished, and it looks like Elliot did beat Chris CovertGoBlue. So.
Well, great pick, Jim. Great pick.
Wait, well, that's weird. So on Melee, it says that Elliot is reported and 1-2-0, but I look at CovertGoBlue, it says playing against Elliot Dragon not reported. So I don't know. Melee's been I don't know, making some. Now it's reported. Okay, so yes, Elliot Dragon defeated Chris CovertGoBlue. Good pick, Jim. Good pick.
Great pick, Jim. Great pick.
Yep.
All
Where's
right.
Ollie?
I am trying to find a match that is still being played here. We did find one here. We have Medicus Dota once again playing against Talia Vest. Talia Vest is playing a green-white company deck, which Talia Vest did make top 4 of Stream League 3 with.
What we're watching from Talia's side?
Yep.
Sounds good. All right, let's see what we got here. Scavenging Ooze is here. The question is it here enough? Crackling Drake is monstrous. I think that the Harbingers of Doom are back at it again, because looking like Talia doesn't have an answer to this Crackling Drake or entity here. Ooze is good, but a little more nickel and dimey than this absolutely monstrous Crackling Drake.
Yeah, Crackling Drake is definitely no flyers. We have some life gain here, but looking like Medicus Dota is going to take this, and we get to be the Harbinger here.
Yep.
Doesn't look like that Talia Vest can force Medicus Dota into a certain block with the Stormwing entity. Even if that could happen, Dragonwave Chinner could become a 3/3 next turn. Crackling Drake has 5 power, could be 6 power next turn, and Talia Vest is at 6, and we're going to go to the corner and concede.
The Harbinger of Doom strikes again. Who's next?
Who's next?
Find me another match.
Yeah, let's go.
I wish to decide someone's fate.
All right, let's go ahead and see if someone is still playing here. Make people playing on the ladder is definitely making this a little bit more confusing. But let's go ahead and see if someone is still playing.
Looks like Christmas is still going.
Looks like Christmas, maybe Svimix Sen's still going as well. Let's go ahead and head over to Christmas here to have them, to watch them play against Dragozi, playing the Gruul, looks like a Gruul aggro deck, featuring Rada and Domri.
I'm going to guess it's Bard class, if I had to guess.
Yep, looks like some legendaries on board.
Eclectic mix of red-green legendary creatures and Mox Amber feels like a dead giveaway to me.
Now, in my experience playing Bard class, is that the deck's kind of mediocre when you don't draw a Bard class, and we don't see a Bard class on Dragozi's side of the board, but Dragozi looks ahead here. Obviously, Christmas missing some land drops.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Rada, Grand Warlord Rada, and Rada Art of Keld aren't tier 1 constructed staples, but they're just well-statted, pretty good Magic cards, and they do attack for a decent amount here. 8's a lot. Domri's also, an unopposed Planeswalker currently. We have his mana floating from Rada also. More legends. Ooh.
Oh, it loses its static text when it dies and doesn't give the extra point of power. I've done that before.
The Harbinger of Doom strikes again.
I can't say I haven't done that, Jim.
Yeah, no, that's obviously a tough one there. So what happened was Domri is trying to activate the fight ability, and Gallia is currently a 3/2, looking to fight the Bone Crusher. But In order to fight, it removes all the loyalty from Domri. Therefore, the static ability goes away, and Gallia goes back to being a 2/2. And Guy's like, yo, boss, should I really fight this Bone Crusher Giant? And at that point, it's too late. So, stomp. Stomp again.
Or Gallia got like ahead of itself, too much of a big head, getting that extra point of power and things like that. That's an extra 50% of power there. Maybe Gallia was like, hey, Domri, like, let me fight this thing. Like,
I can take
please.
it. Hold it back.
I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. And then Domri's like, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, maybe you shouldn't think. Let me do it. And that's what happened. Yeah. So we have a bunch of collected companies in hand, and not enough mana to show for it. We see a Crone War here, and something that Christmas likes to do in his decks, and he has done this in previous Stream Leagues, is play that one copy of Banefire to just get your opponent out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier about Christmas's deck that the lands were replaced by the Paradise Druids, and obviously no Druids here, but we're seeing that lower land count being pretty risky. Gonna need to draw running lands here, and I don't even think that's good enough. Look at this. Who needs Bard Clash? Just cast your cards, and that's going to do it.
We'll take Brawler here, comes down, and it's going to be not good enough. Now we know why Christmas likes to play Paradise Druid.
Yeah. Ooh. The legend, the hits just keep on coming. Cloythus is here, and that's a pretty good fight.
What a legend.
That's a better fight than the last fight, and that'll do it. So, unfortunately, 2 lands is not enough to take down the Gruul suite of legends.
All right, and Dragozy takes that one down. It looks like Dragozy might be like 2-1 right now. Maybe even a 3-0 here. Playing the Bard class deck. We've covered him once before, I believe.
3-0, yep.
Yep, yeah, Bard class 3-0, pretty strong. Does Bard class have a chance to race the Vesperlark deck?
I mean, the Bard class deck is extremely fast on its best hands, but that, of course, has to happen. You have to play Bard class on 2, activate it on 3, and then have that big pop-off turn. Consistency is certainly going to be an issue here, I think. And we saw in Caleb's deck a number of ways to remove Bard class as well. So we shall see. It'll be an exciting, explosive match, that's for sure.
All right, so I'm trying to see if we have one more match remaining. It looks like JimDavisMTG was the one that was the one that was playing their match, but their match doesn't seem to show up for me. Minor technical difficulty here, but I don't think we can see JimDavisMTG's match. We are trying our best to give you as many matches as possible per round, and we are giving you what we want. But unfortunately, when we go into people's matches, we tend to be harbingers of doom, and our opponent they just die immediately when we get to their match. Let's go ahead and see if we can find. It looks like they have already finished. Actually, they just finished.
Fortunately, or unfortunately, I prefer fortunately.
Yeah, fortunately.
Dude.
All right, that is the last match of the round here. So we are going to take a quick, short break, and we will be back with round 4 of Stream League 6. There are 5 rounds in this tournament, and then we'll be moving on to the top 8, where we will be doing interviews of the top 8 winners to find the next winner of Stream League 6 and take home the championship, a crown and bragging rights until Stream League 7. So we'll be back with round 4 coming soon. All right, welcome back, everyone, to Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We're beginning round 4 here in a second. Let's go ahead and talk about the deck lists. We have Chris Kovartek playing Mono Red, one of your favorites, your favorite actually, to win this tournament. Mono Red Discard. I forgot the name of it off the top of my head. Mono Red Madness. There we go. Mono Red Madness, playing against the Gruul Werewolves deck that we had seen previously. What are your kind of key points if you want the Madness deck to win here against the Gruul deck that's probably a little bit bigger than the Madness deck creatures?
Yeah, I mean, this Madness deck is awesome. You know, I built this deck for the Arena Open last weekend. A lot of players cashed with it. I didn't, unfortunately. I went 5-2. But deck is very, very lean and feels a lot like almost like a modern deck where it has a lot of cheap threats. You know, Bowman Courier, Janneler. Also a lot of removal, though. 4 Unholy Heat, 4 Fiery Tempers. It does struggle against larger creatures. However, the Gruul deck is playing a lot of, it's not playing, Bone Crusher Giant and or things like what's the 4/4 for green, whatever, and Steel Leaf Champion. It is playing, creatures that are very fiery temperable. We're talking about Kessig Naturalist, Werewolf Pack Leader, Tolvar, Reckless Stormseeker. All of these cards die to temper. And of course, everything dies to Unholy Heat. So I got to say, I think that Kovartek here is pretty favored. Also, the flying creature is going to be really, really good too. A spot where Nightback Ambusher is not going to be super exciting, and I think that the trickiness of the Gruul deck is going to favor our mono red player.
Yeah, it would have been like a little bit more interesting to see the Gruul deck, if the Gruul deck played like more 4 toughness creatures, but a lot of things dying to temper is going to be. It's going to be a very, very efficient way for Kovartek to win the game. And just a lot of the cards that this deck plays is just very efficient as well.
Yeah, this is a cool spot too here because Bowman Courier is so cool in this deck. We could see a Bowman Courier next turn activate to discard all these cards in hand for maximum value. Cast 2 Tempers, cast Rootwalla. Like the Courier can draw a card also. So very interesting spot here. Not a thing you usually see Courier activating with like 4 or 5 cards in hand, but it is a possible option. Also, could just just Fiery Temper miss Overlord here and do that too.
Curious to see if we attack here and then Fiery Temper after attacks.
So we're going to see the block. And I think we're going to see Courier cracked here. And when the Courier is cracked, the Rootwallas and the Tempers can be cast. I'm not sure. It's a tough spot. The Phoenix being cast is interesting too because it would have come back off all these spells.
Right.
I'm a little surprised, honestly, that the Temper wasn't just cast straight up.
Me too.
So now this is obviously really cool, but like there's a lot of resources being lost here. So there's your Madnesses. We can see bolts on Overlord and bolt on the Wolf. Cleans the board up pretty good.
Which is not like if you discarded the cards, yes. Resources lost, yes. But the only thing you really, really lost here is the land, right?
Right, two lands, yeah. And then drawing 2 cards here. I mean, that was pretty good. Pyromancer is phenomenal. Phoenix is good too.
I mean, I've never seen a better Bowman Courier discarding 5 cards ever in my life, though.
Yeah, that's probably the coolest part about this deck too. Is that Courier is obviously a great card in mono red decks, but you got to get your hand empty typically. But in this deck, you're just like, all right, just dump them all. It's great. And obviously, Unholy Heat here, great draw, and Phoenix again being cast. And I mean, the beats are coming on. We got, and then of course the cool thing about this red deck is that it just draws a lot of freaking cards. Like Pyromancer's in hand now, Hellbent ready to draw 2 more cards. There's 2 flyers in play. Rootwall is hanging out, and the velocity of this deck is very impressive.
We're going to see a couple 2/2s on the battlefield, but no match to our Managorger Phoenixes being flying. Oh, we got a land. That's really good for Blazing Rootwalla.
Yep. So great draw. Now Pyromancer just draws 2. The cards keep coming.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I've been pretty unimpressed with Arwen in Standard. So here in Historic, not looking as good. And not going to offer to trade Rootwalla for the Wolves wanted to cast a Channeler, which already has Delirium. So tons of power in the air now. Also has Remnant Ruins in play too. Things are looking very, very good. It's about how I thought it would play out, honestly. A lot of removal spells, a lot of efficient spells.
I see the attack coming in here, 3/3 into 2/2. If you're Kovartek, are you blocking?
Yes, absolutely. This game is going to be 1 in the air, and no real fear of, if there was 4 mana up, it'd be a fear of Nightback Ambusher, but
Also, I would be tempted to like block with the Pyromancer since we do have that guaranteed 5th land. Pyromancer comes back out of the grave.
Correct. Yeah, I would block with the Pyromancer also on the 2/2 and left Channeler in play. I guess there isn't much removal in the Gruul deck. It is open deck list too, but that works. And now we just see attack in the air twice, and the game's pretty over. There's no like Embercleave style card for the Gruul deck. There are 4 copies of Shatter Skull Smashing, which could clear the road a little bit here, but still not enough damage to get through. Actually, I'm sorry, it isn't exactly lethal here. But then the Pyromancer dies, you get token blockers too. So all in all, I think this game is pretty wrapped
even
up.
if there's a Shadow Skull Smashing, we do get 2 token blockers, which is
Exactly.
would have been a scary way to lose there.
Exactly. Yeah. Without that 5th land, might want to reconsider last turn's attacks and stuff. But yeah, this looks pretty good. Don't die.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yep. What is there? Is there a card Echo can play here? Is there a Tarkus command or something here?
No.
Okay.
I suppose a Shadow Skull Smashing on like Channeler and Mana Gorger would be potentially a way out with the mana gotten from the Uvenwald, but looks like that's not going to happen. So 4 Smashing is a lot. There are 4 full copies of Smashing in this Gruul deck, kind of leaning on that to be the removal spell of choice.
Yeah, I don't. Wow, there it is.
So the problem is that's the Smashing, but it doesn't kill the Channeler, and then Channeler plus Ruins is lethal, and the tokens are also lethal. So close, but not quite. And there it is. Kvarta takes game 1.
Oh, that was just displaying like how really efficient this deck really is. Like using the Bomat Courier to draw 2 cards, but also discarding your hand and still casting 3 of the cards. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, the deck plays like a modern deck. Now I'm interested to see how Chris sideboards here, because in a matchup like this, I would board out all the Wallas and all the Bomat Couriers and become more of a board control deck, bringing in like the Chandras. I didn't have Bone Crusher in my list, which is kind of like an even more good card against decks like this.
Did you have Magmatic Channeler in your list?
Oh yeah, the main deck is exactly the same as my main deck. It's my 60 cards, and then the sideboard is almost the same, but it is +4 Bone Crusher, I think -2 Lavamancer, and 2 of something else. So sideboard a little bit differently. I would have cut the Wallas also, and I think cutting Channeler is a little weird too, because Channeler is very, very good, obviously, and it kind of plays into that sort of like you become this mono red sort of Jund board control deck where you just kill all their stuff, draw a bunch of cards, and make a bunch of flyers and kill them.
Right. That's kind of like when I play my Boros mid-range decks against other aggro decks. I kind of become that, like control deck, like more of a mid-range deck, yes, but more on the control side, bringing in the Bone Crusher Giants, having the Chandra Torch of Defiance, having the big Shadow Skull Smashing plays that kind of control the board while I get in there against the other aggro decks. But I like doing that kind of thing, and the reason why I love mid-range decks is that I can kind of pivot against other aggro decks, and this mono red deck can actually kind of do similar things, right? It can become that like kill your opponent's creatures deck and get in with flyers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like the deck draws a lot of cards, like realistically, and the Bomat Couriers and the Root Wallows, they get in for early damage, but like once you know what your role in the matchup is going to be, you can really, really alter it with your sideboard, which is really cool.
Let's see the opening hand here. We have 2 lands here. I think I'm snapping this.
Yeah, and again, Channeler is amazing in this hand. I'm surprised that he boarded out a Channeler.
He knew he was going to draw one in his opening hand.
I guess, yeah.
It's the foresight. I see turn 1 Dragon Rage Channeler here. We see a pack leader come out on turn 2. Best card to play. Land is a very good draw, especially with these seasoned Pyromancers in our hand. Plays out the Magmatic Channeler. What is your turn looking like? I mean, I think the turn is scripted here from Kvartek, right? Play the Pyromancer, discard both Root Wallows, play them both.
I might be more interested in just channeling one of the Root Wallows, honestly. Like, you can play the Pyromancers later and try and draw a removal spell. It'll depend on what's drawn here and what's played from Echo, but I think I would rather just discard a Wallet of a Channeler and start getting that ball rolling and try and find some spells. Because the Pyromancer doesn't block particularly well. The tokens can kind of team up to block too, but I think... All right, well, Chris disagrees. So going to play Walla Walla and put 4 1/1s into play.
Like putting 4 ones into play, drawing 2 cards, that's extremely strong. Just like
Yeah, it's definitely a good turn.
Yeah.
But now our channeler got wasted for the turn, and we didn't cast any spells for our other channeler. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If we had discarded Walla, we still have been able to stomp, maybe found a card off channeler as well. But both options are quite good.
Now, at this point, we don't even need more lands, right? Magnetic Channeler draws additional cards that could potentially be lands. Fiery Temper is just 1 mana. Seasoned Pyromancer can draw lands. You realistically don't even have to play a land for the next couple turns and be fine. With the Mana George or Phoenix, like Bone Crusher Giant is a 3 mana card. Even you can just cast Fiery Temper for 3 if you wanted to. I don't think we even... Like, everything's basically a good draw from KavarTech right now at this point.
So this is the problem with the play last turn, where now Pack Leaders attack, Echo draws 2 cards. These blocks aren't even that good. And now what? Like, that turn didn't feel very good, you know? Whereas, like, if we had just put a Walla in play, maybe Bone Crush or something, or drawn a removal spell, you know, like, and done other things that might have been better, but we'll see. That was a pretty good attack for Echo. I mean, getting in for 3, drawing 2 cards, all feels pretty awesome.
Someone in chat says, great seeing Jim commentating his own deck.
Works out well.
There's no goblins in this. What's going on here? That's not on brand.
I mean, I played like a lot of both on stream and that arena weekend was awesome too. So now we're gonna see. This is a temper targeting a wolf and not the pack leader. So I'm very interested in attacking Arwen, it looks like here.
And the Bone Crusher Giant could attack the wolf also.
Yeah. It's also somewhat an interesting choice too. Kind of just ignoring the pack leader. A lot of blockers for it, which is fair.
This might be why he's an MPL player and I'm not. Or former MPL player.
Yeah, but this seems good. Yeah, I mean, this works out pretty well. Kind of just, so basically just saying I'm going to ignore this pack leader and just get in this turn, kill Arlen, and if I take 3 off the pack leader or whatever kind of thing.
Right.
Again, this is I was discussing about how I was viewing the matchup. Clearly, Chris views it a little bit differently than I do. So in my mind, I don't want to attack. I want to be the kind of the control deck here. But Chris seems more than happy to just like get some points in and trade blows a little bit and kind of play that faster game rather than the slower game.
With KavarTech here with a bunch of creatures on board at 11, the most that Echo can do here is like, from what we're seeing on board currently is 5, right? Just pump the werewolf attack. And that's not enough, right? Being at 13, Echo's gonna die to the root wall is like in the Dragon Rage channels like that are already on board.
Yeah, I mean there are hasters in the wolf deck, of course. You know, there's the Stormseeker and so on, and we are post board, so you know possible removal spells as well. But things are looking quite good for KavarTech here. Ooh!
Oh wow,
that's a pretty good one. And now we're going to see the channelers shrink. And
that was best card to play, probably.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And the ooze can grow itself as well.
Gains life.
You're going to eat the creature. Now it's a 4/4. Yeah, and got to play land again immediately. And looks like it's going to be Mana Gorge or Phoenix and Seasoned Pyromancer, which is pretty good. You know, make a flyer, draw some more cards.
It's a Shadow Skull Smashing, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana in play right now. We can kill the Werewolf Pack Leader with the Shadow Skull Smashing next turn. The Scavenging Ooze is a problem, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Ooze also cuts off the angle of the graveyard, obviously, in general. So that is one of the angles of attack from this mono red Menace deck. Now, the Phoenix is in play. There is a decent amount of attackers in play too, but as the Ooze grows, it becomes harder and harder to kill. Can't Unholy Heat it because there's no Delirium. So this game has got interesting for sure.
At the very least, the game's not going to be ending anytime soon.
Yeah.
More close. That's life gain now. That's a clock. Also, no need to attack anymore.
Yep. Okay. Now the question is there a creature in a graveyard right now?
This Clothis is super scary, especially being a creature right now, being indestructible.
But if there's a creature in the graveyard right now, then if there isn't a creature in the graveyard right now, then Shadow Skull can just kill the Scavenging Ooze, and that's probably going to be what's necessary to win this game. But I can't check the graveyard, so spectator mode, please. Discard Walla, Channeler. See what turns up.
I like how like these madness costs like directly gets around Scavenging Ooze because you discard them into exile that's printed on the card. It doesn't actually go to the graveyard.
Yes, and then that's a huge factor because otherwise a card like Rest of Beast would be very, very good against this deck. So, well, it looks like there's no creatures in graveyards. Can I double check here? Good idea. Good idea.
Great idea.
Yeah. All right, so that's funny. Yeah. Don't surveil a creature in the yard by accident.
Yeah.
So heads up play.
Now, barring not another Scavenging Ooze in opponent's hand, this is probably swings it back into the Kavartek's favor.
Oh, by a lot, yes.
All right, Klothys is going to target these Shadow Skull Smashing here. Funny that it's a land, but they don't get mana off of it because it's a sorcerer in the graveyard.
Yes.
Let's see. Werewolf Pack Leader has the option to grow itself. Doesn't really seem relevant right now. I think if what are you thinking about if you're Echo? Not of course not knowing their hand, but in this spot, what do you want?
It's tough because obviously Kavartek is very, very wide here. My thought process would probably be how can I sneak through a few points of damage and just kind of like cheese this game out. There's a 13 life. You can't take many hits here. Even an Alpha Strike is to do a lot of damage. And, you know, any mixture of spells hitting in Delirium for Channeler and stuff like that. So going to fire in here. And I think I like this.
Yeah, I like this too.
A draw. And then I think that Echo needs to win this game sooner rather than later. Despite having Klothys in play, there's just too much stuff in play for to handle.
All right, here's the damage that we're sneaking in here. Maybe give the Werewolf Path Lead. Maybe Echo decides to give this trample. That would deal 2 extra damage. Klothys either needs to get chump blocked or taking 4. Kavartek's in a spot right now where there's a lot of power on board, but you really just don't want to get cheesed.
Yeah, something has to block this Klothys for sure. So now potential maximum damage taken is 2, which isn't that bad.
Yeah, max damage is 2. There's a couple Ramunap Ruins on Kavartek's side of the board, so definitely an extremely fast clock. There's a Dragonlance Channeler on top, which there is no Delirium still, so it is just a 1/1. Really curious to see what Echo has in hand. Maybe he can animate the Klothys again. It's not going to matter since it's tapped.
The big thing here is that if Channeler can discard the Ruins, that's 2 cards towards Delirium. And then if the Channeler can find something good, maybe it's a spell, and then the Dragon Rage Channelers in play can do some scrying and get some more cards in the graveyard. If Delirium is hit next turn, the game is basically over. So we'll see if how this Magmatic Channeler will work out for us. Long think here from Echo, and smashing to roast the Wallas.
I mean, definitely not bad. I don't hate the from what the board state was earlier. I don't hate the spot that Echo's in.
All right, so hits 2 creatures off Channeler, and Pyromancer does play here. Makes blockers, of course, too. So I'm sorry, it draws cards. So wait, yeah, that's the
okay.
There's a Pyromancer in the graveyard and a Pyromancer in exile. There we go. So draw 2, Unholy Heat, perhaps.
More lands. There's another Ramunap.
Yes, I mean, deck has Bone Crusher Giant. So, I mean, this is, a pretty wide board, all things considered.
Is that a bug in Arena, by the way? The Seasoned Pyromancer in the graveyard showing 3 mana? Or is that something I don't know?
No, that Pyromancer...
Oh, that was definitely engraved.
Off of Channeler? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
It was engraved, yeah. It was just exiled from Klothys.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
For bug finding masters. All right, so we see the Reckless Stormseeker here. Gonna be able to. It's not nighttime. It is currently daytime, so the Klothys will not be able to have trample. Now, if Kavartek doesn't find a spell and it forces nighttime, which means that Reckless Stormseeker can actually give trample.
Yeah, I mean, between the draw step and the Channeler, Chris has 3 looks at a spell, so.
But even then, if the spell is drawn, it has to be cast unless If it doesn't get cast, well, I mean that's definitely gonna get cast.
Has that for a spell? Is that
yeah,
what?
yeah. That's kind of what I meant. What I was looking, kind of like what I was talking about. All right, we have looting and channeler.
I think I would have played land and cast Pyromancer first. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to see because Pyromancer could have drawn a temper, and then the temper could be off of the hit off a channeler. So I'm a little surprised at the ordering here. Bin some cards, looking for Delirium.
Okay.
Right. That's a lot of lands. So now we have Sorcery, Land, Creature. So Pyromancer's going to draw 2 here.
I think Chris might just be looking just for Delirium here.
Just going to go for the looting?
Yep.
All right. It is 5 more cards to look at. So
I don't hate this play. Going for the Dragon Rage Channeler attacks is pretty good. Wow. What are they looking for here?
An instant. And not finding one.
Holy crap. Brew Wall gets cast, which is a blocker. Managorger Phoenix gets some counters here. Seasoned Pyromancer, I guess? I mean
there is another looting in the graveyard, so it's only 11 though.
But is looting the other sorcery? Is there another sorcery?
Oh, there's not. You're correct. Yeah, I mean, this feels very aggressive to me. Like, even if the Delirium is hit, it's still only 11 damage, and Echo is at 13. So, Pyromancer draws. See, there's Temper. Get it for 2. Clothis will eat something.
Probably looting.
And I imagine it's the Phoenix. I don't even know, honestly.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, probably the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, looting also makes sense too. Yeah, looting makes sense because the trying to keep channelers off of being delirious next turn.
Yep.
But the small life gain from Clothis is really adding up here because these channelers have just been pretty embarrassing for the last few turns. That also feels like a reason why Bonecrusher is a little awkward in the deck too, because the creature is the most popular type of card in the deck aside from land, and we've seen Bonecrushers drawn here, and they're not an instant, So the Channeler Delirium has been a little rough this game.
Yeah, but between the Clothis, between the Scavenging Ooze, like once that Scavenging Ooze hit, I didn't think that Dragon Rage Channeler was ever going to reach Delirium for the rest of the game. But that Shadow Soul Smashing hitting that, Clothis still trying to. It feels like a kind of like a tug of war for Delirium right now.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Chris missed about a half a dozen times or more last turn. Yeah. Like there are still a lot of instances of a deck. Now Courier's out of a deck, so there's no artifact for Delirium, but there's plenty of instances of a deck as well. Obviously, there's just Temper in hand now too, so this game should probably end next turn. It's 3, 6, 9, 12. It's got 14 damage on board, as long as none of these channelers get taken care of. Again, there are 4 Shadow Soul Smashings in this deck, so.
Oh.
All right.
I did forget about Nightpack Avisher in this deck. Oh, going in on an all-out attack.
So this is a smart play, honestly, because this might force blocks from channelers. It forces blocks from everything else, obviously. I don't think that Kavarta can afford to go to 2 here, so everything has to get blocked.
Because if he goes to 2, there's extra mana right there for a potential Bonecrusher Giant.
All right, so
are we gonna go to 2?
There's actually no burn in the Gruul deck that goes face.
Okay, so being on the deck list really helps the blocks here.
Absolutely, yeah. No Embercleave, no burn spell. The only burn spells are Shadow Soul Smashing, Magma Spray, and a Braid. So that wipes the board to the point where now no longer Chris has lethal. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8.
Did we get there with the Temper though?
I don't think so. Well, there's another instant. So that's 3, 6, 7, 8. If the Magmatic Channeler can get up to its 4 power, maybe, but that's not. We're not even close to that yet. So discard Phoenix and Temper. Temper's going face. Is this lethal? Is my math wrong here?
The Phoenixes come up, but they can't block. They also can't attack.
So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There it is. That's lethal. That's on board.
The
plus double Dragon Rage.
All right, so the Channeler did make it all the way. Okay. So that was the part. It was only on 1 at the start of the turn, so I wasn't sure we were going to make it or not. But there you go. So kind of a weird game, honestly. Really, really back and forth, and a lot of different spots. It felt like the tide, like you were saying, the tug of war tide was turning back and forth.
Yep,
But
yep.
overall, Monterey Phoenix takes it down.
All right, let's go ahead and check out one of our other feature matches here. Go ahead and go over to Caleb playing Vestibular Art Combo against Arne Huschenbeck playing Blue Art Phoenix. Let's see if this matchup is still going on right now.
It looks like it is.
All right, it is still going on here. So let's go ahead and transition. We're going into game 3 in sideboarding right now. So let's go ahead and talk about the sideboards. We see Leyline of the Void going in against the Phoenix deck.
So 3 ley lines, just interesting. Again, obviously helps turn off Phoenix, Looting, and Finale, and Unholy Heat, but not a ton else. So kind of interesting.
You know, you want 3 of them. You don't quite want the 4th one because you don't want to draw it, but you also don't want to draw many of them if you don't want to open your opening hand, but you also kind of want a good chance of opening it in your opening hand. So, 3 and not 4. And, we see that paying off here with Leyline of the Void in the opening hand, of course.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with this boarding and ley line here, but obviously it works out perfectly for Caleb because Caleb's better than I am. So there's the ley line, and the hand looks perfect. And I also love this Phyrexian Arena, 3 copies. Really, kind of we were talking about earlier about this sort of being more of a control deck, kind of like control combo, which is really, really cool.
Plus, my second favorite to win this tournament, Caleb. Trust me, second favorite. Okay.
Well, there's Soul Guide Lantern, so something to beat right off the bat. But again, Caleb's deck has portable holes and vanishing versus. I guess verse can't kill it, but whatever. Plenty of ways to kill. Plenty of ways to kill that.
All right, so Inquisition sees a Looting, a Sprite Dragon, a Braid. We have a Stormwing Entity also. One thing we don't. What is the card type that we don't see in this hand?
It's the most important one. Got to cast spells.
Which means, do you just take the Looting and hope they don't draw lands?
I think so.
Going for the chi.
I think so. There's also my Force a Cycle on the Soul Guide Lantern, but if no land is drawn here, which is kind of cool as well. Yep, there you go. So backdoor way to kill Soul Guide Lantern is to mana screw them. That works out pretty well. All right, found a land, but
is that gonna be enough?
Yeah, so Sprite Dragon is good. It's kind of cute here that a Braid can kill the Talisman. And we're going to see an iteration over Sprite Dragon. So really valuable making land drops over putting a threat in play.
I don't know. Against a deck like Caleb's, would you have put the threat in play?
I would have leaned towards that. Again, also open deck list, so we know Phyrexian Arena is there. I don't know if our Phoenix players saw Arena in game 2, but I think if they knew the Arena was in hand for game 3, they probably would have played the Sprite Dragon there because you're not outgrinding Phyrexian Arena. You got to kill your opponent.
Especially since Arena. Especially since Blue-Red can't really deal with Phyrexian Arena.
Oh, it is there for the rest of the game, absolutely. And Phyrexian Arena completely alters the texture of the game because you're never going to outdraw your opponent anymore. But you can obviously race them pretty well. And real boomer magic card. I love Phyrexian Arena. Super awesome card. My first ever tournament I played was the state championships in 2003 or something. I played a zombie deck with 4 Chrome Mox and 4 Phyrexian Arena. So you would go land, Chrome Mox, Imprint, Arena, turn 1, go.
Wow.
Those games were fun. I love Phyrexian Arena. And there's your ley line. So Caleb was right on turn 1. I was right on turn 4 here, where that ley line looks pretty bad.
Much. Well, he was taking the odds. That's why he put 3 in the deck and not 4. Taking the odds to not eventually draw 1.
Very fair. Very fair. And a lot of kind of a weird hand here with a lot of talismans. We have 1 combo piece, and of course, I guess once Meathook Massacre is in play and talismans are ready to go too, the combo is lined up.
All right, each player gets -0/-0. You'll love to see it.
Yep.
I do that with Orcus all the time. Each creature gets -0/-0. It's the best thing. Considering some options here. We talked about this earlier. If you didn't catch this earlier, that Consider is considerably better than Opt here in this deck.
You couldn't hear it. It was in my headphones. Whatever.
Oh, I laughed.
I read the laugh track though. Citizen Pyromancer.
Thank you, Chris Patello, for the raid. I take it that your tournament run is over, or you're stopping streaming. But if your tournament run is over, we did catch one of your matches, and an unfortunate turn of events there with the with the shifting Ceratops, 3 of them drawn there.
Yes. All right, so 2 mana open here. Interaction is potentially available. I mean, could go for it with Talisman getting Vesper Lark and Withering, but under no real duress to do so. And honestly, a Meat Hook here on 2 is pretty good.
You said no real duress to do so. Are we just naming cards in our actual conversation here? I mean, we can keep doing that if you want.
Oh yeah, I want to actually.
Okay.
So
Let's keep
gonna
trying.
really try and sink his hooks into his opponent here. And we're going to see a Braid on Talisman. So obviously this looks great for Caleb because Caleb has 2 more Talismans in play. Very Talisman flooded.
We're actually just seeing the power of Meat Hook Massacre here, just being a combo piece and also doing with our opponent's board. Like, what more could you want if you're Caleb and just playing? Like, what more could this deck want? Like you said earlier, it's like the missing piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And then honestly, our life gain's great too. Keeps you alive, fuels Phyrexian Arena. Very impressive this list from Caleb.
All right, so we have 5 mana available for Arne Huschenbeth here. I think maybe like I kind of like Chandra uptick Sprite Dragon, but I guess 2 Sprite Dragons still works.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see what the draws are here. Still, obviously looking for the combo pieces. I mean, a mana short here could play Talisman and kind of set up for next turn. And of course, casting Chandra taps Arnie out mostly for turn in theory. You know, so we're trying to play around potential interaction, things like that. Caleb's hand is not amazing right now.
I think the reason I like casting Chandra and then adding 2 red mana, then casting Sprite Dragon afterwards, is next turn you get to utilize Chandra for mana if you need to just like cast your whole hand if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it is. So the Consider changes things too, I think. So now with Consider available, it would not be possible to go Chandra plus Dragon plus Consider. It's too much blue mana. So I think Consider makes their play make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think also I think a really big attack here would just be really inconsiderate to Caleb's gameplay here.
Very fair. Yeah, this could be a very big turn. And now Caleb with double Talisman up as well next turn has the ability to probably combo with backup next turn. You know, it can be Talisman for Duress or whatever, Talisman for Vesper Lark, and then cast everything. Is there enough for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. With a land draw, there's enough for that, yes.
Might not look like there's a land drawn. The land would probably be played unless they're thinking about casting Expressive Iteration or Chandra.
Yeah, this is a big spot. It's a big turn for Arnie. And it's funny because, like, Caleb could just die here, in theory. You know, like, there are sequences of cards where, you know, cantrip, burn spell, whatever, that could win the game on the spot. So we'll see.
Does Withering give -1, -2, or -2, -1?
-1, -2.
Okay, so I guess in theory, if there's no instant speed card in Arne's hand, that Withering could deal with one of these Sprite Dragons, but you also need to save the Withering as well for your combo.
Correct. Yeah, I think if Caleb wanted to kill a Sprite Dragon, it would have happened on Caleb's end step in response to the Consider, because casting Withering on a Dragon here would be extremely, extremely risky.
Also, next turn, I guess setting up for playing both Talismans plays around a Braid, which is good. If they have a Braid, you still have 1 Talisman left over. You can use the Talisman for the Vesper Lark, or you can draw it for a turn. That's also good. We do kind of want to play around. Like, is there a Thoughtseizure Inquisition in the deck here to just kind of scope the hand before we go off here?
Yeah, I mean, Talisman for discard spell, see if the coast is clear, win the game. So there needs to be 2 interaction points for Arnie here. So love the play.
If there's 1 interaction point, this Inquisition takes it. The game, Caleb wins right here.
Yep, game's over.
The fact that Vesper Lark and Withering is so efficient just makes this combo so good.
Yeah, and this is interesting because if Arnie has a counterspell here of some kind to stop the Inquisition, now the question is, does Caleb still go for it? Because any sort of shock effect can target the Vesper Lark in response to the Withering and break the combo up.
Yep.
And that'll win the game on the spot. So we're going to see. Oh, this is awesome too.
Wow. Meat Hook Massacre is being bounced.
And that's probably going to win the game. That's got to do it, right? So now, unable to go off this turn and unable to defend himself, Caleb doesn't really have anything else to do.
Like Fracture, one of the things I said that I don't like about it is the fact that it doesn't deal with creatures.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like right now, technically, Fracture could go like the card that Fracture could have been, I guess, would go towards one Sprite Dragon, Withering towards another one, stay alive. You still have the Talisman in play. Search for another Withering next turn, try to stay alive on the following turn, and then win the game next turn.
Yeah, now the big problem here, of course, is that Talisman is a risky card indeed. Now the Talisman is now on Arnie's side of the board.
Yeah.
So whatever piece Arnie would need to either kill Caleb or to buy time next turn is going to be available to him at the wish of a monkey's paw. So this is probably
that was good.
Probably going to do it.
That was good. I got to give you that one.
All right. So and there it was. So the Unholy Heat was also there. So had multiple points of interaction. We're going to see.
Wait, what does this even do if you do the combo right now? What does this do?
This will draw the game.
Oh my gosh, so he's going for the draw.
Yes. So
oh no. Oh no.
Little chess game here, gonna offer the draw.
Oh, not like this.
Yeah.
Oh and, my goodness.
Now the thing is that I think this just happens.
It happens forever.
And the game will draw once it realizes it's a draw. So I don't think the rope is a factor here. And this is why I think that they should errata the Withering to have this combo not work. I think that the combo itself isn't particularly too good. It was obviously missed in development, no question. But not really the spirit or intent of the Withering card to do this. And then this game state right now of I can choose to draw the game whenever I want to is exceedingly lame. It takes a while to actually do mechanically. Arena's not really set up for it. So
yeah, it takes a while for Arena to like realize what's going on too.
Right. So I don't know how long it's going to take. I never seen this actually happen. The four of us could take 5 minutes. I have no idea. And I don't even know whose clock we're on right now, honestly. I mean,
it looks like we're on Artist's clock.
Yeah, which would be really stupid if that was the case. But yeah, I think that one of the beautiful things about these arena-only cards, which I think are awesome, by the way.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow for
please
for top 8.
Yeah, but one of the really cool things about these cards is they can just errata them. The fact that the historic only, arena only digital cards exist only on Arena means that's pretty funny. I haven't seen that one before. It means that they can just errata it and they can just make Withering.
What's happening?
It's game 4.
All right, more magic.
Game 4. Let's go.
You can't win the game. Make another game.
Yep. So and I've seen this before. In constructed cards like Char. Char is 3-mana instant, deal 4 to one target and 2 to yourself, where one player can't win and they're both at 1. So I'll just char you, just draw the game, which play again. So it happens in tournaments for sure. But yeah, I think they could just errata their Withering to give -0, -2 rather than -1, -2, which would nullify the combo. I think that's a thing that should happen personally. And again, not necessarily a thing that's broken, but just not. It's broken in a sense that like the game shouldn't operate like this kind of thing.
Right. I wonder how Arne's chat is feeling about this. Can we get a nice look-see to Arne's chat here going on, being in flames right now?
Yeah. Well, found the ley line again, but again, this is why I don't like ley lines. Is Caleb's gonna keep this hand? Caleb is an absolute maniac.
No.
How do you feel
he's like, Arne's probably mad at me right now. I'm just gonna get some bonus points and just like make him not mad at me.
Because the problem is leyline is not, like an end all be all. There's a Sprite Dragon. Caleb doesn't draw lands. Caleb's dead. Yeah, I mean, all right, that was a good draw. But
yes,
the leyline is not lights out, and this hand needs multiple lands to do anything. And the problem is that Arnie can interact with this. One Unholy Heat breaks up the combo. So it's not like we're just going to play Vesper and Withering on turn 3 and win the game anyway. Like, we have 2 shots at it, I suppose. But this hand needs a lot to function. I'm surprised Caleb kept this hand.
You think Caleb just felt bad and was like, all right, Arnie, you got this?
Maybe.
Like, we're like,
double
he's like, Arnie, we're in game 4. Like, you had lethal on board game 3 at the end, and I'm just doing the Good Samaritan deed here.
Yeah. So And again, there's Channeler. Now, Channeler is a bit neutered here, of course, because there is no graveyard, but it still attacks. It still applies pressure. Still scries as well.
Now, Dathraile's Withering doesn't work for all copies of the card, but it worked for that singular copy of the card wherever it goes, deck, hand, graveyard, exile, etc.
Right. The best way to think of the perpetual mechanic on Arena is to imagine a Sharpie. Just pick up the physical card and Sharpie the change onto it, and then put it wherever it's supposed to go. And for the rest of the game, that Sharpie stays there. It's in the graveyard, and it gets bounced to your hand, shuffled into your deck. Now that particular Sprite Dragon is a separate game piece than any random other Sprite Dragon.
Right. All right, so can we draw a white mana next turn? I mean, we have Mazemind Tome to just like play it and wait a couple turns and see if we draw land.
This is a real awkward game. So the iteration misses on the land, only drew one card. Now we see we could see a drawn game here again if Caleb wanted to go for that, but not ready to do that yet. Of course, it doesn't need to do over the draw.
All right, guys, you heard that? Game 5.
That'd be funny that you just to go on a ladder and troll people and just try and draw every game.
Now you know why he's
play a little Shrars as that or whatever it was. But now there's a clock in play. So with 5 power on the board is a decent enough clock. There's also a Den of the Bugbear too. So there's the land too. So
I mean, a Meat Hook Massacre here would probably be best draw.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't be able to deal with the Pyromancer, but it would be able to deal with the Dragon Rage Channeler in both 1/1s and be that combo piece.
Exactly. Yeah, it would do a lot of things at once for sure.
You know, speaking of the
well then.
Sometimes it just works out in your favor, chat. Sometimes you got to play to your outs, and sometimes you play to them and then you draw your out.
Yeah, I mean, double scry there. Caleb worked for it, and now those are gone. And now, of course, the risk of following up down to the Bugbear has to be tapped out for. So combo available. And of course, Arnie's a good Magic player. Arnie recognizes that Caleb kept this hand that missed its second land drop for a reason. If your combo opponent keeps a land that misses the second land drop, they probably have their combo rolled up.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now Caleb knows that Oxyphagonus is 3 fresh cards. So this is not a staged play here by Arnie. Those 3 cards are 3 random cards from Arnie's deck. And is there an Unholy Heat there? Maybe. But nothing here was set up. This is a random 3 cards, and I love Caleb going for it here.
Yeah, if Unholy Heat's in the hand or Shock or something like that that's played, then they better have it, you know?
Yep. So
it has to be in those 3 cards.
Exactly. And there are 3 random cards, no setup here, and there it is. Yep. I am extremely impressed with Caleb's deck. I'm not impressed with that keep. He's a very lucky man, but I am very impressed with Caleb's deck. This looks like the correct build for the deck, and I would not be surprised if this build is the card that gets Withering Eroded. Very impressed.
You know, looks like my second best pick is doing pretty well, I must say.
Yes. All right. What's next? What else we got?
Go ahead and see if what is the deck we haven't seen yet. Let's see if. But that seems like it's already done. That match took a little while, right? Let's watch somebody that we haven't seen before. Let's go ahead and watch Mara Plays. Well, looks like they're not playing in the tournament still, so let's not watch that.
Some brawl.
One moment. Oh, that was the last match. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So we're going to go into round 5 of Stream League 6. I must ask you, Jim. Out of all the decks that we've seen so far with the Meat Hook Massacre Vesperlark combo deck, with the Blazing Rootwalla Madness deck, some Phoenix decks that we've seen, some Jeskai Control, what's your favorite? I know what's your favorite to win the tournament, what your personal favorite is, but what do you think is going to win or make a good shot at making a deep run here?
Gotta say, I mean, Caleb's deck seems really, really, really good. The top of our standings here is honestly awesome. I mean, we have 2 4-0s. We have Elliot Dragon, who is playing a mono black zombie deck, which we haven't seen yet, and I want to see really badly, personally.
Oh yeah, I know.
Elliot has managed to sneak through his tournament, evading our doom-seeing eyes, and super cool mono black zombie deck. Caleb is the other 4-0, of course, playing the deck we just saw. We have Kavartek here with Mono Red Madness. People saw that as well. And again, of course, I obviously love that deck. I built it. And when we have an Enchantress deck here, rounding out the top 4, also 3-1. And that's a deck that hasn't really done much, and also a deck that didn't really get much from a new set, except for the card Curse of Silence.
Which is it's a very good card, especially being so efficient at 1 mana. Basically being like a mini elite spellbinder, and also that draws a card.
Yeah, the bar for a 1 mana enchantment is very, very low in the Enchantress deck, because you just want to draw cards off your Enchantress presence. So that's pretty cool. Then we see Bard Storm, also at 3-1. Izzet Phoenix, also 3-1. Ollie playing the Nimbus deck at 3-1. Sandy Dog, haven't seen Sandy Dog really at all. Sandy Dog's also playing Arclight Phoenix. And then our last 3-1 in 10th place is Thomas playing Jeskai Control.
All right. So Tomas Percorni, which we saw lose earlier on, makes it into the top 4 as we go into round 5. Round 5 will be starting in just a few minutes. See you on the other side. Welcome everyone to round 5 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We are currently going to be watching our first feature match, which is Caleb Durward playing Black White Vesperlark against Elliot Dragon, playing a sweet zombies deck. Would you like to tell us, Jim, about Elliot Dragon's zombie deck?
Yeah, I mean, Elliot's really kind of snuck by us all tournament. Like, it's round 4. They're 4-0. Haven't seen their deck yet. They're playing zombies, and they're playing a lot of the new additions to zombies from the Historic Horizon set, and of course, Champion of the Parish from the new set. And there's a lot of good stuff happening here. We've got Champion of the Parish, Cryptbreaker, Dark Salvation, Digraph Colossus, Liliana's Mastery topping the curve, Undead Augur. It's a real nice mixture of like cards from sets that are actually just legal, of course, and then Historic Horizons cards, some Jumpstart cards, some Historic Anthology cards. Real cool mix. It looks to be a pretty solid, aggressive deck that can also draw cards and interact.
All right, and we've seen Caleb Durward play a couple of matches so far. We haven't watched the whole match of his yet, I don't think. But this combo can kill off of just 3 mana. What is that going to mean for how aggressive that Elliot Dragon has to be in this matchup? Especially with Caleb's version of this deck being more of a control deck.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because there isn't a ton of interaction in the zombie deck here. The only instant speed removal spell is 1 copy of Murderous Rider. However, there are 2 main deck copies of Grafdigger's Cage, which will need to be dealt with before Caleb can go off. However, Caleb does have numerous answers to that in the main deck, of course, with things like Portable Hole and the ways to find it with Wishclaw Talisman. So this is going to be interesting. You know, if Cage is drawn versus Cage is not drawn, going to be very polarizing. And then we'll see a lot more interaction in game 2 and 3 should we get to that point. So it's gonna be a pretty cool match.
Main deck Grafdigger's Cage is not really seen other than in control decks. Having it seen against an aggro deck in an aggro deck is pretty interesting to me, actually. Don't really see that really.
It's so weird too because like when you think of zombies, you think of graveyards. Yeah. You know, so seeing the Cage in the zombie deck, I'm like, there must be some anti-synergy here, and there isn't. There's no card in the entire deck that Cage affects. So pretty cool realization, you know, beyond what you'd expect as far as a zombie deck playing Mana Grafdigger's Cage. It's pretty cool.
All right, so we see this opening hand from Caleb. This is an amazing opening hand.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Thoughtseize, 1 combo piece, ways to find it, removal spell. Couldn't ask for more.
Now, on Elliot's side, I think we're just going to want like 1 mana zombie, 2 mana zombie, 3 mana zombie, try to get there, right?
Yeah, I mean, there might be some impetus for just like wanting to mulligan to a Cage.
Oh my
but
goodness.
There's portable holes, doesn't even matter. And we're gonna see portable hole here. This is very interesting because obviously it is open deckless. Caleb knows that there are Cages in Elliot's deck. And it's not like the champion's doing too much by itself. It's also a banishing verse too. It's a pretty interesting player from Caleb, valuing the staying alive factor over the utility factor of portable hole later. And swing and a miss. So that undoes 1 card from the mulligan.
On Elliot Dragon's side, champion into Lazarus Reavers is just the dream what you want. Turn 1, turn 2, right?
Yeah, that is a pretty good start. It is a pretty good start.
Well, do we see a Wishclaw Talisman, or do we just Vanishing Verse something here?
This is an awkward spot because there aren't many good targets to Vanishing Verse. Everything only has 1 power. So playing Verse just seems like it's not particularly great at the moment. I like playing Talisman here a lot. And then this is an interesting choice. So it looks like Caleb's just going to go get the Meathook Massacre right now.
Yep.
This will allow Elliot to go get Grafdigger Cage if Elliot wants. But then, of course, that re-allows Caleb to get the answer for it. So kind of cool here. You know, Caleb's playing a real good mix of answers in the deck where Talisman, the card that Talisman could get can be answered a lot of ways from Talisman also as well. So kind of a very smart realization from Caleb here, recognizing that, like, yeah, Talisman can get the Cage, but he can't get the answer too. And of course, Meathook Massacre is just phenomenal here, or just a Wrath.
Yeah, Meathook Massacre does deal that second point. One thing I did like about playing the Talisman last turn, which we didn't go over, is because the Hive of the Eye Tyrant takes 4 mana, excluding itself to attack with it, and you kind of want to Vanishing Verse that rather than Vanishing Verse these 1 power cards. So doing the Meat Hook Massacre next turn, maybe the Hive gets one attack in, and then using the Vanishing Verse the following turn if we don't get to our combo pieces to take out the Hive.
Yep, very, very fair. Now, interesting here is that Elliot doesn't know what card Caleb got. And if Elliot wants to make a super heads-up play here, Elliot could go get a Lord of the Accursed, and just play it this turn. Get in for 6, and the Lord would protect some of the creatures from being meat-hooked next turn. The Lord would survive, and the Reaver would survive. So, possible option. Gonna skip that one, though, and we'll see what goes on here.
Does Elliot Dragon have any copies of Thoughtseize or Inquisition in that deck?
Not in the main deck. There are 4 Thoughtseize in the sideboard. All right, so we're going to see the Talisman here.
I mean, Elliot Dragon for Mulligan to 5 was very, very good. Having the Perished there on turn 1 into Last Up Reaver, having that Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Castle Vantress also. Having Hive and Castle Vantress is very good, especially in that mono black deck. Getting one of each, giving you a little bit of options in your mana base as well. Even if Caleb decides to wipe the board, you still have like something going on.
Yeah, the lands are really, really good. Castle's insane in a mono black deck. Now, we're seeing the search here at Talisman. The problem is that, like, this is sort of like a, well, you think that I think that you think thing, you know? And Elliot knows that Caleb was okay with passing the Talisman off. So it almost feels like, you know, that Elliot's just doing what Caleb wants them to do by getting the cage, because obviously Caleb planned for that. So goes for it anyway. We see a Massacre here. That's going to kill most of the board. And the Treasure can help fire up the Tyrant next turn, but at 11 life, Caleb's looking pretty safe here. Make that 14 life.
So Meat Hook Massacre is so good in this deck. I mean, I didn't think it would see historic play, but like in this deck, it's just perfect.
Exactly.
Now, do we see them get in with Hive? Nope, we're just going to draw a card with Castle Lock, Dwayne.
Now, again, there is one Murderous Rider in the deck. So that is the one piece of interaction that can interact with the combo. Will Caleb choose to go for it here? We'll see.
Yep.
So there's your last Talisman to get the Portable Hole as scripted.
Gosh, this deck was just like very, very well thought out.
Yeah. Also a second Meat Hook Massacre waiting too, and a push for the creature land.
Can I change my mind? Can I pick this deck to win instead of Ali Eldrazi's Niv-Misery Reborn deck? Can I change my mind real quick?
Listen, I offered it to you, all right?
I didn't take the offer.
I was going to let you have it. I was going to let you have it.
Messed up, I think.
So Shambling Ghast here on turn 6 is not exactly the offense that the zombie deck is looking for.
Using Fatal Push just to use it here, I think.
This is kind of interesting, actually. I mean,
well,
it's not exactly threatening.
Actually, it could threaten the Vesper Lark, right? Because it does do -1/-1 to something.
But how is it dying?
I don't know. I don't know.
There's no sack outlets. You know?
No idea.
So, yeah. Definitely a show of strength from Caleb, because obviously Caleb says, I don't even need this Fatal Push. So.
He just does that kind of laugh, a little bit more evil.
Yep. All right. We hope.
How about another hook?
Yeah. All right. This game's going to slow down a little bit for sure.
There's no Teferi in play.
And
that's slowing down.
That definitely favors the Castle Lock playing player for sure. Because now, you know, draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. The problem, of course, is that I'm not sure how the zombie player gets through all this and has to beat 2 Vanishing Verses and 2 Meat Hook Massacres.
I have an idea. Drawing second creature land, and also Caleb never drawing second white mana to not use double Vanishing Verse in the same.
That's a plan. That's a plan.
All right, there's one Vanishing Verse. How about drawing the combo off the top? Do we like that?
All right. So will Caleb want to play around the 1 copy of Murderous Rider, or just go for it here?
I don't know. It does kind of seem like LA Dragon's holding back a bit. Especially, like, I mean, without attacking with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I mean, it just kind of seemed like he's holding back.
Yeah, I mean, the activation on Castle is, of course, there. So I'd be surprised to see Caleb not go for it here. I think that would be extremely conservative.
I mean, let's say I kind of like going for it as well. Say it doesn't work out. there's more copies of these cards in the deck, and there's double Meat Hook Massacre in hand. It's not like you're dying anytime soon, right?
Right.
And also, the more Meat Hook Massacres you have on board, the more life you gain.
There's also the ability to just play Vesper Lark and just say go.
Yeah, that's true.
So now the Withering is Vesper Lark is a leaves play ability. So now Elliot has to essentially bluff Murderous Rider for the rest of the game and can't even activate the castle anymore.
He didn't,
so
yeah.
Didn't activate it, and now we're in this sort of game of chicken where who wants to blink first, and this means that 3 of Elliot's mana is tied up all the turn, or all the time.
And all the turns.
And all the turns, yeah. I mean, and the Vesper Lark is, it's an 8-turn clock. It does attack, so pretty interesting game of cat and mouse here.
I mean, it could just be cat and cat since they're both undefeated.
Sure.
Just 2 cats going at it.
Just,
All right, Cat Wars, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com.
Right. So the big thing here is right now Caleb's deciding it's currently Elliot's upkeep. And if Caleb wants to go for the combo, now is the time to do it. He's deciding if he wants to or not. And he looks like he's going to.
All right, do we see
Is the
Murderous
last
Rider?
card Murderous Rider?
I think it is. It is. I know it is. I can feel it. Okay, no, it's not. It is. I told you. I knew it. I said it, didn't I? I said he seemed like he was holding back. It seemed like Elliot was holding back. I called this.
The case card in the entire deck. 1 Murderous Rider and no other way to interact. Wow.
Called it. That was my call.
Now the question is, did Elliot have the Murderous Rider when they went for the cage, which would have been next level? Like, super next level.
Make him out it, make him go for the out it, and then go for it, and then Murderous Rider it.
Wow.
That's
awesome.
crazy.
All right, we got a game, folks.
And
now
was
he's
great. That's not just next level. That's like next level.
Yeah, that for sure. That's awesome.
Wow.
All right. And now options still abound. Want to draw cards to castle, want to cast Murderous Rider, want to come with the creature lands. It's not like Elliot is drawing to any threats anymore to stop the combo, because that was the only one. I suppose the other copy of Grafdigger's Cage would play here too. But that's it. That's the only card left in the entire deck stops the combo. So now it's time to try and win.
I could kind of sense that there was a Murderous Rider in hand, because if there wasn't a Murderous Rider, Elliot Dragon would just be going for the fences, trying to kill Caleb as soon as possible, right? Just like animate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, animate it again, or just try to castle lock Dwayne like he did and try to draw into the Murderous Rider.
Thing is, the option each turn was to either attack for 3 or draw with castle. So there were 2 options there, and then drawing with castle can obviously find answers or find other threats too. So I don't think it's like as clear cut and dry as like what's even better of those 2 options, even absent of Murderous Rider.
Right.
So, but of course, leaving up the mana does threaten Rider, at least in that way too. So
there's a cool new zombie card being played here as well. This 2-mana enchantment makes a zombie every turn.
What card?
The new card there, right next to the Wishclaw Talisman on Elliot Dragon's side of the board. I believe it's like it's like a Bitter Blossom for zombies, isn't it?
That's Liliana's Mastery. That's the 5-mana enchantment. Make 2 zombie tokens and an Anthem for all zombies.
Oh, there is a card like that though, isn't there? There's a 2-mana card that does that.
The new set has a card that makes decay tokens, I think, when things die. Yes. Yeah.
Not quite what this card is though.
Yeah, Mastery is quite the top end card for zombie decks. It just adds 6 power to the board and then pumps your other stuff too. Very powerful card. Very, very powerful card.
You will be remembered as heroic Murderous Rider.
Yes. All right, so now, Meat Hook Massacre, so the Vanishing Verse can eat the Mastery, and the Massacre can kill all these creatures in play. But Caleb's got a long way to go here, needs to recombo, and Caleb's deck is not doing anything but comboing. So Caleb's deck has to win the game via this combo, thereby still has to put it together. A lot of work to do, Maze Mind Tome and Friends, Wishclaw Talisman. No other way to win. It has to be combo.
I mentioned earlier that multiple Massacres on board can gain you more life, but it's actually legendary. So my fault there.
Correct, yeah. And then also it's important to note that now both portable holes have been used. There is no way remaining in Caleb's deck to remove a Grafdigger's Cage. So at the
Yeah.
point where Elliot finds the second copy of Grafdigger's Cage, which there is one of in his deck, the game is over. Caleb can no longer win.
Also, another reason why it was pretty genius to play one Murderous Rider is because it goes back to the deck.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
So we do have another point of interaction with Rider just getting it back.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. So now Rider's also a draw too, and then Rider in hand. Obviously, there are discard spells, things like that too. But Grafdigger's Cage is the hard lock. One Grafdigger's Cage will end the game. So now the question is, does Elliot want to keep pushing the issue and attacking him, making attacks, or keep drawing cards at Castle Lockaway and try and find that cage and also find threats as well?
Yeah, I thought this would be the quicker of the two matches that we're going to see, but it seems to me like this is going to be one of the grindier ones.
This has been an awesome game.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, super interesting, awesome game.
Especially since the Meat Hook Massacre is a sorcery speed, of course. The Hive of the Eye Tyrant can kind of just go ham, like animate both of them in the same turn for lethal, and Caleb's going to have to really play around this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think right now Elliot's way ahead. Even despite how good this game looked for Caleb early on. That's part of the just the crux of combo decks, right? Is that you go for your combo, if it doesn't work, you're usually like kind of out of it. So, oh my god, oh boy.
All right, this is it.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a pretty big meat hook here.
It just feels good if you're Caleb. It just feels amazing.
That's Wrath of God plus 6 life.
Also, notably, turn clock, right? No, 3 turn now, right?
For the Eye Tyrants?
Yeah, for the hives, just animate both attack for 6, both attack for 6, both attack for 6. Or we're just going to see, like, draw cards here.
I think now at this point, because Caleb has the Castle Locked win as well, pressuring the life total makes a lot of sense. So, although we just see a card draw? We did see a card draw.
We can't do all of it here. Oh, wow, it's a 6/6.
All right, so Colossus is here.
Choosing to play the untapped land over the tap land.
Yep, and
well,
it's getting dicey. Does
Diagram Colossus gain 1 counter for each zombie in grave?
When it comes into play, yes, but not as the game goes on. So it is locked in at size at 6/6, and now we're going to see the decision between fire up the creature lands or castle. Because both lands aren't lethal, I like castling here a lot. So that makes a lot of sense.
You said that they don't usually have a way to get rid of the 1/1 that deals -1/-1 to a creature, but that's a Phyrexian Tower.
That is true. So now a copy of I think both those cards are gone. Actually, there are only 2 Shambling Guests, and they're both gone. They're both in the graveyard now. But yeah, that's kind of a cool backdoor way to do that as well.
Whoa! Hold on. Pause, champ.
We could see Castle into Withering would win the game.
Pause, champ.
Not sure. Is Caleb deciding if he wants to play the land untapped or not? All right, there's the land.
Going to 1.
Here we go.
Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what we're doing. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Channeling your inner Yu-Gi-Moto. Oh my gosh.
That is unbelievable.
Elliot Dragon playing this game so perfectly.
What? Oh my god. There's no justice in the world. Oh my god. Somebody get that game on a best of. That's got to go in the best of reel. That's one of the best games I've seen in a long time.
Wow. I mean, you're more than welcome to make it if you make a video about it. Like, you're more than welcome to. That was insane.
Yeah, that was something else. Oh man. Unbelievable. And I was actually very, very impressed with Elliot's patience that game as far as like balancing drawing cards, looking for the cage and other answers, and deploying threats. And down to 1 life. Oh man.
That was, you know what that is? You have a lightning helix. Oh my god.
I do. I see Doctor in chat firing up the lightning helix emotes. Oh wow. That was crazy.
Yo, if that was in the finals, can you believe?
Yeah. Woo.
Oh man.
All right, so now we got to focus on. We still got a match to play here. So game 2.
I kind of want to just end the stream right now. Like that's
Yeah,
what I want to see here.
we can just call it if you want. That was pretty sweet.
Going, guys.
All right, so in the board for mono black, we see 4 Thoughtseize, a cage, a relic. That's mostly it. So now 4 discard spells and a few more hate pieces. And for Caleb, we see here, of course, a Wrath of God, a couple removal spells, and honestly, not really gaining a ton. Needs to bring in a card like Fracture to have more answers to Grafdigger's Cage and stuff. But I would say that things get better for our zombie player here. You know, a lot more interaction coming in, and Caleb doesn't really gain a ton. So this is gonna be interesting.
Wow. I mean, I'm still in shock and awe.
Yeah. Crazy game.
If someone is not following Caleb Durward, okay, Caleb D on Twitch, make sure you follow him. Okay, this is the kind of content you can expect from his channel.
Yeah, Caleb's great.
Caleb's awesome. He also shaved his beard. It's also, great.
I actually, it's funny enough. So I don't watch Magic streams too often. I'm just kind of like either A, doing Magic all day, want to do something else, or B, just like I'm busy or whatever. But I pop in a lot, just kind of say hi to everyone, see how everyone's doing. And I popped into Caleb's stream at the moment he was halfway through shaving his head.
Really?
Just like, oh, what's Caleb doing tonight? I click on, he's just like, bleh. I'm like, oh my god, what's happened? What did I walk into? And I'm really, really glad I did, because it was awesome. I watched for like a half an hour after that. It was really, really good. But yeah, Caleb's great, people. I love Caleb.
I didn't enter on the shaving head stream, but I entered like later on that day, and apparently he's like roasted people for asking, what happened to your hair, and I didn't know this. So right when I got in the stream, I was like, wait a second, where'd your beard go? And he just roasted me for like 10 minutes.
That's great.
All right, so we see a couple of combo pieces here. Champion of the Parasun, turn 1. I mean, do we just hold the 2 Davriel's Withering for the Murderous Rider?
It's interesting because the Withering would kill the champion, and the fear is if there's a Lastop Reaver, it grows too big to kill anymore. So
right.
Looks like Caleb also wants the option. He wants the option to kill this, and he's going to. So, gonna fire for Withering. I like this play. With Mazemind Tome available, with Massacre in hand, Caleb is certainly set up to play a longer game. So I like this a lot.
I do like Fracture in the deck for Caleb. Fracture does get rid of Grafdigger's Cage and gets rid of Rest in Peace at the same time. So I really do like this card for this deck.
Yep. And then again, Mazemind Tome here is super cool. Just can kind of settle into that sort of control combo role. Sit back, draw some cards, kill some things, fire up a Wrath or 2, and then kill the cage later on. You know, no real rush to remove this Grafdigger's Cage from the board. I would say there's less than a rush, because you want Elliot to think that he's safe until all of a sudden he's not. You know, so.
Right. Wait, what?
This is actually brilliant, I think. Or maybe it's not. Okay, so Elliot's playing their own copy of Medoc Massacre. So now, if they both have a Medoc Massacre, the life will balance out. But this is not going to work the way he wants it to, I don't think, because how it works is, this how it used to happen with Disciple of the Vault back in the day, where the active players' triggers stack first, then the non-active players' triggers. So if you do it on your opponent's turn, you just keep responding to the Meathook Massacre trigger. Although, I guess you can't respond to it because the thing keeps coming back. Yeah, that does work. I'm sorry, it does work. So you saw both players pause there and read and think about what I just thought through, but I had to talk through it as well, so it's a little slower. So yeah, I think that the Meathook Massacre in play actually does nullify the combo, because there's no way to time it. The loop just happens. Both players lose 1, gain 1, and then the loop happens again. So now Caleb has 2 things to remove to combo off.
So it's just a draw then at that point, right? If they go to do the actual combo, but there's a Meathook Massacre on the opponent's side of the board, it's a draw, right?
Yes. It would be the same draw we saw earlier, just with like a lot more steps, because there'd be much more triggers happening as well. But the end result would be a loop that doesn't go anywhere.
I think the result of seeing this deck from Caleb is that, like, I kind of don't even want this in the game.
Right. Exactly. There's some weird stuff happening here. Things you don't usually see in Historic or Standard, because there are more things that happen in like Legacy and Modern occasionally. These weird kind of fringe, loopy, weirdo rulings.
Yeah. So now we have to get rid of the cage, and we also have to get rid of the Meathook Massacre. We do have answers to both of them in hand. We do have 4 mana to cast them. If we do this, and then Elliott Dragon draws a land. We could be seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage in the backswing. Also taking the shock damage from Godless Shrine to do that. So that would put Caleb to 10. I don't think you want to go that low against zombies, but we'll see what do you think he's going to do here? What do you think he's thinking about?
There's no rush at all. I mean, Elliott has 1 card in hand.
Right.
Caleb has a full 7 cards, a Wrath, and a Maze Mind Tome, and a Phyrexian Arena. I think the question here is if you want to cast Arena or not. And exactly, Caleb agrees. So Caleb just says, my hand's awesome. I'm drawing cards. I'm the control deck. I'll deal with those artifacts and enchantments later. I'm just not going to die and kill all your stuff. You know, and now it's important that the Vanishing Verse hits the Undead Augur so cards aren't drawn. But I think Caleb is more than happy taking a hit here and then going from there.
You don't think the Vanishing Verse goes towards the Meat Hook Massacre?
I mean, I think it just can go towards that later because the Undead Augur will sort of undo the Wrath effect by drawing cards.
I see what
So yeah, that wasn't bad either. So many cards. All right.
That's
gonna go for it.
Yeah, gonna go for that. Gonna probably play Castle Lockdwayne tapped or Godless Shrine tapped actually.
Yeah, so we're gonna see some life gained for Caleb, but again, multiple cards drawn for Elliott here, and a treasury for extra mana too. So this next turn for Elliott's gonna be huge. You know, what can Elliott do with these cards drawn? Basically, almost a whole new hand.
Yeah, 4 cards in hand to start the next turn. We have 2 Castle Lockdwaynes and a Hive. The Eye Tyrant. We still have our 2 cards in play to stop Caleb from comboing. This could definitely go downhill fast for either one of them, but it seems like it's going to be one of those grinding games again.
Yeah, and then the good thing here also is that because Elliott was out of cards, that turns on Hive of the High Tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
But giving Elliott more cards almost turns it off because Elliott's going to play the cards that are drawn anyway.
Right.
So very, very good play from Caleb here. I like it a lot.
What do you take here if you're Elliott with Thoughtseize?
It's tough because the Wrath is now at its scene, can be played around. Withering is the combo piece, and then the Verse and the Fracture both answer the hate cards. But the real thing here is that this is no longer a combo game. This is a control game. And right now Caleb has both Phyrexian Arena and Maze Mind Tome in play. So Caleb is drawing an unbelievable amount of cards over the next few turns. So I would say that Elliott's job is to win the game as fast as possible, which means you probably want to take like the Wrath of God or the Vanishing Verse. But it's gonna be difficult. Takes the Fracture instead. Okay. So trying to protect the Grafdigger's Cage, it looks like.
I think with the Phyrexian Arena in play, like you want to make Caleb think about his life total, right?
Yeah. Let me see. Caleb's got another Fracture and Portable Holes and the Wishcall Talisman to go get them to deal with this Grafdigger's Cage. So that was a great turn for Elliott, though. Able to Thoughtseize and attack and play a threat. But even better draws from Caleb. So
is that heads up by Elliott then, taking the Fracture? Because they would be lethal right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, drawing Vesperlark there is pretty fortunate for Caleb. I'm not sure, honestly. This is quite the game state. I think Caleb now.
What?
I think Caleb's way ahead now. I mean, this is an interesting choice here, choosing to push the creature in response to the Augur, and now I guess the Verse can hit the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. As I said, I think Caleb's just kind of like gonna play the game of like, I'm just gonna kill your stuff and draw cards and not even bother trying to combo.
Right.
And then eventually we'll find an answer to the combo cards later. Exactly. So that's what Caleb's gonna do here. So keep killing stuff, keep drawing cards, gain some life off the Maze Mind Tome. Whenever a creature dies, life's gained also. And there's another Vanishing Verse. Yeah, I mean,
card, yeah.
Cards solve all problems. The more cards you draw, the better it gets.
Plus, you keep drawing Shifting Ceratops.
That is true, and no lance. That is true. There are corner case scenarios. And there's your tome into tome. And Verse, of course, answers the Undead Augur cleanly as well too. So again, totally ignoring the combo hate cards, which is part of the problem. Where when you play against a combo control deck like this, you bring in these hate cards like, ha ha ha, I'm gonna lock out your combo, and they're like, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you mulligan to 5 and spent 3 mana on these cards that don't do anything. I'm just gonna draw cards. You know, like,
Yep.
so again, another reason why I think Caleb's deck is just awesome.
All right, we see this Scrying Isolated Chapel to the bottom. We're going to see another Scrying upkeep, it looks like. Phyrexian Arena is going to draw a card here and lose a life. Baseline Tome sees a Faithful Absence in the top, which is one of the new cards from Innistrad Midnight Hunt.
I'm a little surprised that Caleb choosing to scry here, not keep drawing cards off Tome, honestly. There's plenty of mana available. Like, there's no real, like, mana crunch.
Right.
Although I guess the Hive of the Eye Tyrant does up the clock quite a bit, so I guess that kind of makes sense.
Depends on how many cards Caleb has in deck, too, with drawing, like, a card every turn.
Yeah.
But there's probably not any worry of decking out.
This is an interesting spot. Hive of the Eye Tyrant was like one of the best possible draws last turn for Elliott. Having a threat that can't be wrathed. Obviously, Elliott knows about the wrath too, so this is a somewhat interesting spot.
I actually really love the tools of the Zombies deck. I don't know whether this deck is better or worse than the mono black aggro deck that we've been seeing in Historic for the past few months, I think. Elliott Dragon won or made top 2 of one of the other Stream League events with a different version of a mono black aggro deck that plays all the graveyard cards, right? It plays there's a 1-mana 2/1 that can come back to your hand from the graveyard if you dealt damage that turn. Play it, comes in, taps, it's a 2/1. There's a 4/4 flyer. There's like Rotting Regisaur in that deck and things like that. Interesting to see Elliott Dragon play a similar like style of deck, but play zombies this time. Some really good cards in this deck too.
Yeah, higher curve, less synergy, or more synergy. I'm sorry.
All right, so we see a Thoughtseize come down, probably taking Vesper Lark. I'd assume.
Probably Wither. I mean, it's kind of like 6 of one, half dozen the other. Both cards can be played fairly to block or kill something. So the question is, which one is better in a fair capacity?
I guess if you're playing for a fair capacity, Withering would be like the better card against the zombie deck than Vesper Lark would be.
Probably, yes. Although Lark can block the Cave of the Eye Tyrant for a turn. Also, the problem is that the actually doesn't matter. Never mind. So takes the with Withering, sure.
It can maybe block it, but it does have Menace.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. I forgot that part. A lot of words in that card.
It's a very menacing looking Hive.
It's true. All right, so here it comes. And Caleb down to 6, going to 5 on from Arena. All right, there's Phyrexian Tower. So tight game here. Another land.
There's a lot of lands being drawn from Caleb here.
All right,
there's a Fatal Push that deals with the land.
Found it. Interesting choice here. Just casting Vesper Lark. I'm a little surprised to see Caleb not just cast Vesper Lark because Elliott is at 12 with Castle Locklands in play. A 6-turn clock might not sound like much, but if you're just kind of playing this game of killing things and stuff, and there aren't a lot of ways for Elliott to punish the Vesper Lark being in play, I'm a little surprised to see Caleb not cast Lark there.
Especially because no flyers in Elliott's deck means that Vesper Lark is a guaranteed damage.
Right. It just, and then it just makes the castles a lot worse too.
Yep.
So I'm a little surprised to see the Lark not cast there.
Caleb very smartly using the Fatal Push on Hive after it taps so that they can't Castle Locklands in response.
Yep.
Actually, I guess they still can, right? Sacrifice it with the Phyrexian Arena and then tap it.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
But it depends. If Elliott Dragon has another threat in hand, do you just play the threat or do you just use Castle Locklands here?
I'd imagine you're playing the threat.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly.
So with Caleb at 5, and the Arena ticking down, and Caleb also has Castle Locklands in play too. So thinking about it.
All right. So what do we think? I'm assuming with this thought process here, with the Elliott Dragon thinking, it's probably a threat in hand, right? I mean, there's no other way I think I would really think about this play, right?
Agree. I agree. So we'll see what it is right now, I suppose. It's so funny that the meat hooks cancel each other out.
Yeah. It's funny the meat hooks cancel each other out, but also, not only that, but they cancel each other out, but kind of at different times. you can kind of time it to where you can kill your opponent from it, right?
Yeah. So I guess the one argument against playing Vesper Lark was what happened here, where now Caleb wants to cast a Wrath of God, and the Lark's not in play, obviously. So,
all right. So you see Portable Holy Heroes. This is going to come down on the Graph Digger's Cage potentially. We have Vanishing Verses in the deck to get rid of the Massacre, so I like this play here. Draw a card before we make any plays here. We're going to see if Wrath of God comes down. There's the Fracture. Now all we need is Davriel's Withering, and we have it, right?
That's game. The Talisman does it too, right?
In play.
2 for Fracture, 2 for Vesper Lark, 1 to Tutor, 1 for Withering. That's game.
That's just crazy.
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
Actually crazy.
And everything played out perfectly. You know, there are multiple hate cards played. Didn't matter at all. Because the game, Caleb made it so the game was not about the combo until it was
about the combo.
You know, exactly. You know, and that's just combo control in a nutshell. That's what makes combo control decks so powerful and so hard to play against. You know, Splitter Twin in Modern is a good example. You know, of these decks where they can just combo kill you on turn 3, but they can also play with really long games too. That's where things get scary.
And the long games get even more scary when the combo piece is a board clear, like Meat Hook Massacre.
Yeah, for sure. And
I know I've said this a bunch of times, but that's just like, I say broken a lot when it comes to decks, but that's actually broken, I think. Like, unironically.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the perfect card for the deck. It really is. You know, it's the piece that is going to make this deck go from being this sort of like meme and like, you know, you know, the new block card is breaking the game, to actually being like, oh, wow, this is actually really, really good.
Now, let's go ahead and see if we can get Tomasz Pokorny playing against Ali Eldrazi here. See if they're still playing. Go to Ali Eldrazi's perspective here. They are still playing. They're in game 3. Are you ready to be the Harbinger of Death?
Yes.
All right, let's go over here. Harbinger of Doom. Let's go ahead and go over there right now.
All right, pretty interesting spot here. I imagine a lot hinges on if this agent is successful in dealing damage or not. And it looks like it's going to be. All right, it's very down.
All right, there is a Moonville Regent in this deck, which I did not see before, but interesting pick here. Moonville Regent says that you can choose to discard your hand when you cast a spell, and then you draw cards equal to the that spell's colors. So if you have Moonville Regent on the board and you cast Niv-Mizzet Reborn, you can choose to discard your hand and draw 5, and then draw off Niv-Mizzet Reborn. So perfect content.
Yeah, I mean that is quite the achievement to unlock.
That should be an actual.
Whew. Oh, these cards, jeez. So.
Wow.
So now this is a weird spot because you can take Tamiyo and cast it, but that goes shields down on Dovin's veto. So do you want to do that is the question.
You also see a brand new card, Siphon Insight, being played in this deck as well. Usually Dimir cards aren't usually played. I know Autumn Burchett, when she played Niv-Mizzet Reborn, played 4 copies of I can't think of the card name off the top of my head, but the black and blue card that can either counter a spell or destroy a creature, depending on how many cards your opponent has in grave.
Drown the Lock.
Yep, Drown the Lock. 4 copies of Drown the Lock. Some people had chosen to play discard spell for Dimir, but Siphon Insight seems like a pretty good card for control decks that just want to gain card advantage. It also has flashback as well, so you can use it twice. I don't necessarily not like it.
Yeah, it's just like a really, really weird Think Twice. And Think Twice is sweet, but... All right, shields are down. I'd imagine there's no Magma Opus in Ninja's Graveyard, or Ollie would have not tapped out here with Mystic's Mastery waiting.
Right, especially with a overloaded Mystic's Mastery waiting with 1 extra land drop.
Yeah, I would love to know what's in Ninja's Graveyard right now. Ollie, if you're listening.
Yeah, no. Mod check for spectator mode.
Yeah, right. I did tweet this morning about a spectator mode. I'm trying.
You're trying? Okay, you're throwing a bone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. The Faceless Agent, I wonder if this drew a Niv-Mizzet Reborn or if this drew a Kavu.
Oh, the agent? I mean, I don't know, I guess.
I guess it would show it to the opponent, or would it?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the card that was gotten off it is already dead, so it would just be in the graveyard somewhere, exiled or whatever.
The ninja and the tank here. What are we thinking about if you're the ninja? I mean, you don't know their hand, but you know one card. Oh, they just looked at the graveyard. We should have paused it.
Oh yes, I saw it happen. My mind didn't process it. Oh, you can see there's a Kavu under portable hole as well, so it might have been the Kavu. All right, there's land number 6 and saying go, and there is a lot of gas in Ollie's hand here. Probably far too much to handle because if any of these cards resolve, it is almost lights out.
Oh, look at that! Someone in chat has our back. Someone went to Ali's chat requesting to show Grave for stream.
That's pretty funny.
Look at that.
And we didn't even look at it.
We're
so ungrateful.
I won't forget about this. We won't forget.
All right, so there goes Narset, and gonna play Moonveil here.
Okay, Corbett says graveyard was memory lapse and a lot of permanents, so basically just not worth it.
Okay. So like to play here, casting the non-creature. I'm sorry, the creature's threat while also leaving up Dovin's Veto. If his Moonveil is dealt with, whatever, and then if it isn't dealt with, also great. So I would say Ollie is way ahead here.
Well, do we veto this or we just let it go through? Like,
I would be very surprised if Ollie vetoed here. Ollie seems very, very far ahead, and I don't see a reason to let my opponent untap and draw Teferi into whatever, or draw Magma Opus, or draw whatever. I'd be very surprised to see this get vetoed.
Or overload into an Aether Gust and drawing 2 cards off of Archmage's Charm.
Yeah, like even an overload just for like a whatever's in there, Helix, Archmage's Charm. Just I see absolutely no reason to allow my opponent to get back into the game and get lucky here. So I would be extremely surprised to see Ollie counter this.
Oh,
countering this says I want the game to end now. I don't want to play anymore.
Going for
it. The thing is, I don't know why you'd ever want the game to end now when your hand is Nimbus Tameo flashback card.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, Ollie's probably gonna win either way, but this opens up the door for Ninja to have some sort of sequence of cards to draw and get back into this game. So we'll see what happens. But
all right, here's where we go. Punish top deck Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Nope. No punished. Also, Veto stood to defend Nimbus next turn. And now that's not an option either anymore. So, although I suppose the Moonveil's a cast trigger, so gonna draw 5 cards. Obviously, Ollie's gonna unlock the achievement because that's Ollie's style.
Achievement cha-ching unlock.
Yeah, exactly.
Wizards is taking notes and gives Ollie 10,000 XP.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we want to hold up mana for. Oh, we would hold up mana for a Dovin's Veto, but we only have 1 white mana.
Got it. All right, achievement unlocked. Discard your hand, draw 5 cards.
So even if it gets countered, we're still drawing 5.
Yeah.
Discarding Tameo is a little bit of a bummer, though.
I imagine Ollie will live here. I imagine.
Also, when Moonveil Regent dies, if it doesn't get removed from the battlefield right now, it deals 5 damage to any target, doesn't it?
That is true, yes.
One of the reasons why I'm not currently playing Moonveil Regent in my current build of Nibiz Reborn is that you just can't get it off Nibiz Reborn. Like, maybe it's just worth it playing as a 4-mana flyer.
I am very, very, very low on Moonveil Regent. I think it's terrible.
Unless you're playing mono red.
I also don't live in Ollie's Magical Christmas Land, where these things actually happen. So, okay. So the problem, of course, here is the 5 cards are going to probably draw anyway. So
that is an extremely good top deck, though.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely a great draw. The question is, what does it do? Even if it counters the Nibiz, 5 cards are still drawn here, and then I guess the hope is that Ollie draws a lot of lands and kind of just misses. So we shall see. Counter that, and here's the 5.
Here we go.
Do you want? I do think you want to do it. Land.
We can actually cast Ingrass Rampage.
That was sick. And you do it all again next turn too. So pretty wild. Ollie, of course, known for big plays, and that was certainly one of them.
Oh, we're gonna go ahead and sacrifice that creature, get in for 6, and then we're gonna see what Mystic's Mastery does here. Probably not too much.
Yeah, I mean now the Archmage Charm is also flashback too. So.
Oh, I guess we're keeping the 2-1 back to just like prevent taking 7 on the backswing since we're at 14. I actually like that. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable for sure. Again, if the game goes on long, Ollie's going to win with Nimbizard in hand and multiple spells to cast and so on and so forth. So,
unless the Ninja decides to draw a counterspell for every turn of the game, in that case, they lose to Moonveil Regent.
Exactly, yeah, with the board already stacked up. So,
what do we see here? Just Magma Opus off the top. That would be back-to-back Super Cup decks, right?
If there's a way to tap Ollie's lands in the upkeep so Niv Mizzet can't be cast, Opus would do it, I think.
I think you can do that because there's only one white source right now for Ollie, and there's no white sources in Ollie's hand.
Right, so if it was like upkeep, tap your white source, kill your 4/4, make a 4/4, draw 2 cards, untap, draw a fairy counterspell, the game can probably be won.
Yeah.
So...
You know what's also pretty cool? Siphon Insight can draw a memory lapse from the Ninja.
That is true. That would be cool. All right.
Well, since we didn't play a land first, we can't do that.
All right, so... I mean, this is what I was saying about this game possibly slipping away here. If Ninja draws like Teferi into Counterspell here, I guess now the Archmage's Charm is a pretty good hit. So now the Charm can defend the Niv Mizzet. But still, the point is that, like, trying to avoid these pads to victory where your opponent has like this 5% chance to win, try and take that away from them, you know?
Right.
And hitting Archmage's Charm definitely probably seals things up here. But if that Siphon Insight kind of missed there, and we saw Ninja draw here, you know, Teferi or whatever into Counterspell and get the ball rolling, counter this Niv Mizzet Reborn, the game could turn from a game that looked unlosable.
Yep. I definitely agree with taking away like those niche avenues of victory. Like if they draw this card into this card, I definitely lose. So like cutting off that option when the downside of not cutting it off is like not that really much of a downside. Like you might as well take the one that cuts them off of like winning, having that 5% chance of winning.
Exactly, and those are the kind of games that very, very good players will not lose. And those are also the games that players who aren't as good would love to tell you about in round 4 after they're 1-2 in the tournament. Well, you don't understand. They drew runner. It's like, well, did you let them? Because if you let them, then that's why you lost, you know. So, but now we're just gonna achieve an unlocked again. Play Moonveil, play Niv Mizzet Reborn. I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's one blue up. So 1 blue could be a dispute to counter the Niv Mizzet Reborn. But
if that's the case, we just draw 5.
Exactly. Ollie doesn't care because 5 cards are coming anyway. So
Archmage Charm could steal the creature land, but then would that become Ollie's land?
If paid through Ward, I believe that Ollie would own the land for good. Yes.
Interesting. It does
Ward,
have Ward though, and that's not unable to be done right now.
Yeah, it's Ward 3, I believe. Yep. So a little short on that. And then now Ollie is now pumping the brakes a little bit here, and it's not going to play Niv Mizzet, and it's going to kind of play that smarter, slower game here with Archmage's Charm up, with Siphon Insight up. Not really in a rush anymore. Let's just chill, not get top decked out on, and try and take the game that way.
Apparently, Charm says non-land with mana value 1.
Oh, that makes sense, obviously. Otherwise, I could steal any land. So.
All right, so we go Siphon Insight. Maybe we draw a counterspell.
I highly doubt that we're discarding this Niv Mizzet. So look at the top 2.
Siphon Insight's pretty interesting against control decks, like getting the controls pieces and use them against them.
Yeah, it does seem very, very good in spots like this, where the problem with the card, of course, is when you play it against decks where you don't really want their cards. Like against zombies, I don't think that Ollie really wants any zombies, you know, but when you're hitting counter spells and control spells and a control mirror, it seems phenomenal.
Here we go. Chalk this land in. Slam Niv Mizzet, draw 5.
Looks pretty good to me.
I don't know. If I'm Ollie Eldrazi, I'm slamming it.
I agree. Ollie slammed the first one. I guess maybe the achievement's already been unlocked, so now you don't need to unlock it again.
There's no more 10,000 XP to win.
Exactly. All right, so draw 5. Also, this Niv Mizzet 2, I guess. Were Elliot Dragons in chat saying, "Were you not entertained?"
Were you not? We were definitely entertained.
Yeah, that was probably gonna be game of the tournament. Honestly, we'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
We'll see if we can top it, but it's gonna be pretty difficult.
And they're both probably making it into top cut anyways, since they were both undefeated regardless.
That is true. We could see a rematch.
We could see a rematch in the finals if they're both first and second.
That would be cool.
That would be great.
All right, so we see counterspell on the Niv-Mizzet, and again, Ollie here. I think I kind of like just letting this happen and drawing 5 cards. You know, if there happens to be another counterspell or whatever, I don't know. It really is trying to figure out the niche corner case scenario that Ollie could lose this game now drawing 5 more cards.
Right.
But
like, there's a niche way that you know Ollie loses, and then there's the niche way.
Right. Yeah. Like you know, even if everything goes horribly wrong here, there's still a 4/4 dragon to play and 5 cards in hand and iteration, Archmage's Charm, etc. So I like the play here though. I like Ollie let that one go, not bothering to defend it, recognizing that the things Ollie has are enough to win the game. He doesn't need any more things. So attack for 4, have Veto up, have Archmage's Charm up. This all feels pretty good.
This Orcus can make a haste 5/5.
That is true.
Actually, not right now. It would need 1 more mana, and Ollie already hit that land drop.
Or you could just bring back the Niv-Mizzet and once again live in Christmas land. What is this?
Wait,
so Moonveil stays home. Is this an absolute show of respect for not dying to Hall?
I think so. I think it is. I think Ollie's taking away the like cheese win from the Ninja right now.
But if the Hall gets fired up, is Ollie gonna chump block it?
I have no idea. Being at 16 means I'm attacking with Moonveil every turn, I think.
Yeah, this is interesting. We see iteration here.
Like it depends on what the Ninja has in the sideboard for this matchup. Like maybe there's like a Nezahal or something that like Veto on Espressive iteration would actually be good. You don't want them to get to that card, and because Veto can't stop that card.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot.
Like if there's a Nezahal, I could definitely see the Ninja winning. But like, other than that, I don't really see how the Ninja gets out of this.
Yeah.
All right, Siphon Insight. Let's try to get another counterspell. Just like working up the counterspells here. I don't think we discard our hand here. Yep, there we go. That's not it. When you realize the opponent was going to draw run around lands.
I mean, yeah, Orcus returning Kavu's with counterspell is pretty reasonable.
I mean, Orcus
too, right?
could also just return Niv-Mizzet Reborn.
Yeah, that's one I think that might be a little. I think it would cost 9 mana, and therefore could not be defended by the Archmage's Charm.
Right. It could be defended by like Dovin's Veto.
But Ollie recognizes that there's also an achievement in his Xbox that says if you cast Orcus to return Niv-Mizzet, then nope. That's the pump fake there. Come on, Ollie.
Come on, do it. Do it for the
Go
content.
for it or don't.
Go for it. Yes. 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 Yeah. Yes. 5.
Boo.
Boo.
The smart, responsible play. Boo.
I also like exiling things because like the threat of Gear Hulk is very real. And exiling those instants from graveyard is also real. Also being able to hold up Archmage's Charm at the same time is also good. So yes. Yeah. I like it.
I'm a little surprised that Ollie played the Glacial Fortress from exile and not a card from hand, because Ollie's pretty clearly discarding his hand here. 4 lands for 2 lands. Fantastic.
Well then.
All right, well
at least we get to loot one of these away.
Yeah, so here comes the Kavu, and here comes a big swing for 9. Gonna cast Iteration also, sure. Don't know if I like casting Iteration before attacking and looting. Right, whatever.
Okay, it doesn't
Ninja
matter.
says, you know what? Okay, that's enough. I've had enough here. You've gotten enough Xbox achievements at my expense. All right, I'm done.
You literally just completed it and just checked up all the boxes there.
Yeah, there's not fun. There's no fun playing anymore because all the achievements are already unlocked. So I don't know what the point of playing anymore is.
So my choice for winner of the tournament wins against the control deck. So I'm excited about this. How's your Madness deck doing?
Yes, that locks Ollie for top 8. And let's see, Chris Kavartek here 3-1. It looks like Chris was victorious in the last round. It was also 4-1.
All right, so both of our choices are here are 4-1, and Vesper Lark is 5-0.
Yes, we have an exciting top 8 here. Honestly, we got zombies and Vesper Lark combo and Niv Mizzets and Mono Red Madness.
Who are the players in the top 8?
Bard Storm is now 3-2 and is going to have a sweat for top 8. We'll see here. Ooh, top 8's here. Would you like to announce the top 8?
Let's go. Let's do it. You can announce it. You're looking
in
at
first place, we have Caleb Durward at 5-0, our only undefeated player playing Orzhov combo. Caleb, congrats on your President's Trophy. Second place, Elliot Dragon, of course, playing the zombie deck, which is great to see. Arnie in third place playing, is it Phoenix? We have Christopher Vartek in fourth place with the Mono Red Madness deck. Ollie, we just saw in fifth place playing Niv Mizzet Reborn 5-color. We have Dodo with Is It Phoenix in sixth place. Seventh place is Maxim playing the Selesnya Enchantress deck. And in eighth place, we had 9 players with a record of 3-2. Only one of them made top 8. On our eighth and final slot in top 8 is Alan playing Bard Storm combo, which makes me really happy. Love it. So Bard class, top 8.
Dragozy sneaks into top 8. Make sure you follow those people if you haven't followed them already. Dragozy sneaks into top 8. Rint in 7th place. So we have a power-packed top 8. Can't wait to see a lot of these decks. Also, these decks that you mentioned also are playing a lot of new cards. Also excited to see those new cards, especially there's a new card played in the Bard class deck, I believe. We know Arlen's being played in that deck that makes it 2/2 wolves.
Yep.
And we also know that there are a lot of new cards in that zombies deck as well. So super excited to see how Innistrad Midnight Hunt will affect the historic meta. And of course, these are all your favorite streamers playing, and this isn't a top competitive tournament, but it does have some competitive vibes. All these players want to get the trophy for winner of Stream League 6. So
I mean, there's a lot of good players in this top 8.
Oh yeah, Arne Huschenbeth.
The accomplishments, if you had to list off the resumes of Caleb, of Arnie, Chris Kavartek, Ollie, the whole top 8 is just a very, very powerful top 8. If this is a GP top 8, you'd be like, that's a good GP.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right about that. If it is a GP top 8, you're like, yep, these players probably should have been there. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, we are going to be back in just a few minutes with our top 8 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon.
Before we go, I want to hear, chat, your choice. Who's winning this tournament? Call your shots right now. All right, let's hear it.
Yep, called shots right now. Hot takes. I want to hear your hot takes. Bardstorm wins it. We'll be back in a second. Welcome, everybody. This is the top 8 of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We have a great matchup here in the first round of top 8. We're going to be featuring Elliot Dragon against Rint, Maximum Salmon. Rint is going to be playing Enchantress, playing against Elliot Dragon's Mono Black Zombies. What's your first takeaway of this matchup, Jim?
It's going to be interesting because, one of the things, of course, that Black is known for in Magic in general is an inability to remove enchantments to the battlefield at all. So whatever Rint wants to do here, if it's not creature-based, it's going to stick. And that's a little scary. However, unlike in Modern, there's no solitary confinement or real hammering, knockout, home run blow kind of card. We're seeing obviously Presence and Sithis will draw cards, but maybe Banishing Light, Calyx kind of effects, things like that. So certainly building a house of cards here, but if the pieces aren't there or don't come together in the right ways, or if things like Sithis or Sanctum Weaver are killed by things like Dark Salvation, could certainly fall apart a bit. So this is going to be very interesting. I think that the zombie deck is favored here, and zombies will also be on the play as Elliot is the number 2 seed in this matchup as well. So overall, I'm gonna think Elliot's gonna be favored here. Also important to note that when we saw Elliot play against Caleb, there's no kill spells in Elliot deck except for the one Murderous Rider, of course, who's the MVP of the tournament so far. And because of that, there's no fatal pushes or cards that might not be fast enough. It is all high octane offense, just creatures. That'll be a fast clock coming down very, very quickly, and that's going to be a benefit, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. We haven't actually started our match yet, so we're going to take a little bit more insight here into. Let's look at some of their sideboards. I see that in Elliot Dragon's sideboard we have a few copies of Phyrexian Obliterator. Is that coming in this matchup?
I would doubt it. Obliterator is particularly good against decks with red-based removal or large creatures, and the Enchantress deck has neither. It looks like mostly just Thoughtseize for our Zombies player. I mean, maybe the Merchants come in as well. But mostly just Thoughtseize. Obviously, the Cages need to come out of the main deck. But things get much better for our Selesnya player here as 4 Baffling End, 2 Wrath of God, and maybe 2 Elspeth Conqueror's Death come in, and maybe Arcana Sun's Grace also. So a lot of really, really good tools in the Enchantress sideboard. If Enchantress is unfavored in game 1, I got to give him the edge in game 2 and 3 due to this extremely large removal suite and just a lot of removal spells.
Yeah, and that makes Phyrexian Obliterator even worse when you say they're probably going to bring in Wrath of God against you. That's even worse. So we're going to have to try to get some Thoughtseizes to take those removal spells out of the way. But those removal spells are very premium against the Mono Black deck. And unfortunately, Mono Black does not have the ability to get rid of enchantments hardly at all. So if Rent gets going, it's going to be pretty hard for Elliot Dragon to kind of come back unless they get Rent to 2, 3, 4, 5 life and then can kind of sneak in damage here and there in games 2 or 3. Maybe that's how Elliot Dragon has a chance. But in games 2 and 3, like you said, Elliot Dragon's probably not favored. How do you think he squeaks across the finish line in games 2 and 3?
Thoughtseize. Just all Thoughtseize. The thing about the Enchantress deck is that you're putting together certain pieces and need to have the right mix. If you draw all enchantments and no Enchantress card draw effect, you're not going anywhere. If you draw all creatures, say you draw 3 Destiny Spinners and 1 Sithis and no other enchantments, you're not going anywhere. So Thoughtseize being able to come in, pick out that one piece and sort of take the synergy deck off its synergy is going to be extremely important. So I think while the Enchantress deck is bringing in a ton of great cards, one key timely Thoughtseize could definitely knock the whole house down. So definitely Thoughtseize, most important card by far.
Right. It kind of resembles the core Spirit Dancer decks that I've seen in historic, either the black-white one or the black-blue one.
Mm-hmm.
Or not black-blue, the white-blue. If you can get that turn 1 Thoughtseize off and they have one creature and all enchantments, you take that creature away. Now their deck, they just don't do anything. Or if they have all creatures, all the 3 core Spirit Dancers and 1 enchantment, you take that enchantment. They have to be top decking enchantments for the rest of the game to try to get something rolling, and they could just do nothing again. So yeah, Thoughtseize is going to be super, super good in this matchup. I can't wait to see what happens here, and especially in games 2 and 3. You're saying that he's favored in game 1 because there's not those removal spells, right? In the Selesnya deck, Selesnya is just trying to be as I would say as linear as possible. You would say in game 1s.
Yeah, and the thing is that that linearness isn't building up to some sort of unbeatable end game. Again, like I said, in modern, there's solitary confinement. The deck, the Enchantress deck is always building towards this, like, all right, well, I'm going to have this card in play. You can't win anymore. Whereas this historic version has to get Sigil of the Empty Throne in play, or Calyx in play, or some other piece that's not really like a complete lockout piece. So, the door will still be open for zombies to win the game as the game goes on. But if the engine gets rolling, it could still be pretty good.
Right. So we have Elliot Dragon suited up, ready to play. We're still waiting on Rent to accept the invite. But let's go ahead and look at another matchup. We're still going to be watching zombies play against the Enchantress deck, but there's a few other matchups that I do want to talk about as far as this round one is concerned. We have Caleb Durward playing the Black-White Vesperlark deck, playing against Crokeyz, playing the Green-Red Bard class deck. What does it take for the Green-Red Bard class deck to take down the undefeated?
Honestly, it could be kind of an interesting matchup where the interaction that Caleb has is mostly the new enchantment that does small amounts of damage to smaller creatures. But if the Bard class deck can just pop off on turn 3 and put a lot of stuff in play, that might be fast enough to kill Caleb before Caleb gets to get the combo going. Now, the Bard class deck doesn't really have any way to interact with the combos. If Caleb just has it, the game is over. But I think if Caleb stumbles, all of these Maze Mind Tomes and Witchclaw Talismans kind of just putzing around, and Bard class just vomits their hand on turn 3, it could be a way to steal it.
All right, looks like we just encountered a draw in
great.
the match.
Wouldn't be our first today.
Yeah, it wouldn't be our first, but this doesn't count as a game 4 like we did before. This one's just going to go right back into game 1, hopefully, as we try to get Elliot Dragon up against Rent here. If you hold on for one moment, let's go ahead and start talking about one more matchup here. Let's talk about Arne Huschenbeth playing Blue-Red Phoenix against Metacustoda playing Blue-Red Phoenix also. So how does that Phoenix mirror match kind of end up?
I mean, that's a pretty standard matchup in Historic. I don't think, obviously, no one's favorite is the mirror matchup. Sprite Dragon, Stormwing, and then versus Sprite Dragon, Stormwing. Only 3 channelers for Dota. Dota's got a Brazen Borrower. Nothing really crazy there. What really interests me is the matchup, the 4-5 matchup between my pick and your pick for the tournament. Of course, Chris Vartek, my pick, playing Mono Red Madness, and Ali Eldrazi playing your pick, which is the Niv-Mizzet Reborn deck. And that's your classic I got to get under you before you do your thing kind of matchup with Ali. Going to play some Triomes into his Mono Red deck. Ali will also be on the draw, so Ali's going to need to have a little bit of luck going on as far as not dying in the first few turns. But once those big spells come online, Mono Red Madness cannot handle cards like Niv-Mizzet Reborn. Deafening Clarion and Lightning Helix are also available too, so it's going to be a fun one for sure.
It's quite a shame that our matchups don't get to play in the finals, I must say.
It is true. It is true. We will see. We will see what happens here, and whoever wins hopefully goes all the way.
Apparently, this is Arena having some problems with Elliot Dragon and Rent playing. So let's just go ahead and see if we can get one of those other matchups rolling and ready to go. Unfortunately, we might have to enter one of these top 8 matches and then come back to Elliot Dragon.
So I'll hop over to the Eldrazi Kvartek match.
Oh, it looks like Rent's starting right now, actually. So let's go ahead and try to hop over there once again. It looks like, yay, we have another draw. There we go.
All right.
Okay, moving on.
Arena. Small indie company, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, let's go ahead and see the Chris Kvartek matchup. See if they're sharing their screen. Currently sharing the screen. One moment.
Ali is
sharing screen. All right, let's go ahead and check out Ollie's matchup. Just resolved the Niv-Mizzet Reborn. So you said is coming to fruition here at 10 life from Ollie Eldrazi.
Yeah. Once Niv-Mizzet resolves, if Ali is not at 5 life and dying that turn exactly, the game feels over. So with a hand that is vanishing versus main deck Fracture, that's pretty wild. Main deck Fracture, but yeah, Helix here, Kavu here, Verse here. I think once again we are the Harbingers of Doom coming into this game, which looks pretty over.
We're not supposed to transfer our Harbingers of Doom over to the top 8.
I know, right? Yeah, so You win this game, my friend. Looks like. Not over yet, but 5-5 Kabu here also. And then realistically, I mean, Kavartek's at 12. So 2 Nib Mizzet hits and the game goes away. Yeah, this is crazy. This is just a verse on the Phoenix, a Helix on the Tranneler. Yeah, this game's pretty over.
Yeah, going to 13 life. Yeah,
yeah.
We are indeed the Harbinger.
Chris agrees. Harbinger of Doom strikes again.
They just can feel when we start watching the match, right? You just can see it on the spot.
Yep.
I figured that's how it would be.
All right. So sideboard wise on Kavartek's side, you know, cards like Chandra, maybe Roiling Vortex, passable. Not a ton of cards to bring in though. Whereas Ollie gets some cool ones here. Extra Deafening Clarion, extra Lightning Helix, extra Vanishing Verse, all phenomenal cards in the matchup. And that's all I really need, honestly. You know, 4 Helix, 4 Clarion, 4 Verse is quite the place to be against the Phoenix plus go wide deck.
Interested to see the sideboard. Like, I've not really been ever a fan of Ingress Rampage, but it does get rid of artifacts. Not sure how relevant that would be. But it is just a way to have our opponent. It's a different method of getting rid of something, especially something that has hexproof or something like I think it might be for creativity combo, to be honest, because they don't usually call sorcery against the Divisor Reborn. They usually only call creatures and instants because they know Vanishing Verse is a card and things like that. So Ingress Rampage is probably in there to have the opponent sacrifice the angel with the sorcery.
Pretty curious about this main deck Fracture in Ollie's deck. You know, not a ton of targets for it, but you know, in this matchup particularly, it can kill the Bomat Courier, but that's really it.
Might be a nod to kill like a Teferi Hero of Dominaria or Narset.
That's fair. I guess it also kills Chandra too if Chandra comes in, which is reasonable. So, all right, that's a pretty good hand. These are all cards we talked about being very important for the matchup.
Wow, yeah, this is just. I wouldn't say this is the dream, but this is definitely where we want to be. One thing I don't like about Deserted Beach and different lands like that came out in the new set with the Nibizzet Reborn deck is, yeah, they're really good on turns 3 and beyond, but usually a Triome into that land also comes in tap, which is why I personally prefer check lands still in this deck.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice for sure. Turn 1 Walla is not an exciting start for Kavartek here, and a pump also. Ooh, this is not a good start at all. You don't often want to cast Walla, and casting 2 Wallas, if that's all you can muster in the first turn or two, it's pretty gross.
Usually want to go like Faithless Looting into discard 2 Wallas and to cast them on turn 1.
Yeah, you know, or cast Bomat Courier, cast Dragon Rage Channeler, cast other Channeler. I don't think that, you know, just playing Walla fairly and attacking for 3 each turn is gonna be good enough here. So this game is not looking so good for Kavartek. And there is a 5/5.
Well then.
Brick wall. Oh, I love it. Let's go.
All right.
This is not going to be a good exchange.
Oh, that doesn't look like an unholy heat. Oh, there we go. Chandra minus. We do have the Vanishing Verse can come down and get rid of that Chandra.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm not even sure how good Chandra is in a matchup like this, where there's just so many ways to kill it. You know, Vanishing Verses and the Fracture and so on and so forth.
Making sure Auto Tapper doesn't, you know, put a wrench in all Eldrazi's plans here.
Yeah, this is looking terrible for our hero.
I mean, it's not our hero. It's literally my hero. We went over this.
It's our hero.
No, it's your hero, Ed. It's your hero against my hero.
It's me and all the viewers in chat's hero. Because they're all
Listen.
They're all on my side.
I highly doubt that. Highly.
All of them.
No.
Every single one of them.
Nope.
And I got news for you. You're in chat too, so you're also on my side.
Whoa, you're also in chat.
Yeah, I know. Then I'm part of the we.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't see a way out for Kavartek here, honestly. Like, I mean, some sort of sequence of, like, you know, good Pyromancer draws or something, but the 5/5 combos are really hard to kill. I think this hand was just so bad that, like, the Kavartek isn't close to Delirium, isn't close to having any cards in the graveyard. There's just no part of the engine is functioning at all this entire game. And, like, all the cards right now are just being played for what they are. Fiery Temper is 3-mana Lightning Bolt. Unholy Heat is Shock. Basking Root Wallet or Blazing Root Wallet is just Blazing Root Wallet. No synergy. No synergy has happened in this game at all, which is just a disaster. But still chugging along here. All right, that's not the worst.
Okay.
So we'll see a Burst take out this wallet almost assuredly. We'll see a Triome cycle, and I guess Ollie does need to draw something.
I think I get Orcus is probably best draw.
Or Nib, is it?
Yeah, that could be good too.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably correct that Orcus is a better draw than Nib as it is, but I can't imagine ever being unhappy with Nib as it being the draw here.
Nope, never unhappy with that. Nope.
Yeah. So Ollie goes to 10. Now, the good news is that, oh my god, Helix too, that Chris can draw a lot of cards of his Couriers next turn. Oh my god.
Is that good? Is that good, chat? If so, please explain.
That is pretty good. All right, well, let's just see. I don't know, like 5 Fiery Tempers, something like that. I don't even know what to tell you. Something. Channeler's not it. Channeler's a card you want to play earlier, not later. So here come the Couriers. Gonna get in for 1. Gonna sack 1 and draw 2 cards, and hopefully those 2 cards are quite good. We currently have Unholy Heat would kill Nib Mizzet with an artifact, an instant Planeswalker creature in the graveyard. So maybe like Unholy Heat and like something else good here. But again, Deafening Clarion. All right, so Chris is going to make the cool play here of stacking the Bormac Courier and then stacking the other one to draw 4 cards.
Yep.
But I don't know if 4 cards are enough here.
Like Deafening Clarion, getting rid of the Channeler, maybe not. Could be a 4/4. Giving Niv Mizzet Reborn lifelink going to 16 is usually lights out for a deck like what Chris Govartek's playing.
Yeah, the avenue to victory here needed to start with this looting being an Unholy Heat to kill the Niv Mizzet Reborn. That's where it needed to start. And if that step 1 is not achieved, the game is over. So I think the game is over here. Couldn't even grow a Channeler to 4 power. Yeah. Well, it was a good run. It was a good run, Chris. My true pick was Caleb, as I mentioned earlier.
No, going back on it. No.
I got swindled out of it somehow.
You didn't mention it. I was the first one to mention it.
Had the heat. Oh, wait. So you're telling me there's a chance? We have an Unholy Heat here. So still much work to be done, but perhaps I was a little early here. This is actually an insane play because Navis also pumps the Channeler too. So my boy hasn't even begun to fight. All right.
Yo, that was actually good.
That was great. All right. So still has a lot to work through here, but that was, as we said, step 1. Now we got to find out step 2, step 3, and then step 4, of course.
And then step 8.5 after this expressive iteration finds another copy of Niv Mizzet Reborn. Okay.
Empowerment. That's a good place to start. Discarding a root wall. Okay. There's a Walla. Draw 2 new cards. Play a land.
Okay.
All right. That's step 3. That's step 3.
Don't do this to me.
Oh, come on. Unbelievable. Now, Culling Ritual will make the mana necessary to cast Phoenix or cast Niv Mizzet Reborn. No, it will not, because there can't be a mix of black, green to cast Niv Mizzet. So, Ritual here will kill the Walla and the what's it called? The token, but not cast Niv Mizzet.
I think all I need to leave double white open because the double black from the Ritual can Vanishing Verse twice. Yes,
that would be reasonable for sure.
But we need double white open for Ollie here.
I can't even tell what lands are what. So we have a Mardu Triome. Yeah, there's plenty of white here. So
there's 4 white on the battlefield. We just need to leave 2 of those open to cast Double Vanishing.
Currently only leaving 1. Auto Tapper is trying to.
Ollie. He sees it. He sees it.
There we go.
Yep, leaving double white open.
All right, so you have Culling Ritual, which destroys each non-land permanent CMC 2 or less, and then adds mana for each thing killed. This will kill the Walla, this will kill the token, make 2 mana.
I always knew that Ollie was on my side.
It's not over yet. I guess the Niv Mizzet Reborn in hand can't be stopped, but Sean, take it easy. I don't want to hear you saying we're done here, all right?
We're done here. I'm calling it. We're done.
All right. Pyromancer up the top.
We're done. Seed. Pause champ.
Come on, Chris.
He's like, not like this.
It's got to be like Season Pyromancer, draw two Fiery Tempers, and then just draw two more Fiery Tempers, and then
yeah, well, something wishful thinking.
Yeah. So looting flashback, discarding Temper.
Okay.
Come on now,
Step
come
one
on.
completed.
That wasn't bad.
Okay.
All right. So we see the Ox of Agonis here from the graveyard. Will with 3 mana available also. So we're going to see an Ox going to be a 5/3 and 3 fresh new cards.
You bet. Vartek better not win this. I will have a very everlasting grudge against this one game.
It's going to be a hell of a game if Chris wins this game.
I mean, using 2 mana to draw 3 cards right here was like probably the best thing you can ask for off that looting, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So I fire up the Ox.
I mean, it's the best thing you can ask for, not necessarily me.
I imagine Delirium.
Oh,
okay.
What? Okay, no life gain. Oh, wait. Wait, no, it doesn't work. Are we gonna lose?
So Orcus can return the Kabu, but ooh, not casting Nimbus is pretty interesting here. I mean, I still don't know if I can see anything but playing Nimbus.
We can like Orcus for 2, bring back the Kabu attack, but like 20 is a lot of life. There's a Remnant Ruins in play. There's an Ox of Agonis. There's 2 cards in hand, taking life every turn. Oh no, Jim. Oh no.
Let's go, Chris.
No.
No bias here.
No, I'm not biased either.
No way.
Promise. There's no way we could be biased. You just like iteration here?
I think playing iteration is extremely like it's just too risky. Just cash. You have 2 big plays here. You got to guarantee a big play. If you play iteration and it misses, you're just not doing anything. You know. So we're gonna see Orcus, Kabu.
All right. Are we attacking? No,
I can't imagine there's an attack here. Yeah, because if there's an attack here, that opens up the ability to just kill Orcus, get him for 5, and now the damage race is over, I think.
Stop drawing Chandra's, Chris.
All right, there's Chandra.
You want to play with fire, huh?
Chandra is going to kill Orcus, and then probably just send the Ox in.
Pop, drop, and roll.
Now there has to be a trade here.
Is there a trade, though?
With Remnant Ruins and Rolling Vortex in play, I think so.
That's a lot of damage.
I would be extremely surprised here if Ollie does not block. Also with Nimbus Reborn in hand too, you know, it's not like there's not gas coming. So
is there enough to like reanimate the Ox again?
I don't think so. Ardcast Phoenix, say go. But now Chandra and Vortex are both chipping away.
All right, so here's what's gonna happen here. Nimbus Reborn's gonna come down. Ollie's miraculously not gonna die. And then Deafening Clarion is going to happen. Gaining life. Chris is going to use Rolling Vortex to have Ollie not gain life. The Chandra's going to die, and we're going to be in an open board with like 4 life remaining with 2 Remnant Ruins. And then we're going to try to gain life again.
It's a big spot. Bomac Courier might not be it.
So deal 2 damage. The Rolling Vortex is actually insane here because there's a lot of ways for Ollie to gain life, and it's just never going to happen.
Right. And
actually,
then with 2 ruins available too.
Actually, Deafening Clarion can force the Rolling Vortex, and then Lightning Helix can happen to gain 3 life.
I use Active Vortex again.
If there's 2 mana available. I mean, yeah Chris has 9 mana. 10 mana.
Yeah, not enough cards to cast. All right, so Ramanap Ruins, Vortex, Chandra. Here we go. Down to 6.
I mean, I don't know if there's a way out for Ollie here. Oh, no. Stop smiling, Jim. I see that. Stop it. It's a smirk. That's a smirk. Okay, Vanishing Verse can get rid of the Rolling Vortex, so you express the iteration for Vanishing Verse, right? Or Fracture.
Yeah, I would say that with the cards currently available, the win is not there, so iteration must be cast.
There's 2
Here we go.
iterations. You can do 2 iterations of this.
Here we go.
That's not
All
it.
right. That's a whiff.
I mean, Helix is okay.
So after Ramanap is activated, there's still 4 red mana available. So there's more activations of Vortex available than Ali has spells to cast.
It was crazy that the Rolling Vortex came down literally the turn after Culling Ritual happened, or Culling Ritual would have got rid of the Rolling Vortex also.
It's true. It's true. Things have lined up well for Chris this game because they actually had to, or the game would have been over already. So I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Chris Kavartek playing to their outs.
It's also important to note that Chris has 10 lands in play. 10. And Ali only has 6. So this has been a wild, wild game.
So what do you just kill the Phoenix, force the Rolling Vortex, and then kill the Chandra and hope to not die?
Yeah, I mean, Chandra has to die, so it just comes down to, can Chris find 1 more point of damage? But there's not enough mana anymore.
You're right.
So you can,
You're right.
You can fracture the Vortex, but you can't actually do anything else either. So
we just have to go Phoenix. They use Rolling Vortex mana. They also use Ramanap mana. Oh, wait, what?
All right, so can't gain life. There goes Chandra. Also, Chris is drawing to his Bomat Couriers too. So Chris needs to find 1 point of damage, or now Chris can also just buy a turn, because I guess I'm sorry, the vortex will be killed next turn. So got to find a point of damage here.
Oh no.
That's pretty good.
No.
That's pretty good.
Not like this. Ollie,
Temper.
Ollie, hang in there. Can you hear
Temper. I love the sweat. I love the sweat.
I'm sweating, and I put deodorant on.
Looting.
Oh no,
Temper.
no. Please, give me a
Now the
break.
problem is that now with now there isn't enough mana to activate the vortex super well.
No.
Oh, that'll do it. That's good. So I think unfortunately that things are still not all the way there for Chris, because now the fracture can kill the vortex, and then this is really interesting. So fracture kills vortex. Vortex gets activated in response.
Wait.
I don't see what happened here.
Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Crap.
Well, the thing is that, so yeah, the game's over, because now fracture kills vortex. Chris activates in response. Ollie has to wait till Chris's turn to play the lightning helix, in which case the ruins just kills him. So now we're in a game of chicken where neither player can act, but as soon as one person blinks, the ruins wins the game. This is insane. This is absolutely insane.
I thought, well, I guess it didn't matter what order it was, right? We were just always going to be in the spot.
Right, exactly. So now we're in this game state of
Bomat Courier wins the game.
At any point, Ollie is dead to Ramanap Ruins, and Ollie can never cast the Helix. Now, Ollie can untap and play Tolsimer, threaten the game's life, and then
double temper.
Woo!
No! Not cool.
Love it.
Oh, just
Love
when
it.
you thought.
What a freaking game.
Yo,
Let's
that
go,
game was good.
Bartek.
That game was good.
God. We've had some good games today. Wow. What a game. Fantastic. Oh, man, you love to see it. All right, you got a game 3, folks.
That Rolling Vortex coming in right after Culling Ritual that would have killed it is insane.
Yeah. Woo. Oh, boy. I'm thinking of the intro to the Lord of the Rings, like the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah.
When Galadriel's like telling the story in the beginning, and just at that moment, when all hope had faded, Chris Kavartek drew the Roiling Vortex. and the times were changed forever.
By the
Thus
way,
began the fourth age of this world.
who in chat thought that was game 3?
That's great. Yeah, I hate when the game like that is like the game 2 or game 1, and now game 3 is gonna be like just a totally lopsided 2-second game. But oh man, whew, whew,
Wow.
boy,
See, this is why you follow the stream. Okay, so you can see more stream leagues like this.
this is great.
Also follow Jim Davis. Do it right now.
Whew. All right, so we see a pretty good hand for Ollie, but not amazing. Clarion's obviously great and all. Cavo's pretty good too. Can't play it on curve. Like you were saying, the deserted beach here is looking pretty awkward. Oh, never mind, Drew Blood Crypt.
Do you want a shock here with like a billion fiery tempers in the deck and like whirling vortex and stuff like we saw last time? And Chandra's?
I think so, yeah. I think turn 2 Cavu, turn 3 Clarion lifelink seems pretty hard to beat.
Okay.
All right.
Going for the life plan.
Yeah, I mean, Deserted Beach coming in untapped on turn 3. Playing a 4 Cavu there seems pretty good to me. I'm a little surprised here. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, no, always playing the slow and steady wins the race plan. Okay, now
Yep.
it's a typical tortoise and the hare, you know. Versus Vortex, the obvious hare. Okay, trying to win the game as fast as possible. Ali Eldrazi give him some slack here. He's just trudging down. Eventually, Kavartek's going to run out of steam, and Ali Eldrazi's going to claim victory.
So now is the interesting part of, does Ollie have to cast Clarion here? These Couriers are going to draw some cards. All right, going to go for the Cavu.
Now, not only does Courier get to draw cards, but also gets to cast every single card basically for free from the hand also.
That is true. And
we saw this already in one of the matches.
it's also very possible that the Courier sacrifice will enable Delirium to kill the Cavu with an Unholy Heat as well. So we'll see. We'll see. This is a huge turn. This is a very, very important turn. And Chris is gonna think about it. You know, a 2-mana 5/5 is pretty good. It's pretty good.
I've heard it's okay. 2-mana 5/5 that also draws cards and also exiles cards from the graveyard. You know what more? I mean, I feel like the card could get ruled better. It could say Questing Beast on it or something.
Yeah, just give it haste, vigilance, this, that, trample, flying, shadow, flanking, banding.
Flanking, phasing.
Yeah. All right, so Couriers. The big question here is: are the Couriers coming in or are they not?
Well, that last game is the reason why Kavartek has been in the MPL.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable game. Unbelievable game. All right, and here's Pyromancer, and this is gonna go really, really poorly for our hero.
I was hoping to see 2 Root Wallas. Yes. Let's go unbiased Ollie.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
Exiles Ox of the Goddess from the graveyard on top of it.
it does do a lot of things.
Oh.
All right, yep, this is not looking too good for Chris here. We saw the crazy comeback last game, but I don't know if there's a way to come back from this one.
That's what you said last game.
I did say that last game, but now that there's a Niv Mizzet happening, even Drew already had the untapped Painless Land, but yeah, get it for 5 here, exile in the graveyard. The problem is that now Chris is under a major clock too, so there's no time to kind of string things together. There is lethal damage in play off Niv Mizzet Reborn here, and I'm not really seeing the. Oh my god.
This is why I love Niv Mizzet Reborn. You cast the card and you win the game. Unlike last game.
All right, you know what? It was worth it. That game 2 was worth it. I'll take it. If you told me I could win in 2 boring games or I could lose, but we have that game 2, I'll take the game 2.
All right. Way to look at the bright side. That's what you like to see. You like to see positivity.
Chat's a hair behind, and they just asked, "What's step 1 this game, Jim?" It's the step off the edge into the concede button, I guess. Oh boy.
Well, let's go into. Let me see if Elliot Dragon is playing right now. Elliot Dragon is not playing, so let's go ahead and catch. Let's go ahead and catch a different one here. Caleb's not playing anymore either. Okay.
Yeah, we got Rinse.
We got Rinse playing. Perfect. We got Enchantress playing right now against Elliot Dragon. We're watching from the Enchantress side. Let's go ahead and catch that match in round 1 of the top 8.
That was what I was saying last game, though, where game 2 is going to be insane, and the game 3 is going to be like a 2-minute stomping, and that's what happened, too. So
No stomp being cast, though.
it's true. It is true.
All right, so we have Sanctum Weaver here. We drew our 4th land. You were saying post-board in this matchup, Archon of Sun's Grace is going to be a problem, especially with Baffling End right after Archon of Sun's Grace hits the battlefield. It's going to be very, very tough for the mono black deck to get across.
Yeah, very few ways to kill this Archon for the mono black deck. I think it might be that one Murderous Rider, and that is it. So, Murderous Rider's been a hero once today. We'll see if it can come in again.
All right, Murderous Rider, come on, be our hero.
Nope. Yeah. Oh boy, this is about to get disgusting. This is about to go over the edge, folks.
Oh no.
So I was about to say there was no engine piece in place at least, and now there's everything. Play Sithis, draw a card, gain a life. Play land, play Baffling and draw a card, gain a life. Have mana to cast everything else. Multiple Pegasi, lifelinker stacking.
Well,
oh boy.
Do we have that sorcery to kill the Archon of Sun's Grace in the deck?
Oh, you're correct. I'm sorry, you're correct. There are 4 Dark Salvations in the deck too. You are correct. So there is that avenue to kill it. I'm not sure if those are sideboarded out or not. We'll see. Again, there's only 2 Archons on the board. So, all right, we see Crypt Breaker. We see a card draw here. It looks pretty desperate.
I do like the fact that mono black deck has the ability through Castle Lockdwain, Undead Augur, Crypt Breaker, draw a lot of cards.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's really, really cool. And we see Rinse bricking here a little bit. So we got the engine online, but haven't found any real ways to keep going.
7
question,
damage,
of course.
lifelink.
Exactly. The question is like, does Rint need to keep going, or is what's already in play enough? And it looks like it might be enough.
I think Rint can draw lands for the next 3 turns and be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
We have been wrong before, though. Okay?
Multiple times today.
I mean,
oh, this game's over.
Things could definitely happen. Look, we were right.
There you go. All right. Oh, hello.
Well, hello. Okay. All right. Now, going into game 3 with Elliott Dragon winning game 1. What are we looking forward to? I guess we just click submit, right? Like everything in this Enchantress deck we want. We want the Baffling Ends. We want the Wrath of Gods. Yeah, we just click submit.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Elspeth Conquers Deaths didn't come in, and I feel like that's the kind of card that is wanted here. It's a removal spell. It's a good grindy card. It can help recur the creatures that have died for sure. You know, and there are larger things of his zombie deck. I mean, Digraph Colossus, Liliana's Mastery, Lord of the Undead. You know, there are targets for it for sure. Not a ton, but there are targets. You know, might have been an issue of just like there aren't things to remove, but. We got an exciting game 3 here.
Also, especially on the draw. I mean, I could see not putting the 5 mana Saga on the draw into the deck, but on the play, maybe I'd put it in.
I can see that, yes.
All right, so we're still waiting on Elliott Dragon to sideboard. I'm glad we're going into a game 3 here, just so we can see a full game happen here, and we'll see who takes it.
Gonna lock up one more spot in our top 4.
Yep. The winner of this match will also get a winner's interview in the winner's interview channel. Which is, so we will get to hear from Rint, or Elliott Dragon here as the winner of this.
The old 6-land Wrath of God hand, not good enough here. But Mulligan's a pretty good one here. Now, this is what I was saying, though, where the importance of Thoughtseize. One Thoughtseize tears this hand to pieces. Because once that presence is gone, the hand has got nothing.
Yeah.
So, huge next 2 turns for Elliott if Elliott can find the Thoughtseize in our wood. So Elliott deciding it's Scattered Groves is going to be better cycled than cast or played. I mean,
Rint, not Elliott.
Oh, Rint. I'm sorry, my bad.
I know what you mean, though. I think the Scattered Groves, maybe since the Willful Haven's already in hand, that Rint is fairly certain that 4 mana will be enough for the game. That the Scattered Groves will probably just be cycled.
Yeah, I think that this is a concession to Thoughtseize. I think this is saying that if I get Thoughtseized here, I need a plan B, and cycle Scatter Groves, go find another engine piece is probably it. And this pause here makes me think that Elliott has the Thoughtseize and deciding if you want to deploy it now, deploy it later. There you go.
Or like I have a 2-drop creature and Thoughtseize. What do I play?
Exactly. All right, it takes presence. And like I said, now Rince hand's a whole lot worse.
Sanctum Weaver is like a little bit better. That's definitely a piece of the puzzle. You want Sanctum Weaver if you're the Enchantress deck, but also there's no real ways to draw cards here either.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean Weaver's fine and all. It makes the Scatter Growths a little more palatable too, because it's just like more mana to cycle things. But interesting choice here. So Rince gonna play the Destiny Spinner, which is probably the lowest impact of the three. Just being a blocker for an attacker that isn't really even there yet. So interesting choice here from Rint. And wow, no.
I think Rint was thinking, I want a beta removal spell now, and I don't want Sanctum Weaver to die.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that there just aren't that many removal spells in the mono black deck anyway, and the mono black deck is so focused on trying to build the board, so on and so forth. So. And the upside of playing Weaver is great too. So we'll see here. Looks like Rint's also going to be just cycling Scatter Groves. It's happy to just chill here on this 2-3. Play a little defense.
Phyrexian Tower can make the Undead Augur draw cards in response, which is pretty cool to a enchantment removal spell.
Yep.
Shambling Gas, one of the new Adventures in the Forgotten Realms cards, making its way into Historic here, which is pretty cool to see.
Yep, also very good with the Phyrexian Tower.
Yeah, it makes 3 mana from this Phyrexian Tower.
So 1 card left, but card draw engines abound. Obviously, Cryptbreaker and Undead Augur both very good at drawing cards.
Yep, attacking with the 2/2, which is pretty cool. If Destiny Spinner does decide to block, Shambling Gas will kill it.
And do so at drawing cards too. We'll see Cryptbreaker draw a card.
Oh.
We'll see a card drawn off Undead Augur. So a lot of cards coming here. The zombie deck is very good at drawing cards, which is great.
Also, I like the 2/2 attack because if Destiny Spinner blocks, the 2/2 also doesn't die. The Shambling Gas gives -1/-1.
Yep.
We have another card in hand we want to play. Does that seem like another Thoughtseize or something?
Not sure. So sack the token, make 2, draw a card off Augur. I have to imagine there's a plan for drawing a card here. Looks like it's going to be make a token, sure. So discard an extra Phyrexian Tower, make another zombie, keep going wide, and pressure's on Rint here to do something.
All right, looks like that cycle of Scatter Groves ended up paying off by drawing Enchantress Presence here.
Yep, so real heads up play on turn 1, not playing a tap land. The auto play is just to play with tap land, but Rint recognized the Thoughtseize was a real threat, decided to hold on to it, and got paid off.
Yep.
Just good magic.
Also, Sterling Groves being drawn here, another piece of the puzzle here, giving all of our things Shroud, being able to search specific enchantments in our deck, possibly a baffling end. We're going to see a lot of cards being drawn from Elliot Dragon here. This is pretty even right now, I'd say, with Elliot Dragon being a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that Elliot's ahead on board. However, I think that Rint's engine is a little more dangerous because it's going to draw into Rint's engine is going to draw into things that break up Elliot's engine, whereas Elliot's engine can't really affect Rint's engine that much.
If at all, especially with Mono Black not being able to deal with enchantments.
Right, Sanctum Weaver can be killed, Spinner can be killed, but the presence is there and it's not going anywhere.
I like the chip damage going in, but is the chip damage just not going to be good enough throughout the game here? Because there's a world where Rint stabilizes at like 6-7 life and just takes over the whole game, draws like 8 cards in a turn and things like that.
That's the fear for sure. I would say that there's more pressure on Elliot to end the game than there is on Rint.
Yeah. All right, and in our winners interview, whenever we have a winner of this game 3, we will have a chance for Jim to be a part of it as well, and myself. So we're both going to get a chance to ask them some questions, congratulate them on their top 8 win, and get ready for the top 4.
Sweet.
All right, Lazarus Reaver. All right, so I guess even if Wrath the God is drawn here, a lot of cards are also going to be drawn from Elliot Dragon. So there's really no problem with just spamming the hand here, right?
Yeah, I for sure. And then I think that even if the Wrath is cast, like It's also going to kill the Weaver and the Spinner. You know, there's one Enchanter's effect in play, but you know the 8 cards drawn next turn are probably pretty good.
Ooh, baby.
That's pretty good though. All right. So interesting though, because there's obviously no other enchantments here. So there's an Archon, nothing else to do with it.
Sterling Grove, I think he has enough mana to Sterling Grove search a thing and still cast it with Archon, because Sanctum Weaver's mana can make what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 mana right now from Sanctum Weaver?
So Grove actually goes to the top of your deck, not to your hand. So
gotcha. So there's no way to really draw the card.
Correct. Can't keep the ball rolling yet. Although obviously next turn is going to be very, very good. So the question is, do you deploy the Archon and risk it dying, or do you just wait next turn and step sack Sterling Grove, search for presence or whatever you want to get, and then go from there?
Also, Destiny Spinner is able to animate a land as a blocker.
Yep.
I guess not anymore. Taking the chance that Archon Sun's Grace doesn't die here. A lot of drawing here from Crypt Breakers.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of card drawing here. Phyrexian Tower sacrificing zombies, making more mana. Crypt Breaker drawing cards. That's. I mean, it's funny because now Wrath of God would actually just kill Elliot. So new target acquired.
I guess you could sacrifice an Undead Augur in response.
That's true, but I mean, there's what, 3, 6, 7, 8. There's already 9. That'd be 10 damage. So I mean, it'd be getting close, you know. And if the Archon gets to attack too, that's enough. So, all right, that's 1 life for 1 card.
Seems like pretty good though. Pay a life, draw a card. Do that all day, every day.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Crypt Breaker is a super cool card.
Especially when Crypt Breakers gets to be on the board for a while, it just really gets out of hand. But this awesome. Archon and the Enchantress presence is also going to get out of hand. So which one can get out of hand first?
Yeah, this is the key turn, I think. If Elliot doesn't make some serious headway this turn, I think it all falls apart for them.
Unless Rent... Wait, Rent's just going to upkeep Sterling Grove, right? Actually,
exactly.
Doesn't have to anymore, because Sanctum Weaver can tap for mana. All right.
Right, so yeah, I mean, there's the best possible enchantment is the draw step for the next turn.
Well, keeps drawing creatures.
All right. I mean, again, problem here, drawing all these cards is great and all, but something else has to happen.
Yeah. You can't just draw cards and take life for that forever.
Yeah.
Okay. A Lord acquired. Okay.
Still can't attack, though.
So this actually puts a little bit of pressure on Rent to, like, make a bunch of Pegasi?
Yeah, I mean... Next turn, you know, we're seeing Pegasus and cards drawn. The card to get off of the or nothing. Wow, I'm very surprised not to the thing, but we drew the best possible card anyways, or one of the best possible cards. So here's 2 cards, one off presence. I'm still very surprised.
Yeah, so Sterling Grove could have been used and then the Sithis played and then drawing the card you top deck.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see the Grove not sacked. Are we gonna see?
Oh, it's trample.
Oh, okay, never mind. That works too.
Oh,
I also forgot that the lands had trample, so this works out very well. No blocks do anything, and that's game.
I didn't realize the lands had trample either.
Yeah, that's a good look from Rent there. It's clearly someone who's very experienced with their deck. So Rent just wanted the extra enchantments in play. Can
we stay alive here?
I don't think so. Wait. And every zombie that dies also deals 2 damage. So this game is over.
Wow, we're gonna get a winner's interview from Rent. Congratulations to Rent.
That was a crazy game. I mean, the zombie player was doing everything they wanted to do, just making zombies and drawing cards and making zombies and drawing cards. But as I said, the engine from the Enchantress deck, in an engine battle, Enchantress seems to win that one.
And the 7 seed takes out the 2 seed.
Awesome.
All right, so we're going to get Rent into a winner's interview here. So let's go ahead and set that up right now. One moment. Rent, can you hear me? Looks like Rent is muted and deafened in Discord. We need Rent to get into the winner's interview so we can get a winner's interview from Rent and ask him about what he's excited about his deck, about some of his matches in Swiss, and also what he's looking forward to in top 4. Maybe a matchup that he doesn't want to play against the top 4 also. I'm super excited to see, actually, I'm excited, but I'm not excited. I'm excited because this is a good deck to showcase in top 4. I'm not excited because I don't want to play against this deck on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, without a card like Solitary Confinement, it's never going to be like super obnoxious. The problem is in Modern, your opponent just plays Confinement on turn 3 or 4, and you're like, all right, well, I can't remove that, so I just lose. I guess it's a fun game, So without a card like that, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. It's just kind of like a cool engine deck. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's a pretty cool deck.
All right, I can't hear. I see James. I see James in the thing. I just can't hear him now.
People think about the games in Legacy and in Modern with like
Yo,
Confinement,
James, you can't hear me?
effects and all this stuff, but like none of those cards are really available in Historic.
All right, let's go ahead and listen to Rent. Can you share your camera, Rent? So we can see you on stream.
Just give me a second. All right, there we go.
All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and ask Rent some hard questions.
All right, go ahead, guys.
Rent,
I'm ready.
First off, I do want to ask you. I do want to say, first off, congratulations for winning in top 8. You have now graduated to top 4. How does it feel?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's great. It's a long way to get your time, guys. I gotta say, it's worth quite a bit, guys. So thank you for having me.
All right. How was your? I do want to ask you about your Swiss. How were your matches in Swiss?
I mean, hats off to Caleb, though. Man, he tilted me off into another planet and got the W after coming back after the first game loss. I think I was lined up pretty well with a lot of like hate cards and tax cards. So I was also a little bit confused at first, but it makes sense that, according to the rules, that's how it works. You just go to the infinite draw. And Arena actually supports these rules as well because Arena Client also shuts off, right? Like the clock does not expire, the game goes to a draw. So it kind of replicates that. So I'm happy to see that it actually, the indication of the correct rule set. So then I just made, a couple of big mistakes. I can't really complain that it's some kind of like a wacky combo and I just lost it. No, not at all. There was great disruption pieces. I made a couple of critical mistakes. Game 2, I definitely punted pretty hard with that the talisman when I got the rest in peace. The talisman went back and the rest in peace got removed. So it's kind of funny, but I kind of ran out of gas. And the game 3 was actually pretty awesome on Caleb's part because I was obviously on the play and I had the curse. I had a curse and Cephas, which is my engine I want to really establish, and that's how I mostly win. But I did not respect his thinking that the hand disruption part he had, Thoughtseize, it was actually aimed at the curse. It was not aimed at my engine at all, which was pretty sick kind of sequence. So I should have just slammed the curse on turn 1. It would have got me an extra draw. Instead, I kind of chose to keep Cephas, hope to bait the Thoughtseize with Cephas, and it actually ended up being the opposite. So actually, a pretty sick matches there. Got a little bit, squeezed in there with all the breakers. I had a pretty tough match against Chris CovertGoBlue, also my last match, but, pretty hard on the draw against some of these games, some of these matches sometimes, aggro decks, matchups.
I'll let you have a crack at him, Jim. What would you like to ask?
I don't know. That just seems super sweet, honestly. Like, it's cool seeing. How has the new curse been for you? The new 1-mana curse?
Hey, thanks, Jim. I love your stuff. So listen, it was pretty funny. With all this stuff going on, the new set, you have to play limited. I burned through all my wild cards, and literally the morning before the tournament, I was like, okay, we need to get some limited in there ASAP because I need to craft these curses, So my biggest thing was basically the control matchups. The control matchups are very hard. That's how I got eliminated in the SCG. I lost to Dimir, Azorius. So I really need to fix that matchup. That's why I have a very high count of Calyx, because Narset is a free win for these decks. So I was like, okay, we need to disrupt a lot of some of these combo pieces, Narset to Fairy, just the win conditions, So it was a good bet. Yeah, I think in all the matchups, it made a pretty major role, in the Swiss too. playing against these instant speed decks is pretty hard as well because, you know, all I do is sorcery speed, so I need to find a way to actually, you know, kind of adjust, kind of counteract these effects because they're pretty brutal. Everything instant speed is pretty rough.
All right. Well, thank you very much about for playing in this tournament. Of course, I do want to ask you one last question about your last match against Elliot Dragon. What were kind of your thought process of playing against that mono black zombies deck?
Well, I realized that the deck kind of does a lot of things. Like it has a lot of staying power as well as also, you know, some aggression. So I kind of got a little lucky. Like game one, Elliot went actually mulligan to 5 and just beat me up with champion of the parish. So in the following matchups, I kind of dodged that part already with Crook Breaker on turn 1 and stuff. So I was like, okay, I mean, the game plan is kind of the same. Just try to survive. I think, like, I boarded in the rafts. I think I still grind better. Like, if Enchantress's engine is that well established, nothing can really compete with that. So it ended up being kind of more of the same traditional aggro play. Just try to survive, stick an engine, and like keep your life total high. And yeah, that's what I managed to do ultimately. And got the combo finish off with Destiny Spinner because Elliot got in the tricky spot there in game 3, like losing a lot of life. So I turned the corner and actually became the beatdown at the end.
Right, that was one of the things I didn't notice. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was really cool because I was like, oh, I'm really surprised we didn't see the Sterling go get sacrificed end step. Don't you want to guarantee an enchantment? And you're just like, oh, you're just dead. I'm like, I guess Destiny Spinner does do that. That is really cool. And then also recognizing that like any block Elliot had was terrible because every lost zombie lost 2 life too. So
yeah, exactly. It was like -2 life on each creature dying. That was definitely too much. And yeah, like you know, it's always a good idea to not be very aggressive with the Sterling Grove because it's more mana for the Sanctum Weaver, like the bigger power and toughness on the land as well. So that was kind of important.
For sure.
All right. Well, thank you very much for hanging out here in top 8 and explaining your thought process with us. And congratulations for your top 8 finish. And we will see you in top 4.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Good luck.
All right. We will be right back in a few minutes with the top 4 of Stream League 6 making their way to the finals. See you soon. All right, you used to waiting a minute? Well, you just waited 10 seconds. The top 4 is going to be starting in a couple minutes here. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the matches that we have slated for the top 4. What is one of your matches what's the match that you're most excited to see and most excited to see the outcome of, Jim?
I mean, it's got to be Caleb. I mean, this deck looks so good on camera every time it's been on. I'm so impressed with Caleb's build. And then Caleb's going up against your horse here in Ollie with the 5-color Nib Mizzet deck. So kind of like the 2 really exciting decks here. Other side of the bracket is Phoenix versus Enchantress. I feel like Phoenix is like all right, it's really, really good. We've seen that before kind of deck, so we'll see what happens on that side. But I'm pumped to see more of Caleb's deck. I just want to keep seeing how this deck's working because I think it's a really, really innovative build. Just seems great.
Right. It just seems like the Vesper Lark deck is just on another level, especially just how it's built, like with the control plan, not dying, gaining life, the board clear, the massacre, being able to get rid of cards and also being an engine piece is so crazy. And what a better time to showcase Niv Mizzet Reborn than to beat the undefeated Vesper Lark combo deck. What a better time.
This is a big spot. This is a big spot. This is sort of like can this kind of cool new deck beat one of the established archetypes in the format? It's interesting because one of the ways to beat Niv Mizzet is to counter it and to stop it from doing its thing. And that's obviously not an avenue for Caleb. But Caleb has one of the other ways to beat a card like Niv Mizzet, which is just to say, I don't care about how many cards you have, you're just dead. So tapping out for Niv Mizzet is going to be a riskier because if Ollie taps out, could very easily just die on the spot. So this is going to be a really cool matchup.
Right, and Ollie's going to have to board in some Dovin's Vetoes maybe for Davriel's Withering. Like there's some weird things that might have to go on for Elliot, I mean not for Elliot, for Ali Eldrazi to try to like sneak in a kill on a Vesperlark or counter a Davriel's Withering, or maybe a copy of some artifact destruction, maybe a Vanishing Verse gets rid of the Wishclaw Talisman. Like there's some things that'll probably have to go on here. It's like a really cool song and dance for like a deck that's kind of trying to be the control deck with a little bit of tint of 5/5 for 2 mana, right? In order to beat the Vesperlark deck.
I'm calling it right now. Most important card in the matchup for Ali is the Kavu, because Kavu is a card that can be played that is cheap and interaction can be left up. Tapping up for 6/6 on turn 5 seems rough, but being able to on turn 4 play a 5/5 and then leave up that Dovin's Veto, leave up that Lightning Helix is going to be the way Ali wins this match.
Yep. We might see some removal spells just slated in for just Kavu, or maybe we saw the Portable Hole. Maybe that's just going towards Kavu in these matches, in these games.
Absolutely, yeah. Portable Hole, Fatal Push, cards that wouldn't normally be that good against Niv Mizzet are going to be very, very important.
Right, and that's the cool thing about Niv Mizzet too, that your opponent's gonna keep those spells in their deck, or maybe even side some of it in just to get rid of Kavu because it's that important. But sometimes the gameplay with Niv Mizzet Reborn isn't even about that. But in this matchup, it will be about that. And is Kavu gonna die on turn 2? Is basically gonna be who wins or loses potentially. So we're waiting right now for Ali Eldrazi to get started with Caleb Durward. Now we have our other match that we can also talk about as well. We have Medicus Dota, which made the top 4 with Blue Red Phoenix, against Rint playing Green White Enchantress. Now we've seen this Phoenix deck being played. We just saw Green White Enchantress being played. What does it take for Green White Enchantress to beat the Phoenix deck, which is largely considered one of the best decks in Historic?
It's going to be interesting because the thing about this Enchantress deck is that removal spells are actually good against it. You know, one of the things if you play Legacy a lot or you're an older school Magic player is that the old Enchantress decks, removal spells are very bad against them. They had they had Enchantress effects that would draw cards. They used to have a 2-mana creature that drew cards, but it was also had Shroud. So the fact that removal spells are actively good against the Enchantress deck, you can kill Sithis, you can kill Sanctum Weaver, those are your main engine pieces that aren't presence, is going to be huge. And honestly, I'm going to say I think the Phoenix has the upper hand here. Unless presence gets down, the engine's going to be hard to stick for our Selesnya player. And then even then, the Izzet deck is going to be flying over the top with Phoenixes. Izzet deck has enormously explosive potential. A Dragon Rage Channeler and Crackling Drake and Sprite Dragon and so on and so forth. So it's going to be an uphill battle for our Enchantress player here. We'll see if they can pull it off.
Now, for the Enchantress player to pull this off, I could see Archon of Sun's Grace being a huge deal. Unless there's like a Unholy Heat or Lightning Axe almost immediately. Making a bunch of 2/2s is probably going to be a problem for the Phoenix deck. So I can see that card being one of the most important cards in the matchup if the Enchantress deck is going to beat Phoenix.
Absolutely. I see that as well. Yeah, definitely feels like a kind of card that's going to break the symmetry of everything and just kind of like build a board. It builds flying blockers, which is great also. And it's more than just, a 1-for-1 removal spell. So I totally agree.
Now, Caleb and Ollie are still having a little bit of problems with the Arena client, unfortunately. We do want to get you this top 4 matchup as soon as possible. We might have to go to Medicus Dota here instead of going to Caleb Durward and Ollie Eldrazi.
Problems with the Arena client, you say? Impossible.
Impossible. All right, so it looks like we do have an availability to start right now. Let's go ahead and see if it's not a draw immediately. All right, not a draw immediately, so we're in good hands here. The opening hand for Caleb, we're watching it from Caleb's side, consists of 3 discard spells in a Vesperlark. That's really good against an Niv Mizzet Reborn deck.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good here. Of course, it is a full 3-card combo, so Vesperlark is 1/3 of this combo, but he gets to tear things apart here, and this is going to successfully tear apart Ollie's hand.
Now, the Clarion's probably going to be the only card remaining, right? Because the Faceless can get another copy of Niv. There's another combo piece. I'm already frustrated, Jim. I'm already frustrated.
Going down. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Obviously, it's so interesting that the Faceless Agent, it is a pretty cool card. I mean, it just a way to find your threats, card advantage. Taking the veto, though. Taking the veto.
Yep.
Courtyard on top. Gonna bottom that one. Just looking for Withering.
Only really need 3 mana to do this combo.
Yeah, it's also possible, honestly, that we'll see what the Thoughtseize takes, but
What if we just go Thoughtseize plus Meathook Massacre this turn, and then just like top deck the Davriel's Withering?
Top decking is always a good plan. And it looks like Caleb agrees here. I feel like I would definitely cast Thoughtseize first, unless Caleb is interested in waiting on Thoughtseize to a later spot. So Caleb's showing great patience here. You don't need to cast Thoughtseize immediately. You can use Thoughtseize to force through the combo. So just gonna chill here, which I like a lot. Very, very heads up play.
Thought that was Davriel's Withering for a second. Wow. There's that combo we talked about. Not going to be available right now.
Interesting that Caleb chose to Thoughtseize then on a turn where Caleb's not going off. So waited last turn, then wanted it this turn. I wonder if it's a card in particular that Caleb was looking to try and nab.
There's some more lands for Caleb.
All right, this is big because the problem is if Ollie just slams the Mizzet next turn, a lot of pressure on Caleb to find an answer immediately. And with the hand that I see from Ollie here, only one unknown card, I feel like Ollie's got to slam here, slam and pray. Waiting would give Caleb a whole bunch of time.
Especially since you play Niv Visit Reborn, if the combo is in top deck right now, it's a 2-turn clock.
Right, and it's just like, if you're not playing Niv this turn, and you're also not playing it next turn, and you're also not playing, when are you ever going to play it?
Yeah.
This Faceless Agent is not going to do all 14 points of damage by itself.
You're giving Caleb way too much time at that point.
Right, so there it is. Niv Mizzet.
Oh, Eldrazi has us in our ears. Okay, what are we drawing? A lot of cards.
All right.
Vanishing Verse.
That's not going to do it.
Not going to do it.
And we've got Iteration, Akavu, and Rampage doesn't really do much here. So still no way to directly interact with the combo yet, but of course just 8 power on the battlefield and win the game in 2 turns here. So
also Iteration, extremely good here, trying to look for an answer to the combo.
Absolutely.
Also like what wins the game is 2 Lightning Helixes exact lethal also. So like there's some things that can happen here for sure.
Yeah, and this is a game where Caleb found the discard spells, but didn't find any of like the engine cards. No Maze Mind Tome, no Wishclaw Talisman. Didn't really find the cards that kind of put things together for him.
Faceless Agent, notably not colored.
Yeah, correct. Vanishing Verse is pretty blank here. Pretty blank.
I think if I'm Ollie, I'd go for Expressive Iteration right now. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, lethal's already on the board. All that matters is finding a point of interaction to not die next turn.
Also lands. If you find lands, that's great too. We just drew 5 cards off Niv Visit Reborn. We need lands to cast spells.
Absolutely. And there really are very few ways for Caleb to even kill the Niv Mizzet. I think it's literally just 1 Fateful Absence, and that's it. So no reason to apply any more pressure, no reason to add more to the board. It's literally just, I need to not die to the combo next turn. What can I do to do that?
See Ollie in the tank here. I wonder if he does anything else besides the Iteration here. If it's me, I'm slamming Iteration. I need to knock it combo next turn. I feel like that's the only way Ollie loses.
I couldn't agree more.
Also take this as a little bit of a, yeah, there we go. As a little bit of a tip here. I'm not the best player at Magic, but Jim is. So he knows that iterate the only way that when you're so far ahead like this with so many cards in hand, a lot of card advantage over the opponent, 8 power in play. You just need to not die to random things, right? And specifically against the Vesperlark combo, it's not random. It's an actual combo, but you just need to make sure that you can stop the combo as like basically every turn.
Yeah, the most important adage is just focusing on what's important.
Yeah.
Right now, what's important is the single thing of not dying in a combo. All these other cards in hand are irrelevant. They just don't matter. So And there, the combo is not drawn. We'll never know if Ali found the interactive card anyway. And a pretty decisive game 1 goes to Ali.
All right. We see some. Let's see. Phyrexian Arena comes in, realizing that it's a control matchup. Power Word kill. Notably does not kill Niv Misery Reborn, but kills Kavu. So we have some Kavu insurance there.
Yeah, and then I imagine Maduresses will come in too. Wanting to break things up. The spells are what Caleb cares about. You know, yes, Caleb will be dying to the actual Niv Mizzet, but the spells are what break up the combo. The spells are what interact. So I think Duress being able to discard those would be pretty good here. The Power Word kills coming in is a huge concession to the Kavu, because it literally only kills Kavu for the most part. So a little surprising, honestly, with the pushes and the portable holes. And it looks like Caleb is valuing the Power Word kill's ability to kill Kavu over portable hole. Looking at Ali's list here, there are no like Haiti permanents to kill with portable hole. Yep. Portable hole can kill a Hydroid Crokeyz also, and that is really it for the most part, as opposed to Power Word kill. So
I agree with Power Word kill here over portable hole, especially because Power Word kill can also kill the Hydroid Crokeyz. You don't really need to kill the power in play. You just need to combo as fast as possible while getting past all of Ali Eldrazi's interaction. But the thing about Ali Eldrazi's deck is that there's so many points of interaction that can possibly happen with Niv Reborn that there's probably more points of interaction than there is discard spells. So you just have to time it perfectly. And I think you gave a perfect example in game 1. Saying that when you go to combo, that's when you should slam the Thoughtseize of the Inquisition to just clear the way to kill them that turn.
Right, I agree. I think Phyrexian Arena is going to be huge here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be big too. One thing about Ali Eldrazi's deck is that there are a lot of copies of Vanishing Verse to get rid of it, and also we know for a fact that there is at least one Fracture to get rid of it as well.
Correct, yes. Yeah, and Fracture having targets with Maze Mind and Wishclaw also does seem pretty good.
Now, notably during this sideboarding, there is an unlimited timer. I don't know why, but
I believe they chose a regular match over a challenge match.
Oh, because they
decide
had
who goes first.
Oh, yeah. True. Okay,
all right, big game 2 here.
Yep,
Our deck that crushed the Swiss, 5-0, most impressive looking deck, now back against the wall, facing elimination.
With my chosen permanent winner, Ali Eldrazi. My personally chosen winner. Okay, and so it's my first deck against my second deck, pairing up against each other. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to choose Ali Eldrazi. I'm sorry, I have to go against my original choice and go with Ali Eldrazi here.
Come on, Caleb. I need you, bud. Don't let him have this over me.
All right, so we do have a piece of our engine here in Wishclaw Talisman. We have a Fatal Push for this Territorial Kavu, so honestly, we could just like take one of these interactive spells and then wait to Fatal Push the Kavu.
Yeah, taking a veto is reasonable. The iteration is also like the kind of card that's like it's going to keep getting more cards going here. And Caleb's hand is not particularly fast at all. I could have also seen taking the iteration. And just kind of there's plenty of discard spells in Caleb's deck, so just do the thing that there you go. So do the thing that just keeps Ali the slowest progressing possible.
And now we have to decide: do I want to take the iteration or take the veto? There's also a Vanishing Verse here as well.
Yeah, I mean, given the lack of combo elements on Caleb's side, slowing the game down by taking iteration seems reasonable here.
If you don't take the veto, that means you just have to play around it the whole game.
Ends up taking Vanishing Verse, which is pretty interesting. Defending the Talisman.
Talisman's also interesting because Ali Eldrazi could search for a card that could of course search for a card that could contend with the combo, but could also search for a card that could contend with the Wishclaw Talisman itself.
Yeah, I mean, this might have been a little bit of a bluff from Caleb, honestly, just sort of saying it like, I am okay with you doing whatever you want to do. I have the kill next turn with Talisman kind of thing, you know? But
Right.
obviously, we know that that's not true, but gonna just fire up a Talisman here. So the issue here, of course, is that can't the Talisman just find a fracture or whatever and kill this arena? I guess that's kind of fair though, because so now Caleb has said that, okay, I can't have my turn, you can't have your turn, and now I'm going to end up back with the Talisman on only one counter on it, and I can use it again. So, I like this play a lot from Caleb. So we see Tamio, and of course Tamio is obviously a good card draw engine here and so on and so forth, but has that passive ability which stops discard. That's going to turn off the discard spells from Caleb, so that Duress in hand, or Inquisition, whatever that is. I can't tell what the crazy card arts. Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Duress, all not going to be functional anymore.
Yep, that Tamio is a card that I'm tempted to play, but I always like never get around to playing it or always cut it for something else. But Tamio's very, very strong with discard spells that come off the top. The reason why I haven't usually liked it is because the discard spells are usually already used by then, or it takes the Tamio. But I really like this spot here for Ali Eldrazi, especially taking this turn off, saying, I hope you don't have the combo. And then this turn, we can really see the gears spinning for Ali Eldrazi.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that normally you're right, you know, that you're playing against Thoughtseize deck. They've already cast Thoughtseize, but this is kind of a special case where Caleb doesn't necessarily want to just jam discard spells early. The point of a discard is to protect the combo.
Right.
So the discard spells are still going to be relevant later in the game to make Tamio even better.
All right, there is a thunderstorm going on, so perfect timing to cut my internet. Internet's not.
I heard that. That was an ominous roll of thunder.
Yes, it was definitely, indeed. I need to pray to Nicol that it doesn't cut my internet. All right, so Meat Hook Massacre, part of the combo here. Devil's Withering the other part. So now we just need a Vesperlark and we can go crazy. If you're Ollie, do you save Dovin's Veto for Daviel's Withering?
Yeah, I think that Veto should probably be cast on the turn that Caleb is trying to win the game. And then with Tamio in play, looking pretty safe against discard, there's no rush to use this Veto. So I'd be surprised here to see Ali use the Veto here. Also, the flashback on the Bleed Demir spell is available too. So, oh wait, is it? It is not actually. I can't tell what the lands do. I'm sorry. That is a Teamer and a Jeskai Triumph.
Yep, Teamer, Jeskai, and then we have an Abzan one over there as well.
Yeah, and then once one land comes into play, then it won't matter anymore. But yeah, I'd be surprised to see this countered. Doesn't actually do anything by itself.
All right, so we see a little bit of thinking going on here. We have the Think Twice that you talked about before over there in the graveyard that we milled over with Tamio, which is a cool reason to play it as well if you know you're playing Tamio.
Yeah, that's definitely super sweet.
I think if I'm Ali Eldrazi, I just want to stack up on cards to where I can know I never get comboed.
Yeah, I mean, Tamio, of course, also has the ability to pull cards out of the graveyard, too. So there's quite the selection.
Even that Kavu out of the graveyard, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a selection of cards available. And then, of course, Veto up as well. It does seem like it is going to be quite difficult for Caleb to actually break through this wall.
What do you think Eldrazi's thinking here, or what would you do in this spot, not knowing the other two cards in his hand?
It's tough because like you want to keep making forward progress, and Iteration does that pretty well. Tamio returning a card does that pretty well. Again, I don't have a full view of the graveyard here, but even Tamio returning a land wouldn't be that bad, you know? So gonna return a Veto. And then you're going to, this actually might be kind of cool. I could see a Talisman here for a land. Play the 6 land, have double Veto up, and just say go.
That might be what we're about to see here.
I kind of like this, honestly. You know, guarantee that land drop. I think that like Iteration could have also maybe done this too, but so it's a little risky in the sense that you're giving the Talisman back. But all right, I mean, Maze Mind's a pretty good draw.
We have double Davros Withering, so this does play around Veto, but we do have double Veto. So like we're gonna see some crazy stack going on here potentially.
The issue is, of course, that Ali has to actually win the game. And only 6 lands in play. It's hard to keep playing stuff and leaving things up. Tamio could return a Kavu next turn, which would be kind of cool, but we'll see. And then with Arena and Mace Mind Tome in play, Ali can't wait forever. You know, like Caleb's drawing a lot of cards here.
Oh, going to kill the Tamio here.
Okay.
This might proc the veto.
Ooh, so waits for the Siphon Insight. It's also a question of when this absence should be cast. If it's cast on Ollie's turn, it really, really hamstrings his mana for the turn. So not gonna cast it yet. Gonna let Ollie go to the main phase and activate Tamio again, which is interesting.
Do we go for the clock? Do we go for the Kavu here, or do we just like stack up on even more resources to stop the combo? I mean, honestly, if you stack up on more resources to stop the combo, then Caleb could just get 2 instances of the combo in hand eventually after a while, especially with Phyrexian Arena drawing an extra card every turn.
Right, so I'm pretty surprised by the sequence, honestly. So Caleb allows Ollie to untap with Tamio and activate it. Ollie declines to activate Tamio first and cast Arrest first, which then allows Caleb to kill a Tamio before it gets activated, but then we see a veto defending it too. So pretty wild sequence here. And now Tamio's still alive. Still only 4 or 3 lands in play for Ollie, and there is 1 veto, but again,
this is a crazy game.
Yeah, Caleb's not even at the combo yet, so this is a real song and dance here. Tamio's plussing again, and again, Tamio could minus and pull land out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I was tempted to say minus to pull a land out.
I'm assuming there's a land because it's been activated like 4 times already, but names Thoughtseize and hits it.
Wow,
That's why these players are in the quarterfinals or semifinals, folks.
Take the Withering. Now is another piece away from the combo. There is a Maze Mind Tome and a Phyrexian Arena in play, so this is definitely not the last we're going to see of the combo from this game, I believe, from Caleb.
For sure, yeah. 3 cards turns a lot, you know. The bad news for Caleb is that now the jig's up, you know, where the last few turns Ollie's had to play under the pretense of like, I could be comboed at any point. I need to play defensively.
Right.
Now Ollie knows for sure there are 0 combo pieces in hand. So Ollie can be a little riskier of the next turn or so. Obviously, cards will be drawn. Strides will happen. Arena will draw cards and stuff. But at least Ollie knows for the moment he is safe.
So, with only 2 mana left over, the veto can be cast. But Caleb needs runner combo piece. Wow, there's 1. Runner, okay. Each runner combo piece, and then also second Withering, I think, to pull this game out through that veto. And that's also considering, okay.
Hello.
It's also considering Ollie doesn't just minus for another veto again.
Correct. Yeah, the Tamio has been the entire game. Like, Tamio is winning this game for Ollie single-handedly. Interesting thought here. Esperlark could just be cast. You know, Caleb needs something to deal with this Tamio. And if the Lark is cast and can attack Tamio, that is at least some angle of attack, pun intended, to try and get things going in this game.
The angle of attack is sideways, isn't it?
Yes.
Also, if Vesperlark is cast and Ali Eldrazi has interaction for it, Davriel's Withering in response wins the game.
That is very true. So,
just looking at the hand here.
So we get that might have been a.
All right.
Yeah, you can choose the card, but it's not going to do anything. So
I think that's just looking at the hand there.
That might have been a bluff, honestly, to try and like draw something out. I mean, that would require Ollie to get passive punked by his own Tamio. But you're totally right here. Now that Vesperlark's in play, the veto has to stay up at all times, and Vesperlark can pressure the Tamio. This is actually really cool.
And Tamio can't really minus because Vesperlark will just kill it. And then if Ollie decides to kill the Vesperlark to save the Tamio, that's when he Davriel's Witherings in response.
Yeah. So the thing here is, I mean, if Tamio minus is targeting Thoughtseize is cast, Withering has to be cast, veto is cast, and then everything kind of works out. But ooh, all right.
I mean, I think does he just have to go for it?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, this turns Withering into Duress for Vito, right? In
yeah.
a spot where you can't cast Duress for Vito. So the problem, of course, is Tamiyo can just buy it back. So
I think that might be what's happening here as well. Well,
yeah,
and especially since every land taps for any color, because World Tree's on the board, he no longer has to worry about his mana.
yeah. I mean, Caleb's drawing cards, that's for sure.
That is true. We're gonna see. I think we might see Niv Mizzet be cast on like 6 lands maybe. I wouldn't be surprised just to see Kavu, just to see like a iteration into play a land, get a card in hand, play Kavu, hold up Vito, and then kind of take the game that way.
I agree. I definitely agree. This is why I think I would kind of like to see some other way to win from this deck. Board into like some, 5-mana good creature. I don't know what it would be exactly, but like if Gideon Allies into card was legal, it'd be a great card. Some sort of card that can win the game by itself, that can pressure if it's not the combo.
Right.
But
yeah, there it is. Tamiyo stealing the game by itself.
Yeah, it's completely soloed. Like,
yeah,
Tamiyo won that game by herself. 10 ways till Sunday.
Yep. We are going to get Ali Eldrazi into winner's interview for top 4. Congratulations. Go ahead and pull him in. All right, we are waiting for Ali Eldrazi to enter the winner's interview platform here. That was an impressive showing. Knocking Caleb out of the tournament, completely blazing through Swiss. There was an amazing top deck that needed Davros Withering off the top to win, drew it. Remember that what was it? A Castle Lochthwain start as with the only land, no other lands.
Yes.
That was crazy. And if anything, even if Caleb did not win this, Caleb gave us a fantastic show.
Yeah, I would say, it's the kind of thing where like the year that Griffey had his hat backwards, was hitting home runs in the home run derby. Everyone remembers that, but he didn't actually win that year. He was just the most exciting thing that happened.
Yeah.
Same idea. It doesn't really matter who wins this tournament. I think Caleb's deck was the talk of the tournament. And if, 2 weeks from now, this event will be remembered for Caleb's deck. If Phoenix wins or Niv Mizzet wins, all right, these decks are known quantities. We know about these decks. Ollie's great. He wins a lot. Arnie's great. He wins a lot. But Caleb's deck for sure, talk of a tournament, not even close.
And one thing that we might see on the ladder after this is people playing that deck more. Not excited about that, but when people play it more, and then big head honcho Magic the Gathering Wizards notices maybe the infinite draw thing doesn't happen anymore, or something's templated differently, or something gets done about that. I think the drawing the game part of it is something that's not very healthy.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's this kind of thing where like a newer player sees that and is like, what the hell is this? I'm gonna go play Xbox. Like what's happening right now? This doesn't even seem like a reasonable thing, So totally agree.
The deck that won the other deck in top 4 that we did not feature was Medicus Dota playing Blue Red Phoenix. We're gonna see Blue Red Phoenix against Ali Eldrazi's version of Niv Mizzet Reborn in the finals. What do you think about that matchup?
It's gonna be interesting. The Phoenix deck, as we saw, I think will be a bit of a dog in game 1. So we saw that against the Jeskai control deck, where the removal spells and the high end cards of the control deck not really having good answers, being kind of hard to beat. But once Phoenix gets to sideboard, it gets to bring in cards like Mystical Dispute, Aether Gust, and so on, Negate, and so on and so forth. It gets to really kind of change it up a little bit and interact. I think Phoenix is probably favored for game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is probably favored. It's going to matter if Vanishing Verses can tag Phoenixes. It's going to matter if it's really, really going to matter if Lightning Helix is drawn to beat the Sprite Dragon. One of the problems with Niv Mizzet Reborn is like if Vanishing Verse is drawn early instead of a Lightning Helix, Vanishing Verse cannot tag the Sprite Dragon, and that card can actually get like way out of control. Like you don't want to mess with that card. Like when that card gets to 5 or 6, 7 counters on it, you're already dead. They could just do nothing in the entire game and just sit on a Sprite Dragon, and you're drawing Vanishing Verses. So that's going to be a point of contention for Ali Eldrazi's deck. Ali's deck is playing a little bit more discard spells. I don't know if that's going to matter. Like maybe taking an early Expressive Iteration to kind of starve the card advantage from the Phoenix player. But Phoenix usually always, especially against control decks, kind of always gets to the same cards every game because there's so much card filtering. So usually a Niv Visit Reborn against Phoenix matchup is going to be Phoenix having all the cards it wanted and asking the question to the Visit Reborn deck, do you have the answers?
Absolutely. I think you nailed it right there. You know, like you were saying about the Vanishing Verses, you know, a lot of pressure on the Niv Visit deck to draw the right cards at the right time. If they do, it's going to be a cakewalk. But if they don't, then the Phoenix deck just sort of does its thing, and here it is. And if the Niv deck stumbles, it could get ugly. So I think you nailed it right there.
All right, let's go ahead and Ali Eldrazi, can you hear me?
Ollie,
can you hear me?
Ollie, no.
I heard you for a second. Are you on push to talk?
I heard it for a second too.
Can you share your face with us? Your lovely looking face.
This is the best kind of interview where the interviewee actually isn't present and both interviewers are talking to them. Best kind of interview.
My bad. I had y'all muted. My bad.
Muted us?
Oh wow! I can't believe it.
Jeez.
My bad.
What's up, bud?
Can you show your camera?
I'm gonna try to. I think I'm using on Streamlabs, so it's gonna be.
Okay. Yes, it is.
That's true. Yeah.
It's definitely. We're not able to do that. Okay. So we are going to show your face. Okay, you can stop trying to show your camera now. I understand what's happening.
All right.
So we are going to look at the winner as a nice Ali Eldrazi face blob. All right. Moving on to the winner interview. I do want to ask you a couple questions. First off, congratulations for winning in top 4 against the best brawler combo, which is kind of scary to play against. Let me talk to you about your Swiss run first. What was your impressions of Swiss, and how did you get through that?
I almost dropped round 1.
Whoa!
Because we've got paired against Mono Blue Tempo, and I lost in like 5 minutes the whole match. I was like, all right, we're done here.
Wow.
So then I kept playing. After that, I don't know. We played against like aggro, played against Just Guy, played against. I remember, man. I've been streaming so long.
You hear that, kids? Don't give up. All right, yeah, don't give up. Keep fighting.
Our best matches have been versus Kavartek, which was, I guess, Jim Davis. That's your deck.
Yep.
That deck was insane. And then we played against Caleb, obviously, and then the Jessica deck was really crazy games too. I'm not sure what you all saw, but it's been really good. It's been really good. It's been really nice to play against. I don't want to say like, how do I say this without being insulting?
No. Good interview.
Okay.
Here we go.
Great interview.
So it's nice having to like actually sit down and think, because you're playing against someone that's really good. And you have to like sit down, like, all right, you have to like kind of ignore chat a little bit. Whereas usually when I stream, I'm kind of like, I'm talking to chat, I'm playing weird decks. It's a very different feel. It's a very tournament vibe, which I haven't felt in a long time because of COVID. I think like y'all can understand too. It's like when you sit down, you just focus on your match, right, for the most part. So it's a nice feeling of like competitiveness. It was really cool.
Yeah, I feel that in the Arena Opens. That's why I love the Arena Opens. I'll stream it, but I'll usually turn the microphone off, and I just kind of like have some music on and get in my groove. And I totally agree with what you're saying. I miss that so much in tournaments, just kind of being able to lock in and play. I miss it.
Yeah. It gives you that. It's like a whatever the feeling is. It's like not anxiety, but oh my god, the positive version of that.
It's being locked in. It's sort of like you know what you're doing is serious. You put all of your mental energy into one thing. Whereas streaming is the opposite. Streaming is like, I'm gonna play Magic, talk to chat, check my OBS, make sure my things are working, look over. Like it's a lot of different things happening at once. You're kind of juggling. So I understand. I totally feel it.
Yeah.
All right. So talk to us about your last match here against the Vesperlar combo. What things were kind of going through your head?
Well, I saw his deck, because I've seen replays or whatever, or just watching you guys after I'm finished my matches, and his deck looks Caleb's deck looks super sweet, super cool. I saw his list, obviously, his open deck list. In game one, I'm going, okay, well, I have this Lightning Helix, but my only pressure is this 2/1. I'm like, I can hold it and go back and forth, and I kill him in 8 turns, or I can just jam this thing and kill him in 2 turns. The Niv Reborn. And I was like, he has infinite discard, and he grinds with Maze Mind Tome too. So I was like, I think I just have to go for it. I have to more pressure, and then I'll hold up more removal or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember.
I loved casting a dragon there.
Yeah.
I thought that was perfect.
Yeah.
Because if you don't cast dragon, you're probably never casting it for the rest of the game.
Exactly.
Because you just have 5 lands. Like, when are you ever going to cast it? So I thought that was great.
Yep. And then game 2, the hardest part was sideboarding and figuring out which pieces I needed. I was like, okay, any X spell I'm not casting. I might cast a visit, but I'm not casting like anything else. I have to play at instant speed for the most part. So how can I do that? So I brought in like Siphon Insights, Vetoes, Helix, all the instant speed interaction, and then I got lucky, and I got Tamio to stick, and that was brutal because Caleb had like over 10 discard spells, and Tamio just stops all that.
Yeah, Tamio soloed that game. Just completely soloed it.
Yeah,
It drew like 6 cards, turned off all of his cards. Like, it just completely soloed the game. It was awesome to watch.
It did.
Also,
Tamio
the pro Tamio call with that Thoughtseize.
Oh yeah. Well, at that point I was like, okay, I have 4 Thoughtseize. I have 4 left in my deck. There's 0 in my graveyard. Okay, what are the odds? It's probably
Sure.
the highest odd card, but yeah.
It was funny when Caleb cast the Inquisition, the turn where he could have gone off. So he had the just played Vesper Lark, had the Withering in hand, and cast Inquisition into your Tamio. I sort of got a vibe of like, well, Caleb could be getting passive punked here by the Tamio passive, or he could be trying to passive punk you into like playing your spell in response.
Yeah, he was definitely. I knew what he was trying to do. Like, I think he was just testing, and at worst is the peak, right? And,
right, exactly.
And at best, I counter it with Veto, the cause the Inquisition, but Tamio's like my favorite walker ever, and so I know she does. So
that's fair.
Yeah, but yeah, that was, to be fair. In the past, I've done that though. Like when all those Planeswalkers first came out, I've thought seized or duress somebody when they had Tamio out, and I was like, oh my god, okay.
I have a dozen of those at least for sure.
Yeah,
just like, there's Tamio again.
Yeah. So Tamio is like my Belf Summer, bad Belf Summer.
I do want to talk to you about your future matchup. Medicus Dota did make the finals, beating the green-white Enchantress deck playing Izzet Phoenix. What are your first impressions of playing against that Izzet Phoenix deck?
He's playing Izzet Phoenix?
Yep.
Well, I've shaved on my Vanishing Verses, so that's kind of bad.
Whoopsie.
But I don't know. I think it just depends like how my stuff lines up, right? Like how early is the Sprite Dragon? I'm less scared about Phoenixes. I'm more scared about like the other stuff, like Storming Entity, Sprite Dragon, or Crackling Drake. Usually Phoenixes I can handle to some degree. What's usually scary is the ones that like come down early and then they grow so large that I can't like kill them with Helix or essentially. So and I'm low on Vanishing Verse, because Vanishing Verse is terrible against Jeskai, or so. We turned on those to go up against everything else.
I was talking to Jim Davis earlier, a few minutes ago before you came on, and I was talking about your matchup against Blue Red Phoenix, and I've played a lot of Izzet Reborn. We kind of share each other's lists some. But one of the points of contention is how early can you draw Lightning Helix, because you need to get rid of that Sprite Dragon as soon as humanly possible, or it's going to get out of hand.
Exactly. Yeah. If I think it's too big, it's obviously a problem. I am running like 1 Justice Strike and 1 Rampage, just like try to get around that stuff, or Planeswalkers and stuff. But still, it's
cool. All right. Well, congratulations for winning in your top 4 match. Oh, go ahead.
Also, I'll say I think it's pretty even. It depends on like some draws here and there, but
yep,
it should be a good match.
All right. Well, we're excited to see that. We're going to take a couple-minute break before we go to the finals, and so you can set up and use the restroom or something that you need to do in order to prepare yourself for Blue Red Phoenix in the finals against Medicus Dota. Medicus Dota and Ali Eldrazi in the finals in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned.
Good luck, bud.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
welcome back to the finals of Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I am once again here with Jim Davis on this side of me, and we are going to go over the last two decks of the tournament facing against each other. We have Medicus playing Is It Phoenix, and we have Ali Eldrazi playing 5-color Niv Mizzet Reborn, featuring a few cards that just came out from our new sets. These decks were, I wouldn't say powerhouses of the previous historic, but they were very good tier 1 decks and also have some top cut finishes in major tournaments here in the finals. And what is your first take on this matchup, Jim Davis?
As you were saying before, it's going to be interesting. You know, it is a little sad. You know, we saw a lot of really cool decks in this tournament. You know, Mono Black Zombies and Caleb's awesome Vesper Lark deck and Enchantress, and you know, a lot of cool new cards being played. You know, it's come down to two of the more established archetypes in the finals, but still new cards. You know, still cool stuff happening. And this is going to be, I think, a lot of the Phoenix player asking questions. If Ali has the right answers, it's going to go very much his way. But if he does not, things can go awry very, very quickly. So that's going to be the matchup, I think. Just Phoenix asking questions and Ali having the right answers or the wrong answers.
What cards do you think in the first few turns that you think that the Is It Phoenix deck really needs to see in order to win the game?
Sprite Dragon, Channeler. Got to get to a fast start. Cannot let Ali have time to cast iterations and make tap land drops and get things going to get the dragon going. Got to hit the ground running. So a Channeler on 1 or a Sprite Dragon on turn 2 is going to be very, very important.
Now, what do you think? Is there any specific cards that you need from Ali Eldrazi in the beginning of this game, or is it just whatever kills the opponent's thing?
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just the cards that line up properly. You know, like I think Lightning Helix is going to be huge. That's probably the best case scenario in most spots. That kills essentially every creature in the Phoenix deck except for Crackling Drake. And of course the life gain buffer is going to be absolutely monstrous. So Lightning Helix, Banishing Burst is going to be huge too. I think it's the more narrow cards that are going to be the issue. The cards like Fracture, Dovin's Veto, you know, even Angrat's Rampage. The cards that are, you know, situationally good, but not always good. And then some of the bigger bombs too, you know, Orcus and Binding the Old Gods. The cards that could get a little bit awkward.
Right. Especially if you start piling up those sorcery speed cards like Binding the Old Gods, maybe a Fracture here and there. Drawing one of them is fine, I guess, but drawing multiple of them while Medicus will be piling up threats is not where you want to be, especially because paying 4 mana at sorcery speed to get rid of a creature that Medicus might have multiple of is not where you want to be. We do see some sideboard cards in here that definitely will help. One card that I have to mention in this matchup that is an absolute powerhouse. It does die to Lightning Axe, but it is Territorial Kavu. Can we talk about that card for a second in this match?
Yeah, I mean, Kavu feels like the card to me that makes this deck viable again. Just a phenomenal card and totally correct. Comes down early. It's going to be hard to kill. And then, of course, it's those graveyards just slowly pecking away, removing Arclights, removing Faithless Lootings. It's going to be a huge one. Going to be very, very important.
All right, so we see here the opening hand for Medicus is a single land and a lot of 1-mana spells. Do you keep a hand like this?
I think if the Pillar of Flame was Shock, I'd be more interested in keeping it because we can upkeep the Shock after Channeler. It is a sorcery though, so no guarantee for lands here, but gonna keep it. You know, the Unholy Heats are a little iffy, and unfortunately there's a miss in the land, so we can see a Pillar of Flame go to the face here to try and scry, but
oh wow, we could have I guess Pillar of Flame being a sorcery really hurts here. We could have upkeep scryed if it was a shock.
Right, so that's what I was saying, where I think if it's Shock, that makes me keep the hand. As a sorcery, I think I'm mulliganing.
Oh man, turn 3 Clothis on the play. It's definitely where you want to be if you're Ali Eldrazi. And I'm getting a little tinglies inside because this is who I called to win.
Yeah, the one of Clothis is pretty good here, of course. Although, Brazen Borrower, bounce it, find that third land, kind of keep things rolling here.
Yep.
Still got a ways to go on Channeler being more of a threat, but 14 life, you know, burn spell here and a shock land there. And this is going to be a big turn here. This is going to be a big turn as far as can Dota get Delirium going, can find more threats. Bin the Steam Vents, and binning Steam Vents is very good if you play Channeler a lot. Getting that land in the graveyard is huge. It's kind of hard to do that in Historic. So
We see this. Now this is the reason why I think Phoenix is just top tier deck in Historic, is because there's so much card selection, there's so much card advantage, and there's a lot of pressure. It's like best of both worlds, like tempo deck basically. You're not playing a bunch of counter spells, but you are getting access to a lot of cards, and you are accessing basically your whole entire deck, unless you get extremely unlucky, right?
Yeah, it does a great job. Oh boy, does a great job of being proactive and aggressive, but not running out of gas.
Right.
Okay, that was pretty good.
See the Orcus here. Now, Sprite Dragon, we talked about being a little bit of a problem. Eldrazi has not needed to use a Lightning Helix yet, so this could be the spot where he uses it. Now, this Klothys could make it so that Medicus Dodo doesn't get too many things in graveyard before they start going off.
Yeah, I mean, the axe here is pretty big. Gonna discard the land over one of the Unholy Heats. It's pretty interesting.
Wow.
You know, the Heats are not going to be great here with Klothys eating cards in the graveyard, and there aren't just that many targets for it, realistically. You know, so a little surprised to see the land go and not the Heat. Maybe relying on Iteration to find a land here. So next turn would be Iteration plus Stormwing, perhaps. All right, so there you go. So the stumbles from Dota's side have allowed their removal spells to catch up to, you know, a card like Sprite Dragon just didn't grow enough, and now we've seen a card sought, but we don't know if it's a Kavu or a dragon.
Now, either one of those, I think I'm perfectly fine having, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
But then again, Unholy Heat can deal with both of those.
Currently, once Klothys starts eating again, we'll see what's still available.
A very hungry Klothys.
Yes.
A lot of decisions to be made here. One of the things that's interesting to play in these Phoenix decks is the amount of decisions that you have to make.
Yeah, a lot of micro decisions. So it's very similar to Legacy, where like a scry here, a scry there, a cantrip here, sequence your spells. When all your cards cost 1, it can be difficult to pick the right order to play them in for sure.
Right. Being tapped out with a Storming Entity is definitely something Eldrazi wants to see. Being able to Lightning Helix the Storming Entity is a really huge deal.
Oh boy, yeah. This game's all Ollie.
Well, I don't even know about this, actually. 2 Unholy Heats here, makes Spark Dragon a 3/3. Vivian Consider or an Opt doesn't even really have to Unholy Heat. I mean, this like the Spark Dragon should really run with the game. We were talking about this before the tournament started. If that Spark Dragon becomes higher than a 3/3, then it could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the Klothys is still eating away, though, and so the Delirium will not persist on this Unholy Heat. So, I mean, any Nib Mizzet will win the game on the spot. It feels like still a ways to go. And then, of course, obviously the agent's still hitting away here, so it has to be killed. And now Klothys is still chipping away. The Dota's life total is only going down. It's not going up. So 4-turn clock at the minimum with life gain as well.
I think Ollie's still at this point where searches for answers. And Angrass Rampage actually came up, and this is one of the things that he talked about. Sometimes you have to get rid of the Sprite Dragon, and Angrass Rampage is one of the cards that do that.
Absolutely. A little extra value here, binning a looting.
Yep. That's really valuable. Wow.
That's pretty good. It's Channeler. Channeler, obviously a threat here, can opt as well.
This Faithless Looting isn't going to survive the graveyard very long, though.
Probably not. I mean, honestly, it probably wouldn't affect the game that much regardless, with Opt and Borrower and plenty of other things to do as well. So, just going to say go and not play land either. Which seems odd given that the looting is probably going to get exiled, like you said, but... And there it goes. You know, with Borrower available to be cast also, I think playing Spiral up there was pretty reasonable. Once again, Delirium back off. This never-ending tug-of-war between Klothys and Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah, we saw that with the Gruul Company deck we saw earlier. There's a Nib Mizzet Reborn, and that's probably going to do it.
Yeah, I mean... Thanks. Looks like we hit a Kavu iteration. Was that a Helix? Oh my god.
Looks like we just hit our entire library.
Whew. All right, yeah, I mean, tough game there. Kind of a risky keep for our Phoenix player. That was a risk. You know, the one lander with the Channeler, again, if that Pillar of Flame was a shock and you could have upkeep Scry, would have found the land a turn sooner. Not sure if it would have been enough, but definitely missing that second land drop is not necessarily where you want to be. But now the sideboard comes in, and these sideboard cards are good. Of course, Mystical Dispute is phenomenal. I get the Aether Gust playing here as well.
Yep. Gets rid of Kavu, gets rid of Niv Visit. I think if you're in Ollie's position on the draw, you just don't want to get tempoed out of the game. Brazen Borrower could be a card that's played, especially, like, you get to the point where you cast a Niv Visit and you have to fear of dying. Because you cast Niv Visit Reborn, say you have 5 or 6 mana, and then it gets bounced by Brazen Borrower. Doesn't matter how many cards you draw, you're getting attacked for, like, at least 9 there, with maybe a couple Phoenixes coming back, maybe something already in play. And then the next turn, you cast Niv Visit again, or a couple spells. Maybe there's a dispute involved, and it gets bounced again. And then you just die.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to not see the borrowers in Orbit Disputes. I mean, the Pillar of Flame seems pretty bad. And even Unholy Heat is like, I mean, it's fine. It can kill things occasionally, but like, that's not the game we want to see played here. Also, we're going to see Inferno of Star Mounts coming in.
Wow.
That one, I don't get at all. Counter spells are not a major factor in this matchup. It costs 6, doesn't line up well against Niv Mizzet, and dies to almost everything. So I'm a little surprised here to see Inferno of Star Mounts not only in the sideboard, but also in the deck for game 2. But we'll see how it ends up going.
Oh, I'm interested to know how many times that Medicus Dota drew Inferno of Star Mounts since Dota's in the finals here.
Yeah, that's a wild one.
All right. Well, the thing about Inferno of the Star Mounts, especially against Niv Visit Reborn, is you know that there's a ton of Vanishing Verses, right? I mean, Ollie did say that he shaved on those, and maybe that's what Medicus Dota is noticing. But a lot of cards in Ollie's deck just straight up 1-for-1 it.
Yeah, and also it gets blocked by Niv Mizzet, and then also, that was a sick consider. And then also, does Dota ever want to actually have 6 lands in play? You know, that feels like a place that, that Dota doesn't want to be. So, kind of a slow start for Dota here.
Well, a little bit of a slow start for Dota, but we can opt. We have a Seasoned Pyromancer in play, so it's not like we're running out of gas anytime soon. Territorial Kavu is gonna be a 3/3.
I mean, I could definitely see holding this opt for on a Phoenix turn, but gonna cast it and find an Aether Gust, which is great.
That's a great draw.
Also gonna draw looting too. Now the question is, when does Dota want to start trying to go for the big Phoenix turn?
I think that has to be next turn, right? Turn 4 is a good idea to get a 1-mana spell off, another 1-mana spell, maybe Aether Gust that Territorial Kavu, bring back the Phoenix, attack, and then just start asking Ollie Eldrazi questions. Can you out my board?
Yeah. Interesting choice there to not take the Finale of Promise, which would guarantee a Phoenix coming back. And I could see a spot where you want an Aether Gust, then next turn Finale the Gust and an opt, or not opt, some sorcery. Yeah, I guess the Kavu eats the Phoenix. I'm sorry, I should have realized that. So many words on these cards, but
yeah, remember?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty rough for Dota here.
Like as we saw in one of the first rounds where we saw Medicus Dota play this deck as well, that there are situations where they can put Ollie Eldrazi into weird spots, but this might not look like a game that we do that. Dragon Rage Channeler can become a 3/3. Seasoned Pyromancer is definitely a card to keep in mind, but a 3/3 with a 2/2 isn't putting much pressure on play until we can find more Phoenixes. Definitely a good late game threat that Ollie Eldrazi has to think about is the Crackling Drake, because Vanishing Verse also can't get rid of that. So one of the things that Ollie Eldrazi did mention is he's more scared about the other threats in this deck than just the Phoenixes.
Which makes sense. We're seeing the cards getting knocked out of graveyards left and right here. So Ollie found a land, but it looks to be a mountain. And Ollie's not even going to play it. we got a full 5/5 on the Kavu now. This is starting to get dicey.
I mean, if I know only three lands. If I'm Ali Eldrazi and there's like 7 cards in my opponent's hand, I'm actually like getting kind of scared I'm going to get tempoed. But having this 5/5 in play is very nice to try to make sure that Metacustota kind of holds some things back or plays a little bit more passively, or else they'll die to the Kavu. So if there was no Kavu in play, I'd be kind of scared if I'm Ali Eldrazi.
Totally agree. Yeah, but with the Kavu in play, I mean, it's just threatening land totals, exiling graveyards, hard to kill.
Yep.
Kind of just doing everything.
Yep. And did we know if they sided out any number of lightning axes?
I didn't
I didn't catch.
This is a super awkward spot because the Phoenix can't be returned this turn. So does Dota want to discard it or just keep it in hand? You know, what's the story here, you know?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, like, if there's a Clothis that comes down soon. At 4 mana, there could be, say, just a removal spell plus hold up veto. There's a mystical dispute here, so maybe if another territorial Kavu is cast, dispute can probably get rid of, probably just hard counter it. We'll see what happens here. Eldrazi thinks a little bit, goes to try to attack with territorial Kavu. Gust is going to be potentially used on this Kavu. I'd be hard pressed to say if this goes on the bottom. I'm pretty sure it's going to go on the top, unless Eldrazi is missing land drops.
Yeah, I mean, considering Ollie was happy to play a Triome over the basic mountain, probably has more lands in hand too. So,
yep,
I agree. This is probably going top here.
Now, Aether Gust, long lost sideboard staple, is definitely in Metacustoda's deck.
Yes.
If you're familiar with the if you were watching earlier on in the tournament, we were watching 2 blue decks that both didn't have Aether Gust in the sideboard.
Surprisingly,
yeah,
to say the least.
Maybe
Now
this gets
iteration
disputed
here. This is a spot where I think that using dispute here. That was very lucky, but I don't think I like this dispute here because the thing is that dispute is Dota's not going to win a 1-for-1 counter war here or battle or card battle with Ollie. Ollie's cards are much better and draw more cards. However, the tempo is the important part, and that dispute represented an amazing amount of tempo against a Mizzet next turn or something like that. So just countering a card draw spell seems kind of to me.
All right, well, if we get on the Holy Heat our 1/1, we get the Phoenixes back.
There it is. All right, yeah, we're off to the races here. This is going to be interesting. Also, the iteration would have cleared the Kavu too, so don't love that dispute there. Obviously, it ended up working out perfectly because it binned to Phoenix, and now Phoenix is getting returned. But
see the foresight. That's what you're missing, Jim.
Exactly.
You didn't know the top card of the deck, just like Metacustoda did.
That's why I'm in the booth.
Just a hard. Whoa!
But not going to bring him back.
I'm more surprised than you, Jim. I'm more surprised than you are. I promise.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you're gonna counter the card draw spell and take the more aggressive line, it surprises me a lot to not just take the more aggressive line. And then, if the fear is getting hit by Deafening Clarion, you've already dealt an extra 6 damage, and then iteration might be enough to find you 2 more spells to cast the Phoenixes again next turn.
Iteration and looting too.
Right, yeah. So like, I am extremely surprised at not doing that there. If the card in question was Anger of the Gods, I could see wanting to wait and not put all your eggs in one basket. But I almost think that you want your opponent to Clarion this turn. So I am very surprised at that choice. You know, we'll see. I mean, maybe holding Heat for the Kavu and trying to hold that back, which does seem kind of reasonable, but Dota's putting themselves at the mercy here of all these cards Ollie has in hand. You know, Lightning, Helix, Vanishing Verse, whatever's going to kill this Channeler or deal with other things is going to be a lot on Ollie. What does Ollie have here?
But one of the things is you got to think about the tempo math, right? If both Phoenixes came back, Eldrazi goes to 10. Eldrazi's forced to Clarion, or else Eldrazi's probably dead. Right? And then if Eldrazi does Clarion, right, and then Expressive Iteration and Faithless Looting get to bring back the Phoenixes again. Now Eldrazi's at 4. Then what?
Right. It has to Clarion again.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also be surprised to see this Heat end step here. I mean, now now things are set up pretty well. So untap, another heat, sure. So now you see iteration, heat, and a spell. The Phoenixes come back.
Wow.
This all works out.
Wow. That's a really good iteration, too.
Can't do everything, but can get a land to consider. Or sure, whatever. Consider Dragon works too. So couldn't find another Phoenix. So unlucky.
Wow.
All right. Well, this
now
is a big swing.
Now that means that Ali Eldrazi cannot afford to drop a Nib Visit next turn. I mean, maybe Ali Eldrazi's put in a spot where he has to Nib Visit, and Unholy Heat's gonna kill it.
I mean, it comes out of a Clarion. So Dota played around Clarion last turn. If Ali has it this turn, Ali's definitely casting it. So we're gonna find out if it's there or not. Because I don't think a card other than Clarion will pull Ali back into this game. Unless it's like, banishing versus Helix, something like that.
All right, here we go. 3 shots at Clarion. How many Clarions are in Ali Eldrazi's 75?
There are 4. 4 total.
Wow, second iteration. I mean, this could be it.
Yeah, with the Sprite Dragon looming too.
Like, even playing Sprite Dragon plus Faithful Looting puts 2 extra power on board. Yep. Wow.
Or just cast Phoenix. Wow, yeah, that's a crazy game. Crazy game.
Wow. I mean, Inferno of the Star Mounts got him there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the moral victory from the bench. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about in the beginning. We were talking about how the Phoenix player is asking the questions, and if Ali doesn't have the right answers, Ali's just gonna die. And that's what happened in that game. A couple iterations looking for answers, Kush couldn't really find them, and then when all is said and done, gets mopped up.
Yep, that's no Lightning Helix, no Vanishing Verse, no Ingrass Rampage, no Deafening Clarion.
Yep.
A lot of things kind of had to go kind of unlucky for Ali Eldrazi, but when you're the Phoenix player, you have to play into that. You have to say, yep. I'm gonna kill you if you don't have this, and then hope they don't have it. There's some situations where you can just have to hope they don't have it, but even in that situation, even if they do have it, you still have Expressive Iteration and a Faithful Looting in the graveyard to fuel your Phoenixes back up. So you're kind of in best of both worlds territory at that point at the end of that game.
Well, there's Inferno of Star Mounts, ready to rock and roll.
Well, keep it. Keep it, Metacustoda. You won't. Keep it.
And the hand's great, so...
Oh, yeah. Turn 1 Spiral Bluff Canal. We got Dragon Wish Channeler up. We got the draw step Consider, or Upkeep Consider. We're going to Faithful Looting turn 1.
I'm very surprised of turn 1 looting over turn 1 Channeler. Like, almost stunned, honestly. Because most of Ollie's lands come in tapped anyway. So it's not like the Channeler's dying to a Helix or anything like that. And that gives up a Scry and another draw on the Channeler. I am extremely surprised at that play.
All right, well, there has to be
valuing the draws, getting the Phoenix in the graveyard, I guess, looking for more, maybe looking for Sprite Dragon. Just like really, really want that Sprite Dragon on turn 2, perhaps.
Right. There has to be a reason why Metacustoda has conquered the rest and is in the finals. Let's go ahead and we'll tear the Territorial Kavu on turn 2 is what we want. Or that's a turn 3, actually. We're going to consider our options here. Dragon Rage Channeler is going to, in the opt, we're going to... Are we going to draw the Season Pyromancer, or are we going to put it in the grave?
I'd imagine you want to put it in the graveyard. Doesn't really seem particularly great right now. Dota agrees. That's pretty good, honestly. Because now iteration can be cast with Dispute still up. I'm not sure what Dispute is countering on turn 4, but...
Might as well.
Yeah, not a ton else going on, so...
Oh.
All right, just going to pass the turn. I mean, iteration could have looked for a Unholy Heat to kill the Kavu. Now Kavu gets to eat the Arclight Phoenix.
I guess Mystical Dispute holding up for a potential just removal spell on Dragon Rage Channeler, trying to do that. But, like, Territorial Kavu is a faster clock than the Channeler is.
All right, I'm just going to say, if I were streaming and someone donated me $50 and said, you must win the game with Inferno of Starmount, I would have played the game exactly as it has been played right now. So, got to make land drops, got to defend with Dispute, got to get the land number 6. So, maybe the plan is Inferno of Starmounts. Just saying.
I mean, that is for the content. Game 3 in front of the Star Mount surprise lethal. I mean, I want to see that. I mean, I don't really, because I want Eldrazi to win, but it would be cool.
That would be a pretty good way to win your tournament.
You think he's going for it? You're like, this is the chance. I have it in my opening hand.
I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying that if I were playing for Inferno of Star Mounts, that's how I would do it. All right, it's Just Strike. Heaping Load of Justice. No fourth land from Ali, which is important to note, but that does, of course, mean all spells in hand.
We want a Darcy on top.
Gonna bin the Channeler and see 3 lands. Well, 3 lands does go a long way towards casting the Inferno. I'm pretty surprised that the Channeler wasn't kept on top to be the card that was cast off exile.
Holding up that Mystical Dispute for a potential, I guess, expressive iteration.
Yeah, I mean, same as last game though. I'm not sure if countering iterations like
oh my goodness,
ideal.
This is great.
All right, that's yeah. I mean, Territorial Kavu is already awesome in this deck, and then it makes Deafening Clarion so much better too.
Like usually you have to like put a lot of work into, like maybe you have like a Gigantha and like a Niv Mizzet on board already, and then you Clarion, and then you get a lot of lifelink damage. But if you can do that on turn 3, Kavu on turn 2, play a land, Clarion on turn 3, give that lifelink. That's a pretty uphill battle to climb if you're the aggro deck.
Yeah. Well, Inferno is teed up for next turn, so just saying.
I mean, we're going for the surprise factor, okay? Ali Eldrazi is not going to see us coming.
I guarantee it.
And also not have an out to it.
That I can't guarantee.
If this happens in Game 3 of the finals, and we get an Inferno of the Star Mounts victory, I'm gifting chat 5 subs.
Damn. That's awesome. Chat's hyped. Chat's like, oh, what, me? Wow, really? Cool.
I mean, that would be the content that we're looking for, okay?
What?
All of the good plays, you can throw those all out the window. All the awesome moments, you can also throw those out the window. We want Inferno with the Star Mounts victory for lethal in the finals in Game 3.
So now what constitutes this Star Mounts victory? Is it like Star Mounts has to deal the lethal point of damage?
Yes, Star Mounts has to deal the lethal point of damage.
Okay. So it can't be like 3 swings, Ali goes to 1, is able to kill it, untap, draw a Pillar of Flame and kill you. That's not good enough?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So we need to see Inferno of Star Mounts dealing the lethal points of damage. Little baby Crokeyz here.
That looks like a I need lands Crokeyz.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like an Inferno's getting in for 6 turn to me.
But is it an Inferno lethal turn? That's instant speed though.
What we doing here?
All right. Well, Jim, can you give me your analysis, please?
I'm lost.
I want your analysis.
I don't know what's going on anymore. We got the Inferno Star Mounts. We're ready to rock and roll.
Now you know. Now you know what wins, Clarion. You know what didn't win before? Not Clarion.
I'm just not sure why they didn't need to be main phased. I don't really know.
Well, maybe they don't know. Maybe they just it was just an oversight. That it was instant.
Yeah, I mean the reality is, of course, that like the Kavu would probably, I guess the Kavu wouldn't target it because you would just get exiled anyway. But we'll see here. We'll see. We got two elementals standing tall.
Kavu going the distance, is that just what Niv Mizzet Reborn is? Just really powerful things that just end up going the distance? There's Kavu, there's Tameo, there's Klothys. Oh. Well, there's the sprite dragon that we were looking for. Can we at least
cast the Inferno?
Are we going to get a cast Inferno? Okay. If Inferno gets cast this game, I'm gifting chat 1 sub.
I think that ship has sailed.
If it gets cast, I'm gifting a single sub.
It is sailed into the night. It had to be.
No, cast Inferno. No. All right.
That was a strange final game. Not gonna lie. Ali had all the right answers, and then of course the Kavu. It's funny that this is a Niv Mizzet Reborn deck. It almost feels more like a Kavu deck to me. Like,
Yeah.
Niv's great and all, but in every game we watched, Kavu overperformed so hard.
Yep.
Just feels like the absolute perfect card for the deck.
Oh, it is. Especially since it can just be huge so fast. Like
Yeah,
turn 2, 3, like even a turn 2, 4 is still good.
It just bridges the gap really well. You know, if you're playing against a control deck, it can collect their planeswalkers. If you're playing against an aggro deck, it can block. You know, if you're playing against a graveyard deck, it'll eat some graveyards, but it can do things in those interim turns before you actually have Niv Mizzet, before you actually have your mana set up. So unbelievable. Congrats to Ali for a great tournament, of course. It's so funny that Ali was gonna drop after round 1. That's so funny. I'm done here. I don't play anymore. I'm 0-1, whatever. Oh, oops, I won the tournament. Oops.
This completely wins out.
Big congrats to Ali, of course.
We're gonna get him back here in the winner's interview. So go ahead and hop in there, and then we'll talk about that last match and congratulate Ali Eldrazi for winning Stream League 6, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. He was so close to quitting. But that'll be the first question I ask him. Ali Eldrazi, are you there? That'll also be a no.
This is deja vu. My favorite kind of interview.
We just did this. You'd think you would know by now.
I'm here.
Okay. All right.
Congratulations, Ali.
Yo, thank you. Thank you. That was awesome.
Ali, I must say, after watching this deck play a little bit, I feel like this deck is no longer a Niv Mizzet Reborn deck. It is now a Territorial Kavu deck. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I can't say that. I can't agree to that because then I'll be an aggro meathead. So I gotta be like, no, it's a reborn. It's an every reborn deck.
That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, I mean, the Kavu just looks so good in all the games we saw. You know, kind of doing that kind of bridge role of like those early turns. You're playing tap lands, trying to find the right answers. And it's just there. Against a control deck, it can attack planeswalkers. Against the aggro deck, it can block. It's huge. You know, kind of just did all the things you need to do while you're setting up your insane late game with Niv Mizzet and all the other cards too. It just looks so good all day. It just looks so good all day.
Yes, no, it's definitely no, it was really good. It was really good all day. It was obviously it's like one of the biggest payoffs from whatever set that was it came in.
Historic Horizons something, yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely.
Who knows how cards enter the historic format? They just are, and they're just there. Are, and they're just there. Are, and they're just there.
Yes, there we go. Okay. There we go. Yes, there we go. Okay. Nope, sorry. One sec. I have an echo, but I'm trying to get the sound to you guys.
Oh,
We're good now. We're good.
You're trying to get the sound to his stream. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ali.
I was trying to get the sound of the stream, but I don't think I can. I'm not sure how to get them to listen, so I'm just gonna tell them to watch the interview. I'm just gonna link the interview. You can watch it over there.
Correct.
If you want to watch the interview, because
Stream.
I was trying to get them to hear you on the stream.
Oh, they'll just come here. It's cool.
Yeah. They'll just all come here. Yeah.
Oh, good. We're good.
All right.
No, but go ahead. So like this deck again almost dropped and stopped playing after round 1. But yeah, it was. I'm glad it kept going though. Super sweet tournament and a very fun event. So
I think that's like just one of the classic Magic like things where the player who's going to drop round 1 wins the tournament. The player who's like, this is my last event for a while. I'm going to go to the PTQ, have some fun, not play for a while. Oops, won the PTQ. Like, I feel like that happens literally all the time in Magic. And I don't know if it's like a product of like, once you decide you're like, it's cool. It's my last one for a while. I'm good. You like relax internally and just kind of like play with no pretense kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, so round 1, you're like, I guess I'll stay in. At that point, you're like, you're just zen. You're like, all right, whatever. I'm here. Whatever happens. I'm just going to play. And that's awesome. That's really cool.
No, I think you're right. Like that is what happens. Like it's also the mentality of like people that grind a lot or used to grind a lot. It's like, okay, I lost round 1. I don't want to play anymore. There's another tournament next week, whatever. But then also you're right too. Like after you lose, if you do decide to play because your friends are still playing or whatever reason you decide to play, it's like you're just relaxed. You're not like as tense, I guess.
It's the idea of playing with nothing to lose. You see it in hockey a lot,
yes.
Where like the most dangerous team in a playoff run is not the team in first place. It's the team in last place because there's 3 games left. You're trying to make a playoff spot. They don't really care if they win or lose. They're just gonna play super loose, and like that's a good thing because they're just gonna play their game, and focus on what they're doing, sort of thing. And like they're dangerous because of that, because there's no nervousness, there's no anything. They're just playing. They're just out there playing, having fun. And that's kind of a scary place to be. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's definitely what it was. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, I feel like I'm just. Did you ever watch the match against Jeskai? Well, I played Moonvale Regent, and then I cast.
Yes, we saw that. Yeah, I was like, that's probably got to be some kind of what did you call it, Jim? Called it like a checkbox or like an accomplishment that you.
Yeah, we were saying that you're knocking off the Xbox achievements. Like,
yeah.
I said it was world first, drawing 5 cards with Moonvale Regent in a tournament.
I may have said that Ollie might be living in his own personal Christmas land, because that was sick. You did it not only once but twice in the same game.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
So
yeah, because I got lucky too because I played the Faceless Agent, which tutors the most common creature you have. And because I have 5 dragons, it's going to be Niv Mizzet or the Moonvale Regent, right?
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, so the Faceless Agent always gives you the creature you have the most of. So if you've drawn 1 Niv, it will guarantee give you Kavu. If you draw 1 Kavu, it guarantees give you a Niv. If you draw neither, it gives you one. It gives you one of the other one. It gives you Kavu or Niv.
Right.
But if you put in the Moonvale in, Agent is guaranteed to give you a dragon as long as you haven't drawn a dragon. And I just look when I first hit it off of the Agent, I was like, oh man, I want Niv Reborn. That was a low roll. And then the game went on. I'm like, well, this low roll turned really high because it stuck around.
This low roll drew me like a dozen cards. That's great.
Yeah, especially being in that matchup where I remember there was a spot where they countered your Niv Mizzet Reborn, but it just didn't matter because you drew 5 cards. That happened twice. I was like, this Moonvale Regent card's kind of good.
Yeah, it was disgusting. It was so good. That card's good in standard. I'm not sure how good it is in Niv Reborn. Like obviously it's good if minigame's slower, but that card is like Frenzy on legs, and the option of not discarding is really powerful.
The option of not discarding is very, very powerful. I usually think of that card as more of a mono red card to just be a frenzy, but the option to not discard is very powerful. Let me go ahead and transition into talking about your last matchup. How do you think that played out? Did it kind of play into the hands that you wanted to, or were you surprised by anything?
No, I think it played out well. For the most part, played out pretty evenly. Like I feel like the only way the Niv deck gets run over by Phoenix is if they have super aggressive Phoenix draw where they go, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, here's 3 Phoenixes and kill you, That second game, I was able to exile 1 Phoenix after they considered it into the graveyard, but they were able to find 2 more. But I feel like it's pretty even. It really depends like how the stuff lines up. Like if he had found unholy heat, my Kavu, which he was digging for, I imagine, the game would have been much different as well.
Yeah, Kavu seemed huge in that match, especially because it allowed you to kind of sit back on your interaction and not need to do too much, while also just pressuring, eating the graveyard. There was this constant tug of war the whole match between Delirium and no Delirium, Cloythus and Kavu versus the graveyard stuff. Arclight Phoenix is getting eaten, and the graveyard was just under constant attack. Yeah,
it feels like you're playing Boggles. You play this Kavu turn 2. You're like, all right, how do I keep it alive? Because this thing is doing everything for me.
Yeah, it's called Kavu Goyf for a reason.
That card is better than Goyf. Goyf is washed up. All right, Goyf's a boomer.
Yeah, Goyf's a relic.
Yeah, so I was trying. There was a Inferno of the Star Mounts in Meta Custoda's hand, and I was trying to get him to play it so badly. Please play Inferno of the Star Mounts. I didn't know if you had an answer to it in your hand. Did you have an answer?
I win. What game is this? Games 2, 3?
The last game.
The last game.
I don't remember if I had Vanishing Burst or not.
I mean, the answer was Light Souls being 22-2, I think. but
sure, yeah.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive showing from you. You've already I don't know if anyone knows this, but you also came in 3rd place in Stream League 5. So congratulations for getting a 3rd place and also winning this one. You are the new Stream League 6 champion, and now you're topped twice. So you're now in Stream League royalty now. How's it feel?
I think I got top 4 last Dream League, and then top 4 again.
Yep, I remember.
Before that too.
I think
So
you had 4th place and a 3rd place, or 2 thirds in a row.
Yeah, I think that 3rd and 4th. Both. So I've top 4'd with a win with Never Reborn 3 times in a row. So that's kind of cool.
Must be a good deck.
Sweet.
Yeah, I love it. All right. Anytime if I play is viable, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Oh, I know for sure. Same here. We've definitely taken deck lists off each other at some point. But
the Orcus thing I got from you. Yep. I saw you playing Orcus. I was like, okay, I'm not sure how good this card is, but let's try it. I played like 1 game with it, 2 games. Like, okay, this card's fucking nuts. And then I'll keep. But like one's correct, right? And then I saw you playing Growth Spirals. I played Growth Spirals. Wasn't a big fan of it. But yeah, it definitely bounces around back and forth. It's really cool though. I definitely find some inspiration from your list too. So yeah.
Well, thank you. I do have one last question. Outside of Niv Visit and Territorial Cabo, of course, what was the best card in your deck this weekend?
You know what? Let me pull it up real quick. I said maybe Iteration. I'd really good too.
I'm playing 2 iterations in my deck, but if there was a favorite card or a card that overperformed or something like that we can all learn from and know about that you're playing in your Niv Visit Reborn deck, that would be awesome.
Okay, last time we joked about the World Tree. But the World Tree and Tamio really did a lot of work against Caleb. Like I couldn't cast multiple vetoes without the tree.
Yep.
I know it's like a joke, but like it won. Tamio and that tree won the game. So my favorite cards though are also like I really like Faceless Agent. I also trimmed on Agent before, but this card like overperforms. Like one time I was playing Kalia of the Vast to tutor up Niv Mizzet or Orcus.
Mm-hmm.
But it can miss sometimes, right? The Agent never misses. It always gets you your best card, which is Kavu, or your like second best card, which is Niv Mizzet Reborn. It's like it's just really good.
So should we start calling this deck 5-color Kavu instead of 5-color Niv?
No, call it Faceless Niv.
Yeah. How about 5-color Agent?
5-color Agent.
5-color Agent. That's the name for it.
I can see playing a second Agent. It's just like because it tutors you like early on if it gets your Kavu obviously, then late game it gets your Niv. It's just it's a good card. It's a tutor that can also block essentially. It's like a 3-mana tutor that gets you a good card and blocks as well.
I know that Jim Davis actually mentioned that it was kind of like a little Goblin Matron.
Yeah, it is. It's also a wolf. So if you have Tolsimir out and you play it, it fights and gains life.
Oh, that's true.
Also, this is very small. But it is a god. It's also a god.
Okay.
So if you crack the World Tree, you can get it as a god, and then tutor up Niv as well.
Well, you can get that you can get that and Clothis and then tutor Niv.
Yes, yeah. Usually I was playing two agents and 1 Clothis and a Scarab God, but I cut the Scarab God. But yeah, Agent has been like it's not crazy, but it's been surprisingly it's overperformed. That's why there's a common in my deck, and everything else is a rare or mythic.
It feels like a really good bridge card. Like same idea with Kavu, where like it's just a thing you can do early while you're playing your lands, and you kind of like just bridges the gap, make a block, do a thing, and then now we're at our late game. So really cool innovation. I like it a lot.
Yeah, super cool. Siphon Insight's really fun too. The card's really good against like anything slow or control.
I remember you got a counterspell from the control matchup that you played.
Yeah, I've got Memory Lapse, Archmage's Charms, lands. You play this because it lets you play lands too. And then against Caleb, we got like Duress, something else. Oh,
yeah. You know. All right. Well, once again, congratulations, huge congratulations to you for becoming the next Stream League champion, and looking forward to having you play in Stream League 7 coming up. Also, I do want to mention that the top 16 of this tournament are all guaranteed to have an invitation to the next Stream League. I look forward to everyone joining us for next time. Thank you very much, Jim Davis, for your commentary and all of the fun that you added to the stream. I really do appreciate you doing this with me, and thank you once again for Ali Eldrazi and all the players and streamers that have played this and streamed in this tournament. You've all made it what it is today. So stay tuned for Stream League 7. I'll be posting that on Twitter. And huge shout out to our sponsor, CoolStuffInc.com, that also sponsors myself and Jim Davis and, funnily enough, Ali Eldrazi. This was not
It's a
planned at all.
conspiracy.
Conspiracy. It is conspiracy.
This was not planned at all, I promise.
Jim,
Well,
James, and me.
Yeah, this is not this is not rigged, I promise. But huge shout out to CoolStuffInc.com for supplying the $1,000 of Cool Stuff Inc. Cool Stuff credit as prize support. You'll be getting a huge chunk of that, Eldrazi, and thank you very much once again for entering this tournament. And I'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you both too for posting the tournament and just being awesome generals. Thank you very much.
Congrats,
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
You too, buddy.
All right. Thank you once again. I do want to. I'm not going to reiterate everything I just said. I just wanted to say thank you so much to all of you folks for watching. CoolStuffInc.com for sponsoring the tournament, and Jim Davis here right next to me for helping me commentate. Any last words, Jim?
No, it's a great tournament. Honestly, we had in any tournament, some games are exciting and some games aren't. And I would say our top 3 or 4 games today were out of this world good. Just phenomenally exciting games. Great TV. Of course, thanks for having me. Thanks for Cool Stuff for sponsoring. Thanks to everyone who watched. And congrats to Ali. Ali's obviously a great friend of mine, fellow streamer. Great to see him do well. And yeah, it's a good time.
And also, want to give a quick shout out to other fellow CoolStuffInc.com creator, Jeff Hoogland, which is hosting another tournament tomorrow that I personally will be playing in. And Jim Davis here right next to me will also be commentating that tournament. Commentator extraordinaire Jim Davis. I'm excited to be following up on coverage with that and also playing my heart out and hopefully win that one. I will also be playing Niv Mizzet Reborn, so you might see me do pretty well. Maybe. Or I might suck. Either one.
Well, whatever happens, I'll be there to cover it. So good luck, my friend, and hopefully you do well.
All right. Have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone. Once again, huge congratulations for Ali Eldrazi, new Stream League 6 champion. Have a nice day.
Congrats, Ali.
Goose Gang. Out. Let's go!